old man in the scene at 27. It's weird. I'm Leah from FlyQuest from Australia. Before this team, I was always the youngest, and yeah, this one, it's like I'm just looked at as the elder that's meant to have wisdom and tell people to calm down. And it's like I'm panicking too, but I'm learning to fake it pretty well with the boys, which is good. Gaming story for me is a long one. It's a classic story. Younger brother, watched my older brother game, kept playing whenever I got a chance just because I wanted to beat him, and then that turned into an obsession. I've pretty much been obsessed with games since I was like 11 or 12. I've spent probably 15 years just parked in front of a computer. I started with like Battlefield 2 and stuff and went into League of Legends. I guess you can call me a pro in League of Legends in Australia. That's not really saying much for back then, but when I was at the peak of that, I kind of quit gaming because it was kind of taking over my life and I needed to take a step back from all of it. And in my year off, that's when I played Counter-Strike with my mates. That kind of snowballed into me just playing for a team in my off season, and then that team becoming one of the best teams in Oz, and just kind of went from there. And trying to use that experience to help this team.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头！我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我用键盘打碎了屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这三个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我是 bad， 但我 bad 得非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄，
那地方出门装先买了，练着疯了，动作是疯了，老周的微操就推三不口抗，这把是要我这种没病的人去看队里的稿子吧，进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞入框架，发来欠费的网费，当成机器管我当下，我不懂离了 gay 还有那种活法。
Our final day before we head to the finals. Gigi Hao taking on Lin Vision. Tai Lu taking on FlyQuest. Today of revenge.
Lin Vision booked themselves straight to Shanghai. Damn close games though.
上一场比赛我们打的 The Huns 就是在很多该操作好的地方也没操作好，
Yummy's already found 3.
发挥的十分的糟糕吧，很差劲。
When I look at us as a team, I see them as my young brothers. I'm trying to give them a lot of experience inside and outside the game. We are feeling happy that we started to show our potential.
It's still gets it done.
对于下场比赛集结号，我相信我们的水平是可以战胜他们的。
Zacher first peak, second peak, looking for the best server in the server. He's right here.
Both of us have long road to here, so let's have good game.
They will find magic in Yancheng. They will be seasoned in the Salt City.
我觉得我们现在信心的话是挺好的，因为我们刚赢下了个强敌。
FlyQuest deny Rare Adam's debut.
We have had doubts about this team and their ability to hold down their nerve in difficult games. What a performance from them.
We're still working on how to fix the high stress scenarios. Right now it's a bit chaotic and we're getting caught in the moment.
其实这个游戏看的话比较简单，但是如果说你真的打起来的话，练的话，其实很枯燥的，就不像表面那样光鲜亮丽的。这也是我之前打很多年之前没有经历过那么好的那种态度吧。就反正是大家都很努力，我也为我们团队感到骄傲。
I'm an old man in the scene at 27. It's like I'm just looked at as the elder that's meant to have wisdom and tell people to calm down. Like, I'm panicking too. But I'm learning to fake it pretty well with the boys. The only words that I can have for the guys are to try and enjoy it. To turn that nervousness into excitement and just have a good time. I'm ready for the moment. I'm gonna try and win this thing.
我们已经击败了最强的队伍。
What? The dragon roars.
我想帮助天路突破 CNCS 的极限。
Hello and welcome to the final day here in the Salt City of Yancheng. We have 2 dates with revenge on the cards as our final 2 best of 3s to decide who will be placing where in Shanghai, whether we're going straight to the final or that 3rd place match. My name is Acl, of course, your host, joined by Tea Time and Yumi. Fellas, it's been a long month and we're here in the penultimate day of action and the final day here in Yancheng.
It feels like it flew by, to be honest, especially this last week. We've seen so much good Counter-Strike being played, and I'm so glad that we're getting to have these rematches. It's one of the best advantages of double elimination. You get to have this, you know, internal meta game between maxes as well.
Yeah, and we had teams come through in the close qualifiers. We had worries about their map pools, and when they went up against these big fish, not only was it the map pools that were a struggle, but also that raw firepower, the talent that's on display, especially now that we're down to this Final 4.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we're looking towards today's game and kind of how we've already touched on there, have already played against each other, and it's about now whether this revenge can be pulled off. Gigi Hao going to be kickstarting things against Lin Vision. Gigi Hao were fantastic in that first matchup, especially that opening Dust 2. They were lights out. And then, of course, following up with FlyQuest, Tai Lu. And that was, again, a really close game. Tai Lu, both the maps they won, 13-11 in both of those. So I think if they're going to win, they'd like to make it a little bit more comfortable. That is for damn sure. And there's definitely arguments made on the flip side for FlyQuest. They kind of probably think they deserve to have won that game.
Well, yes, but also when you look over towards their performance yesterday, right, it was incredible in a lot of first halves and whatnot, but you saw a few moments where they needed individuals to bail them out of. FlyQuest were not without shutters, and Tai Lu as well. I don't think they showed up in their best form either. We saw them being shaky in ways that we're hoping both of these teams can level up even more.
Except when they were on force buys. They won a lot of them. So
hey, you know, Asian Counter-Strike never dies.
that was the reason they beat FlyQuest the first time, so we'll see if it happens again.
Exactly. We have as well already had to say goodbye to 4 teams. Ninja and Nomad in joint 7th and 8th place, of course, for them, but still netting themselves a nice little cheeky $7,000, right? You'll take a little bit. Then Rare Atom and the Huns as well in 5th to 6th. They'll get $12,000 as well. So decent little bit of
stepping up a little bit,
a little bit of cash as well in hand, but you know, especially when we look towards Rare Atom and Hans, conversations to be had about them, kind of what's next, right? Both of them probably feel like they're in a spot, especially if they want to be competitive, they want to be at the top end of the scene, that changes might have to come through. It's just a case of what changes and when, I feel ultimately. And, you know, Yuumi in particular here for Rare Atom, we're quite concerned about them. What is the future for this side?
Yeah, it's about direction, I think, for both those squads as well, because when they find themselves in down periods, is there someone that actually can serve as a leader to bail them out of it? Is there enough tactics behind it? Are they practicing well enough? You know, I think there's a lot of questions to be asked about whether or not these teams actually have the facilities to bring themselves back, or whether or not they need to make those roster moves.
Yeah, but when I'm looking out towards the Huns especially, I mean, Rare Atom obviously having that leadership issues and sometimes, you know, strategical problems. I genuinely think the Huns just need a better supportive element coming out towards them, right? It feels like they have too many passive players who can't really make a move. You're looking out towards their anchors in Zerolt and Bartek in most maps. Zerolt can pick up the frags, but I'd still like to be able to have a little bit more activity, a little bit more reliability coming out from that second anchor, or maybe for it to be shored up with role swaps in some way or the other, right? It doesn't necessarily have to be a roster move, but the way things are working right now, I'm not entirely happy with
They don't necessarily have like an entry fragger, so to speak.
Yeah.
I mean, Cobra kind of, but that's kind of it.
I mean, you know, if Cobra just goes out and gets headshots every time, I suppose we can call him an entry fragger.
I suppose.
He's been great though, we'll give him that. Cobra's been flying, but yeah, unfortunately just wasn't enough for them. And it feels like we actually have got the deserved top 4 here as well. There's no real doubts about these 4 sides in terms of their ability and how they are at the top end of the scene. There was definitely still question marks even before the tournament started when we were in the close qualifier about what Rare Atom in terms of their ceilings like. The Huns, we know about them having this whole crisis of confidence issue for them. And then Nomads Ninja, they're just happy to be here, right? We didn't expect really anything more from them, especially Ninja, who had all of 3 days notice. If it was Chingus Warriors though, this could have been quite an interesting top 4, top 5 conversation. And things could have been actually a little bit different as well. But not to be, missed out on a chance, of course, unfortunately for them. But at the same time, had to get visa sorted. The major's pretty important. Fair enough. Yeah. So we look forward to today as well. We kickstarted things, of course, with GG Hao taking on Linvision. First time out for Linvision wasn't what they wanted. They were on a 22-match win streak heading in towards that game before GG Hao shattered that dream and made them make a you know, relatively decent, but you know, they had to come through that lower bracket. They had a pretty clean win against the Huns. It was a much closer game compared to what we've seen from the Huns, and actually nice to see Huns looking competitive. But in the end, Linvision expected to win and did 2-0, 13-10, 13-11.
Yeah, it's exactly what we want to see out of Lin as well. Like we had a lot of respect for that Huns loss, like you said, but Linvision are the expected, and it's also what the fans will want as well moving forward. You know, especially with the prospect of Lin and Tai Lu, if they make it to that grand finals, it would be great for that audience in Shanghai.
Yeah, and then we look towards Group B, and same thing as well. You know, Tai Lu squeaked past FlyQuest, 2-1 for them. Both maps they won 13-11, putting FlyQuest in towards that lower bracket where they had to take on Rare Atom, and that game should have been closed in 2. It looked like it was about to be closed in 2, and then FlyQuest just sort of fell apart a little bit. Had a really good opportunity to close it on Ancient. Rush B against a low buy, got punished, and it killed their economy.
I swear I remember an interview, it might have even been Regali that said it when he was with FlyQuest, but it was like, we always end up on playing 3 maps, and sure enough, the 2 series that went 3 maps so far in this bracket were both FlyQuest games.
Exactly that. As we've alluded to, this is our schedule for the day. GG Hao Linvision, followed by Tai Lu FlyQuest. Now, there's good and bad news about today's games. The bad news is you're not eliminated if you lose. It's not the end of the world. You just go to a 3rd place game.
Isn't that good news?
Well, yeah, exactly. It's not bad news. I say. But this is essentially deciding who is going to go to the final. Winner of these 2 best-of-3s will be heading to the finals on the 16th in the SPD Arena. Losers in that 3rd place match to kickstart the day on the 16th. So they're at least guaranteed to go to Shanghai, which is good news as well. But obviously, you'd love to be going towards that final for the EWC spot, the lion's share of 300,000 USD, 100K going to 1st place as well, and the VRS points that come with it.
It's also just important to keep in mind that this is the only way you actually progress forward in the tournament. We've all come to celebrate 3rd place deciders a little bit more ever since PGL's formats have changed. I think that's for good reason. But at the end of the day, 3rd place, you're still fighting in front of a crowd for a bronze medal. This is 4 teams who all believe they can win. maybe JJ Howe especially coming into it have a little bit less priority on actually winning overall. I know Neo, you mentioned you talked to them and they were happy about, you know, maybe even just going to Shanghai.
Yeah, I mean, GG Howe, when I had a chat with them, they were like, you know, we actually didn't have huge expectations in the tournament. We just want to see kind of where we're at, right? And the fact that we've actually made it to Shanghai guaranteed, we're actually really happy with that. And now it's about saying, all right, what's next, right? We've already kind of achieved what we came to do, make it top 4, get good VRS points, get a good placement at a really difficult tournament. Now, anything more is an addition on top. So, yeah, they're pretty happy with where they are, but from the kind of the brief conversation I had just speaking to Boris even just now, they're really fired up. They really want to get that top place.
And there are quite a lot of teams that came into this playoff situation that actually did just want the experience of having to travel, setting up their PCs, getting the environment with the crowd, and understanding that that was a valuable lesson that they could learn moving forward as they look to develop further. You know, Tyloo, Lin, Rare Atom, FlyQuest, these are guys that have a little bit more experience in that regard, but when it came to the actual those actual exposure, JJ Howe were definitely the least experienced.
Let's start talking about Lin as well, right? Team up on your screens here, of course, and the main man we have to be looking at is Zaka. Off the back of yesterday's performance, absolutely lights out against the Huns. A 1.41 rating for him, and at times it felt like he was putting the team on his back, but generally speaking, the main man we're looking toward is Westmelon. He's been the best performer for this side this tournament.
I mean, I think even generally Westmelon and Zaka are those really stable hands. The problem then comes in between Starry and Amelia. I haven't reached a conclusion about what I think about Call Me Sue in this, but I do really feel like very often in these incredibly pressured situations where it comes to qualifying to like a stage match, or, you know, even when you go back towards a major and whatnot, when it came to, hey, maybe we can actually get to like a 2-2 situation, these guys don't necessarily always show up for me. While on the other hand, for JJ Howe, this is a team of studs.
Yeah, absolutely. Boris at the moment is the second highest rated player at the event, 1.25 for him. GG Howe, the second highest rated team with a 1.11. They have been flying all the way throughout. And this is a side that are just so fun to watch when they get going.
Boris kind of bolstered by that like crazy performance he had on Dust 2 earlier on in the tournament, but it's been cool to watch this team develop because it seems like every time we watch them, different players are growing in different ways, whether it's the influence and impact from players like Bibu, for example, or whether it's the better decision-making out from Boros in some of these pivotal roles on maps. I do think this team is actively developing, and it's really cool to see that they have extra layers to that.
Yeah, and we're still trying to really figure out where the ceiling is for this GG House side. We haven't quite reached the end. Somehow we are still going head-to-head, of course, between the AWPers of Mini and Zaka. And Mini's had some really decent moments, especially in the close qual. He has been maybe kind of overshadowed by the rifling core, I think, when we've headed in towards the playoffs itself, but he's still got a lot of talent.
I think we've had some really fun conversations around Mini, because one thing I will commend JJ Howe for is that even when Mini's been doing badly, he actually ends up stepping up a bit more so as the series goes on. Very often we've seen Mini have an incredibly poor start to the series and still manage to bring things together. It's one of the advantages of having a good rifling AWPer, even if it sometimes feels like it's the other way around.
Yeah, Mini will have a bad map, but he'll have like one crazy round that will still be very influential.
And I do have to say that Issa, even what we're seeing from him in the videos and whatnot, he has taken like a serious big brother role to this team and making sure that the morale always stays up. And that's strange to me coming out from like a Middle Eastern background myself. I've seen so many teams who crumble, who tilt, who will scream, who will yell, and sometimes enjoy, but very often in anger, and that causes them to crumble. DJ Howe might be the first team I have ever seen from the Middle East which might be able to escape the curse of rage.
Yeah, and you know, if we look towards this GG Howe side, I mean, I feel like it's pretty safe to say that they win out this game in terms of firepower. Just if you put them pound to pound, head to head, they are just pretty insane. So I wonder whether they're feeling that confidence. We've got a little video to bring you as well to get us ready for our first game of the day.
对于下场比赛集结号来说，我个人还是十分有自信能战胜他们的。虽然他们平时也经常跟欧洲的对手交手，但是我相信我们的水平是可以战胜他们的。我们只要做好自己该做的事情，自己做好沟通，自己做好一些该拿到的击杀，打他们是没有问题的。
For our next match, we will try to keep playing the same way. We respect all the teams here, but we also respect and believe in ourselves, so we're just gonna play our game.
上一次跟集结号对战的时候，我们首先是沟通上面有很大的问题，跟我们以前对战所有队伍 来说，我们的沟通还是不足的。我们的残局沟通也好，中期沟通也好，不管是怎么样，就是我们输掉了很多本来该赢的局，我们也找到了办法去解决这个。所以我相信，就是接下来我们能赢他们。
Congratulations for making to the grand finals. Both of us have a long road to here, so it's gonna be a good match.
我们又见面了，集结号，加油！
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage from China, Lean Vision Gaming! And their opponent from the Middle East, Decisive! Lean Vision Gaming versus Decisive for a chance to play in the ACL Grand Finals 2025. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, fellas, it all comes down to this. The teams are out, and we are looking to see who will be going straight to that grand final for ACL. And now I think it's a perfect time to avert our attention to the Veto. T, how are we feeling this one's going to go?
I think this is always a fun one because Decisive and Linvision both have that shared territory on Dust 2, especially when you're looking out towards it. Now, Decisive has actually been interesting in the fact that they haven't banned out Train quite a few times and they think their opponent isn't going to pick it. So I actually think there's a chance they float it and ban Ancient themselves and rely on Linvision to go for a Dust 2 pick on their own side. Maybe go for an Anubis actually is what I was sort of thinking on more than Inferno, but it depends on how comfortable they feel into it.
I mean, it was Nuke, Dust 2 and Anubis as the 3 maps that were needed in the last time, and Decisive finished in 2, so we never got to the Anubis.
Yeah,
so,
true. But surely if you're Decisive here, off the back of how easy Dust 2 was, surely you're picking into Dust 2 here.
Yeah,
it was so simple.
I would
right?
imagine that Dust 2 is very confident for them, especially because they found like massive gaps in the defense. It's the most clear indicator from that video as well. They said they had communication issues last time they played Decisive. It was very evident that they had that because there were massive holes that Boris just kept walking through. So yeah, Lin, I mean, traditional ban, but because Decisive, like you said, I'd like to almost target bans, they're actually going to ban that Anubis instead. So they float the Train. It's, again, not something that Lin are too fond in picking themselves. And Lin are going back to that Nuke, which, to be honest, was a very, very close map the whole way through.
I think they probably feel that they've got enough in them to be able to kind of win it out this time. Double OT in that case. We are going to go for the bigger Dust 2. I think it's a very smart pick for Decisive. They were sheerly dominant in that stage. However, yesterday, Zaka was incredible on this map, so they do have to be a little bit careful of him. And that means our decider is going to be Ancient. Of course, it has to be said, the Ancient Champions League still living and thriving here, so we get it as a decider. But again, who knows if we're going to need it?
I'm a little bit concerned about this because I thought Decisive might want to leave Dust 2 as a decider and go for maybe something like an Inferno pick themselves, to be honest. That's why.
I was going to say, if they let Dust 2 in the second round Veto, Lin ban that.
Yeah, probably.
Almost certainly.
That's true, actually.
I don't know if Lin what,
Yeah, Lin are fine with playing Train as well.
First.
That's true. Fair enough.
Yeah.
No, but okay, at the end of the day, though, I do still think this is going to be a very interesting Veto out for Lin because now you have to take it to 3 at the very least. I don't think they take Dust 2, personally, for me, but the Nuke should be a massively improved pick overall. Decisive did also level up, though, as they were playing across their nukes. I'm slightly concerned. Even so, I kind of do edge this one out to GG How a little bit in the third map, probably.
To be honest, I think Lin are just going to come back with far better preparation. They're going to look cleaner on their defenses. They're going to play that hinge style, double peeking style that has been so good for them traditionally in a way that was better than the last time they played GG How. I do expect this to go the full distance. I'm expecting a full 3-map affair, but it's that Ancient that I'm a bit concerned for GG How, because sometimes their style is a little bit too simplistic, too bailouts, too many hunts that they'll try and do to bail themselves out in that mid round, and sometimes they may not be able to get there in the same way that we saw them out in the last time on that map. So yeah, I guess I'm a little concerned. I would actually edge this to be a 2-1 for Lin Vision.
Fair enough. I'm going to lean in favor of the boys. I'm going full bias here. I'm going GG How 2-1. But I do think the way I at least assume this is going to go, Nuke should be taking my Lin Vision. They're going to manage to find a way to clean that up. Dust2 still taken pretty confidently by GG How. It's become such a staple part of their pool. It's such a strong part of their pool too. And then an Ancient, a scrappy, messy, ugly affair. GG How take it. That's where I'm going here. But we're looking to a few key characters. We've already spoken about Boris a little bit. We've already brought up Mini, but Asamas, who's just on the screen, we need big performances from him. We've seen recently, even kind of at Mesa, for example, one of the worst maps that he's had in his career, especially on LAN as well. So we're needing the Asamas of late, the Asamas from this tournament, who's been absolutely fantastic. One of the real staple parts of why this team has been so successful.
Yeah, kind of hoping that his confidence hasn't been stricken down by that Mesa performance, to be honest, because entering this leg of the tournament, it hasn't really been about him. It's been more about Boros. It's maybe even Issa as well, and Bibu in some of these clutches. Osamas has not had the same level of influence that we know he's capable of. Neither has Mini as well. This GG How does feel like there is still a lapse in some of the firepower. Even if these players can just pull off these crazy rounds, they're not fighting at effectively 100% based on the form they've displayed at this tournament.
At the same time, we also look out towards a team like Lin Vision. It feels like, Kalmisu has started to teeter off a little bit more as we've had better opposition coming out in front of him, as we've had higher challenges. Zacher and Westmelon continue to step up, and Starry has his moments, but this has always been a thing about Amelia, that he's generally very good for a map every series. I very rarely actually see Amelia hard carrying a series forward either. So Lin Vision will be so heavily reliant on Westmelon keeping the troops together, and Zacher being that secondary voice over here as well. Both of these teams don't feel like they're going to be fighting at full firepower versus each other, and that's kind of what I want to see. I do really want to see that Issa Westmelon head-to-head again, which I felt like was so incredibly instrumental towards that last series, and Nuke in particular.
Yeah, I agree with what you're saying. I really feel like, at least the way I look at this, I feel like Zacher, pretty handedly wins out the AWP head-to-head, right? Second best AWP at this tournament. And then then it's like, right, every rifling core, it feels like, even Issa in that kind of head-to-head when it comes towards what he can do in terms of the calling. Some of the calling from Issa has actually been really, really good. He's been really breaking down sides. So I'm excited to see what they can bring. Amelia, you bring him up, obviously, had a very poor game against the Huns. Let's see if he can bounce back. It's Nuke up next to kickstart things. We're looking to see who will go to Shanghai for that grand final.
Yes, thank you very much, Neo. We have already secured our teams for Shanghai, but we're fighting for first or third, really. And it has to be, again, these double rematches that we have from both Group A and Group B. Last time, GG How were able to squeak through on Lin Vision's pick on Nuke, and then they devastated them on Dust2. So Lin are looking for a bit of redemption, especially because they want that home crowd advantage. They want to impress people in Shanghai.
It's all about making memories, fans, and getting wins out right now. And Zacher is looking to accelerate all three of those. Quick kill from Kalmisu, but Mini is here to party. He heard Neo's words, fighting words. Zacher's the second best AWPer in the server. We'll have a look about that.
Westmelon got his kill on ramp, though, so they have another way out, but Mini is very quick to address it.
This is going to be a very difficult fight for Westmelon, but he still gets it done. Mini second man wasn't watching out with him. Issa had backed off behind the boxes. Kalmisu's there to pull him away as well. And what was a 2 versus 1 ends up being consecutive 1v1s the other way around. Starry closes it down. Mini's efforts are in vain.
That gets very worrisome there for Lin. It almost felt like they were overthinking it, but they had no idea where Bibu was. And so they did fan out in search of him, and they keep their flank covered. Great opener from Mini, but the fact that Westmelon's able to get the kill on ramp and then still somehow out-duels these two men that are looking to close down ramp as an opportunity, That's a really big round from Westmelon. Seems like early on, Sue's having a couple of issues.
Let's get them sorted now rather than later.
And this is the thing, you know, I'm with you. You know, the conversation you were bringing to the table on the desk about Colmy Sue and his maybe slight deterioration in form or the impact he's been able to have versus the online games that they've put forward. He actually has very limited LAN experience.
That's
you know,
true.
He's a newer player to the scene. I mean, he played in NA, but still there was quite a lot of online officials really that he's playing. So for him, this is a totally new environment, the expectations of setting up for media days and setting up your SSDs, getting everything sorted. To be honest, it's kind of expected that he would have a little bit of a dip, but in their debut on LAN with him, it didn't seem like that was actually that much of an issue. It's just slowly been degrading. Takes time, takes effort to break past the LAN jitters.
And right now, he might not be able to have that time. He might not be able to make any more effort. It's all about leveling up in the here and now.
Well, it definitely helps that he's playing a team that they have played before already, so.
He knows the kind of mistakes he made in the last series can look to rectify, but what is he looking at? Colmy Sue taken down. Amelia thought he was being covered off on the other side. It's Westmelon to now look to respond back. GG How hoping to find success in manners of Tyloo and Rare Adams.
Yeah, they smoked off ramp and then Boris just ran through it, so really solid stuff, but still Westmelon finds this kill outside. Again, seems to have found a path to create an opportunity, and Starry has gotten an equalizing kill too. So back to a 2-on-2, but walking wounded is Starry. And MP9 seems to be in pursuit. Bibu trying to find an angle, but Starry's conscious of the possibility. Oh my god, oh dear. Starry checked underneath him, but his whole body actually seemed to be covering Bibu. So that MP9 does overpower him.
From bad to worse. This is a good spot as well. He'll be able to get that kill for free, and despite the early pistol round win, it is an immediate response from GG How. Boris's wild peek forward is always an X factor you have to consider. And it's plays like that, Michael, which, like you said, inexperience on LAN means you are going to be caught off by more often.
But it is just a little peculiar. You know, two players inside of lobby smoking the end of ramp. That's a little strange. They were maybe expecting a crunch, but they thought the smoke would act as a deterrent. No, it's almost an enabler. They may have to refamiliarize themselves with GG How and some of the aggression that they're willing to make.
Speaking of that aggression, Ace is taking a little bit of a stroll outside down to the secret stairs. He'll be waiting to see if he can pair anything up with Osama should it be a late round play made by Starry. This is something Starry was able to get away with a lot yesterday versus the Huns.
So the perfect opportunity now for Issa. Smoke spam from Osama's. It's a conventional wall. And Starry will attempt to make his cross, but this is what you're talking about. The fact that Starry did this so often in all of their officials on Nuke. Issa is well ready to greet him.
Well researched. And as Westmelon will be backing off, it is still yet to be any blood spilled from the terrorist side. Linvision are not going to find anything on this force buy. It is one-sided.
Yeah, and Starry can get nothing for his troubles either. They built the wall. There was basically no noise, no presence made, and GG How bring a second man over towards ramp. If you're going to pressure one extreme and not actually do anything off of it, why not cover the other one as well? They were really concerned about the possibility of someone diving the vents, though. You saw Issa on those secret steps turn around. You even see Boros watching for the lower ramp. So there seemed to be a timing that GG How were aware of that Linvision definitely did not take.
Nice deep nade from Mini is going to be doing nothing, actually. Went a little bit too deep. GG How will be given a real opportunity to start building up serious cash.
Yeah, I mean, everyone survived in the last round, and now against Glocks, I don't imagine that's going to change.
Bibu just needs to throw himself at them. He's okay with losing the MP9. Run, little Bibu. A late round player, of course, one of the less aggressive aspects of GJ Hao, and for good reason. There are plenty of players who want to prime and pump their muscles. Very few who want to bring out scalpels. Bibu is the surgeon of this squad. And as Lin Vision are going to be running out from HUD, Bibu recognizes this is a tumor he needs to remove. 3 quick kills. The MP9 will not falter. Zacher will, however, be able to get a bomb plant. So at the very least, it is some consolation, although consolation has been cut short by Zacher himself.
Yeah, he didn't have time to get the bomb down. I mean, Issa was too fast behind him. You could tell Zacher was trying to figure out whether or not he'd be able to punch in those digits, but that's the problem with not finding any kills, is that even if you try and dive and get that planned, you don't necessarily always have the time. GJ Hao, very quick to respond. And they've built up a healthy buffer moving into Lin Vision's first real gun round.
And now for Lin Vision. Yes, you can give yourself consolations. Hey, it's okay, we're on T side, we can bring this back. We only need 4 or 5 rounds. But consolations come after success has been showed of really any sort.
I do appreciate the change in the game planning here for GJ Hao. When they were going up into their first real gun rounds against Lin's also full buy, they tried to be aggressive very early on, but this time over they're playing more contained. That was what ended up working out for them down the stretch, even though they only got 4 rounds on their CT side. GJ Hao were able to bring things back on T. They're starting early with the more defensive approach, and then later they might try and change things up.
And right now it is going to be aggression right in. Bibu this time will not be able to use that scalpel at all. Komri Su takes him away, and the Double Heaven players are going to be blocked off. The smoke on the bomb site itself ends up helping out the terrorists. And with Issa caught inside the mini smoke, he is lucky to have evaded any damage. Still, a retake plan for GJ Hao. It's going to be initiated with a flashbang from Boros. Osama is able to get the first, but everyone else on Lin Vision is playing defensively. Zacher at Tetris, the most exposed, will be spotted out first. He will find his one. That's all he needed. The double cross players will be noticed as well. So Emilia feels all the more influential. Osama's on the drop, will take extra damage. It will not matter. Still, Mini taps the bomb. He doesn't have the kit, though. Issa's the one who had it, and now is dropped far away from that bomb. And Emilia, called upon to answer, will show up at the most critical hour.
It always seems like Emilia will come through on that clutch. It could end up being that this nuke could be Bibu versus Emilia on who could be more impactful in these finishing moments. And Emilia said himself that he thought he made mega mistakes. He had an overall bad game, but he still had these moments against GJ Hao last time over. And he had to fight. His teammates were far and taken down far too quickly. The retake looked good there for GJ Hao, but all that money they built up, they invest into the AWP. But a singe there for Mini, taking a lot of damage.
I don't know if it would have been fully heard by Komri Su.
Yeah, it's a little out of earshot.
They've still gotten so much ground.
It's a very weird way to start out your T-side round on Lin. There's no clear intention towards outside. They've been deep smoked off lobby, and they were heavily clustered there. Boros has been very aggressive. And a bit of indicated presence from the T roof. Westmelon throwing an HE down, because GJ Hao have full control. Lin's map control is going to feel incredibly small.
The only real way they can respond with this is if Starry can make a play on outside and start to force rotations back or forward from the CT side, but Lin want to fight.
I mean, Starry's on the roof, so I don't know how he's going to contribute to outside.
Maybe get some joggers on and start running, buddy.
They've been stalled for so long. I mean, they have 45 seconds and they have nothing.
It has to be dry entries, and dry entries alone. Incendiary from Boros won't really be able to stop them off, but there's still more smokes for this A bomb site at least. But ramp room suddenly becomes a real enticing possibility. Mini's vacated as well. But Emilia still single-mindedly committed. Westmelon coming in from Mini is going to be the difference maker. At least that's what they're hoping for. Another Molotov, another flashbang. It's all coming down. These early kills, this early damage. Bibu needed to stem the bleeding, but he simply cannot. Despite being stalled, Lin Vision's siege will still find success.
They must have felt incredibly boxed in. I mean, claustrophobic is how I would describe the start of this round for Lin. They throw a fake wall outside, no one actually goes with it, and when they try and reset lobby, GJ How have taken it aggressively. They didn't want to mess around with smoke spams outside. That was their protocol the whole time, and Lin got totally cut off, but yeah, the Molotov is really what saves the day there. I mean, GJ How has some decent positions to defend that A bomb site. The player at Tetris just gets totally displaced, and it makes it so that the protocol of him taking that contact, backside player swinging alongside him, it's disrupted and put into it's actually not within GJ How's control anymore. So yeah, I mean, really well figured out considering it could have ended up being a total shutdown. And GJ How will be a little disappointed with the way that round plays out, because they did so much to annoy Lin Vision, but when the execute happens, yeah, they fall like flies.
I think the problem is also GJ How just never felt comfortable in maintaining these aggressive positions as well, right? Because you're thinking, yes, there's someone on rooftop, but we don't know if it's Starry. Starry could be out and about doing some magical voodoo. And he does like to get up too.
Yeah, I mean, again, they didn't know if, like you said, that somebody was lurking outside, so resetting into more defensible positions where you could cover main from, like, deep garage, for example, or maybe even getting yourself into main might have been difficult.
Mini backing off to be able to cover off a little bit of the lower ramp area as well, very critical. And now, where first we see stalling, now we see a bit of a faster execute. Emilia good for one, and Issa is only good for the same. Osama's trying to be a difference maker. That difference is made. He's gone and out. Boros is going to be the nail in the coffin, but as he jumps down, it's a USP. A round from a Spielberg movie. It's explosions, it's smokes, it's good-looking people getting great-looking kills.
Yeah, it did seem as though Lin just wanted to change the tempo after the timeout calls there from GJ How, tried to change the pace. But the reactions were incredibly fast. Ramp, immediate rotations, hell, even just getting towards main and getting that HE to blow the smoke. There were many opportunities. They kept the pressure applied. Lin could never feel comfortable. Even after they found the entry, they were constantly having to do 180s about where the next GJ How member would come from.
What is going on over here, Mini?
They tried to do a boost.
Can you boost onto the door? Is that a thing?
I actually have not tried. That's trivia I feel like I should know, but I don't. Maybe just trying to boost over the smoke wall, but it's maybe bloomed a little too close to them.
Would be a cute addition. Very rare that we get to see new boosts this late in the game.
Yeah, at the very least, though, I mean, they messed it up so that they cancel. So maybe there's a chance that we'll see it in a future round with proper efficacy.
Incredibly important round for both teams over here. It is money looking precarious.
Also,
either side.
It's an identical round here for Lin. You know, the fake wall outside and then late lobby aggression.
They've yet to commit, though. It'll be back over towards ramp where Boros lies in wait. A grenade to be popping him open. Starry to pop his head open as well. Boros, a man who can struggle out on ramp, and he's been having a good game so far. Mini tries to cover it off, and Lin Vision are no strangers to late rounds. This round is going to be recommitting back over towards A. This might be a mistake. Osama's and Bibus are in exceptional positions. Osama finds a bomb, drops it down, and as Emilia turns around, it's Bibu to put him away as well. This round is over. A rotation down vents will be impossible. Issa stands tall, watches out, and Bibu will finish it off. Again, Lin Vision feeling like they are overthinking things.
Yeah, they didn't feel confident. The Molotov didn't go deep enough inside of Hell as well for them to very freely get access to ramp, and even then they felt like they were maybe too slow about their approach. So, tried to be different, but good patience from Mini. They planted Starry in a position where he could potentially flank out Heaven, catch out those rotates, but Mini very conscious of that. And just the tag team of Osama's Bibu was enough Fast play here with the techs. Lin trying to overwhelm Boros, who at times has stuck around a little too long, but tries to vacate quick and gets his kill. Decent damage on a second and could finish off the duel. In fact, he'll find the kill on Zacher. USP drawn, but he will finally get overwhelmed. Did more than enough to stall. It's Emilia just trying to get these kill on the rotate, and he finds Mini. So they have access to weapons.
Osama's is low.
Full reload on Starry already committed as well, and Osama's taken down, so this becomes real weird now.
DJ How weren't expecting this to be the round where things become difficult. Ace is not feeling happy about his position either, and with Lin Vision having so much time, they will reroute backwards. Bibu has to be the late round player. We know he can be it, but remember, Emilia actually has Kevlar. This is not a duel without threat, but it's Bibu who always comes out on top. They never thought there would be another player coming in through hell that late in the round.
Yeah, I mean, 2 came through hell earlier on. It is a little bit crazy that Bibu also routed that way, but it was the right decision in that moment. And it basically had to be Bibu. Isu was 4 HP inside of Decon. Great understanding, and once again, a closer for GJ How. Still a rather threatening round out from Lin, all considered.
Very good damage being dealt. They would have liked the bomb plant to be able to get a bit more money in. Of course, loss bonus has only started to build up. $2,400 for the one that just went by.
It's in a way a little crazy, though, that Boros does as much as he does. He gets early info on ramp, calls and runs all the way down to B, kills 2, switching to the USP. How long is he alive for? And nobody has rotated down vent to try and help through double. They all came through hell, or you know, I guess Issa from Decon, and maybe he did try and provide support. That's why he was 4 HP. But yeah, Boros needed some real backup.
I think right now I'd like to see Lin Vision putting a little bit more emphasis on outside. We have barely seen the T side even flirt with it. And right now it will be at least holding hands. Westmelon hoping to do more than that. Shooting heads was the priority, but Issa will disable that option. Starry, only man who's crossed over. This is a lot of resources committed, and with Call Me Sue going down over here as well, Bibu continues to perform with that late second peek from Zacher. Catches him off guard.
Oh. That could actually pull Mini away. He was trying to contain for a potential lurk towards those secret steps, and Starry's still suspicious that he will be nearby. Mini just changed his angle so that he can respond quickly if A's under attack.
Osama's will be able to find the kill on Zacher, though. Critical difference maker. And with that, Mini has no reason to rotate away. It will be a 2-on-2 on the top bomb side, but as Mini will find one, reveal his position, Starry will hope to get the refrag now. He's missed his opportunity, keeps getting baited out with the shot. Mini won't get this 1 versus 1, so all he has to do is stop the cross from happening. Right about this is being closed, though. Starry's been given a chance. Bomb can be recovered, he knew it as well. But now he's being flanked on either side. There's 3, they're triangulating. It'll be 1 versus 1's given up, but he fails in the first opportunity. 7 for GG How.
Yeah, good awareness there from Midi. Just having the wherewithal to understand what was happening. They saw Emilia just for a glimpse past the smoke, and he turns around and gets the bomb. So just picking Lin Vision apart across the map. Westmelon trying to serve as a major crowbar, and it is simply not enough. I do agree. You know, it's been very strange to watch Lin throw these outside smokes and basically never actually do anything with it. And sure, that you know, sometimes they get Starry into forward positions, and he's very frequently left alone outside. But right now, by playing separated, Lin, I mean, they're losing a lot of these opening duels to GJ How, and it's not even, you know, clearly just aim. It's positional play. Right now, GJ How are catching Lin off guard.
It just feels like the early game planning from Lin Vision so far has not paid off.
Yeah.
Whatever read they had has not been working out. Great double on outside from Osama's as well. Starry and Westmelon have been shut down early.
Mini catching a glimpse. Saw 2. So can now call numbers towards lower, but rotating through the vents may be a problem. Emilia cutting that off, and GJ How won't risk it.
This would be a big round to steal away from Lin Vision. They will have the bomb plan. They will have some forward positions as well with the Tech 9s and Deagles.
Yeah, but because they also vacated ramp, all these rotates feel a little scuffed, so they're going to try their luck at it.
It's taken down immediately by Emilia, switches out to the AK. That's a mistake. Bibu gets an opportunity because of it. And what could have been a very quick second kill now becomes a 4 versus 2. Flashbang dodge, call me Sue, frags! He gets only the 1. And with Zacher dying elsewhere, the mini, what was a very achievable 3 versus 5, ends up turning the other way. 8 on the board for GJ
Yeah,
Hao.
Amelia needed to just keep his Tech 9 drawn there. I mean, it's very unlikely a late rotate down those vents where they decided not to do it when you had full access to that B-bomb site. It's so infrequent in a 5 versus 3 that they're not going to try and trade it.
Yeah.
But I was expecting noted improvements here from Lin Vision. I underestimated the improvements in growth that GJ Hao themselves would do.
I think it's important to keep in mind. I think it was versus Lin Vision that Boros was really struggling on that CT side before as well. There was a lot of individual, fixing that could happen from GJ Hao. Mini 2 didn't have the best of starts to things, and now you're seeing a team that is revitalized. Double up pulled out though is an interesting call.
And a very loud cross to secret. A couple pairs of footsteps heard there for Osama's. And sure enough, GJ Hao are addressing it.
They have 2 players over here. Amelia killing a Bibu might force these CTs to start moving forward, but Mini feels like his angle is untouchable.
I mean that's a very important kill. That's the anchor on A.
They don't have the players to try and punish it though is the problem. Mini knows now he's in the right position. He's got Issa right there with him as well. The bomb's been dropped and Lin Vision do not try and punish. Instead, it's Amelia who comes in from behind, undetected, unsuspected. Gives them a pathway to victory. A 4th round is critical, but Boros' secondary up is still on the site. They decide to reroute. Back over to A they go. And Osama's isn't here to cover it up.
He does have an angle on it though.
He'll have a sideline, but that sideline removed! Amelia, the savior of the half for Lin Vision, perhaps hunting for an ace. Boros doesn't have the weapon for the job. He doesn't have the kit either. And Amelia on the flank.
Look at his
getting ready every time. He knows this is a hunter. This is a fiend. This is the late round sensation of Lin Vision. And with Boros' position revealed, Amelia knows he doesn't care who gets the kill, but it'll have to be him. He spots it out, aces it away. And when Lin Vision are doubting themselves, Amelia could not be more sure of his opportunity.
Yeah, I mean, there's that flair. He critiqued himself coming into this series, knowing that he did not perform last time against GJ Hao. And when they needed him most, gets every single kill so lightning fast on that entry onto Bibu. Hell, the kill on Osama is despicable, but the fact that he recognized that gap over towards that A bomb site after he found the initial entry, getting down those vents, it was a beautiful sight because I actually thought Lin had made a critical mistake by continuing to push towards lower after they'd found Bibu. And so Amelia rectifies all problems, but it's not completely out of GJ Hao's hands. An 8-4 half on that CT side, considering how poor their defense was last time against Lin. Yeah, it's a noted improvement, and we know that they're playing right now to a high standard. I expect that stopping power will carry forward into the second half, but sometimes it takes only 1 round to shift morale back into your camp.
Yeah, it helps to get an ace clutch, Bit of a stretching the clutch bit, but hey, it helps to get an ace out towards the last round. That's 2 rounds out that Amelia has saved them as well, out of their 4 overall. Good to see that he's coming in with performance, but now we need to see the step up from Zacher and company. Zacher's been having a tough time on this T side. It feels like Westmoreland as well has only had a round or 2 where he's really been able to make his positions work.
Yeah, overall, it felt like the comms were very clear for GJ Hao throughout that half. When there were rush plays called by Lin, it was very fast respondents from GJ Hao. Outside of that 1 round where Boros got rushed by Tech 9s, but...
Honestly, I just think that Lin Vision really need this 3-minute reset because they've clearly come into this with a game plan that does not work, right? It's not even like Lin Vision are always having miscommunications. It's just that their early setups very often don't make sense, right? Like, you're looking at where they're getting stuck and the like, and sure, 1 or 2 of these rounds they still managed to get away, but they clearly have a read on something that isn't happening.
But GG have been very fast to respond.
Yes, absolutely. They've not been doubting themselves at all.
Yeah, that's what I was saying, is that they were very quick.
100%.
Quick on chemistry, double pushes. They knew what their responses were going to be. I did pass them earlier on talking about the Veto, and they said they got the maps they wanted coming into this series. And they're nearly identical to the last time over, but I guess that's what they wanted. So coming in pretty prepared.
DJI don't even look at the third map. They're like, third map? We're not going to win. We're just going to win Nuke and Dust 2. Easy.
Yeah, well, it'll be easy when they get there.
Don't want to be getting all of the trophies and celebrations in your mind already. Don't want to be thinking of your victory dance. What am I going to be eating tonight as my, oh my god, we're going to Shanghai finals. It's not a time to daydream, it's time to materialize.
Yeah, and for Lin, they need to win over the Chinese audience a bit. There's been so much ranting and raving about, you know, Tai Lu, especially as of late.
Yeah.
And maybe there's a few less for Rare Atom right now, but, you know, Lin should be the spiritual successor. And right now, they're spiritually and literally behind in this game. So moving into the CT side, Pistol would certainly go a long way. Amelia getting tagged immediately. Jiggle peeking with his knife out at a distance like that is a little peculiar, especially because he has these dualies.
Well, Zacker's been able to at least inaugurate. Very nicely done. 3 quick kills, and Amelia Shore is finished off. But guess what? There's another one.
Yeah.
Where that came from.
It was a layer that I actually didn't see or identify very quickly. Komisu just hid him behind that box, so ready for that ramp address. Great kills out of Zacher. We don't see him, but they happened fast. A tap from Boros does at least add a trickle of sweat to this round here for Lin Vision.
Well, that smoke makes things a little bit interesting. He can actually pick up the bomb and back off. He will do exactly that, and now fighting back through the smoke. Zacher gets his 4th kill as well. And on the CT side, where I highlight he will be necessary, it's a good start to things.
Yeah, I think they could barely see the blinking of the bomb around the edge of the smoke, and so when that suddenly disappeared, they realized where Boros was exactly. So knew that he had taken that timing. 4 kills from Zacher in that pistol, but a good read from Lin on that pistol round as well. Had they not had the extra manpower there, then it's very unlikely Amelia was going to be able to contribute taking that headshot early. So that's the first piece of the puzzle. Now they gotta get rid of this force buy. Mac 10 in Boros' hands. The rest on upgraded pistols.
Oh, that's not supposed to make noise.
Yeah, you're not supposed to do that. Gotta grab that ladder, Westmelon.
DJI are looking for maybe a quicker pop this time. I do wonder if Zacher is going to be called upon an outside or not. This is going to be some late utility thrown to try and enable Mini more than anything else. A waterfall smoke to have him be bolstered, but the main force is going to be focusing down on A. A lot of MP9s ready and waiting. Full utility set comes out for the T side. Komisu forced to drop down. There's going to be a late commitment in from Hut. Westmelon has already been taken down in the meanwhile. Su wasn't ready for this to be such a late play, and Starry cannot get more than the one. Zacher again called upon, but that call is over. The phone's been put down. It's Amelia to pick it back up. The clutch master for the Chinese side, and as Osama turns away, 6 bullets in that Tech 9. Amelia will wait for the bomb to be tapped or Osama to make a move. He is expecting a flank and now getting antsy. Osama's doing the same. But Osama feels like he has the advantage. He has the back of the bomb set to be able to plant it in. And as Amelia comes in, Osama is exposed. GG How will not even get that extra plant money.
Man, perfect read there from Amelia. He understood what Osama's was up to. 30 seconds, he makes a ton of noise retrieving that bomb, cuts all sound. And what Amelia is effectively trying to stop is him diving down those vents, because if it ends up in a foot race down towards B, Osama's suddenly has the edge. Amelia can never feel safe rotating back behind him. And so he just held in from door, waited for sound cues. and picked his moment well. So a lot of damage done in that round, and so that's why GJ Hao reinvest.
That could be a mistake.
It could be, but it also, with the concessions Lin have had to make to their own buy, down to so many MP9s, and an AWP for Zacher, you know, quietly. There's a real chance that they can also swing the momentum into their favor, but they could also cede their lead.
The thing is, Zacher is playing a very fast rotate angle. With the AWP, he's not going out towards outside. Starry as well. Sure, he's naded down, but he's not been spotted yet, and the T's have yet to really make a move. They're trying to go for late outside smokes to enable Boros a little bit more so, but when he's spotted, when he's naded, it becomes less likely for him to find success. There is a timing you can hit over here when Amelia feels very isolated. Yes, Zacher will be able to rotate over, but getting this first kill takes you a long way. Amelia's still good for one. Zacher now makes his way over. Can he get that first sightline before the Molotov blooms? No. GJ Hao saved their molly exactly for this moment, and now Westmelon worried about Boros. Had been spotted out earlier on. Between Sue and Westmelon, this feels like a certainty to get the kill. How does Boros do that? What? Right through the wall will get it done, and Mini's not ready for, or rather they're not ready for Mini. But GJ Hao also unprepared for the AWP of Zacher, foot spotted out, and Zacher will reposition. His barrel will start to stick forward. He needs to move. He's going in, going full combat, leaves Bibu alone, and Bibu might be good on the cross, but it's Zacher on the other side.
Man, Lin almost make a crazy mistake. They threaten the flank on the ramp, and they know that there's a player coming in the reset back lobby, and by sticking around and wanting that fight with Boros, playing shoulder to shoulder, they end up getting crunched by just not only hunting that or prioritizing that kill fast enough, but ending up in a situation where Boros could link back up with Mini. Great reposition from Zacher. Got Molotov'd hell and instantly repositioned to front side door. So when his teammates died, he was there way earlier than, hell, even Lin themselves may have anticipated, because I think Zacher was starting to move that way, almost to find a way into the lower site.
And now GJ Hao feel the pain of that force buy.
Yeah. And listen, you're gonna talk about Lin slinking back and forth, being a little indecisive, not committing to one idea. GJ Hao do the exact same thing. It almost seems a little overthought, and sure, they get the kills. They find a way to make the round a little interesting, but Lin were doing a bit of the same. So both teams are trying to not maintain linear pathing, make themselves a little bit harder to predict. And it's not worked so far, but
this is reasonably heavy investment coming in from GJ Hao. Could do some serious damage to the money of Lin. That's already been a problem in these past few rounds.
They have max loss bonus now, I think. So
I think it's 2,900, isn't it?
2 for the pistol, force buy, full loss.
Okay. But more importantly, they're looking to disrupt that Lin economy. So Lin, it's very important they get this round cleanly. Good first kill from Westmelon will go a long way. And as Amelia taking these long-range duels as well, it's Starry to be first and only casualty so far. Osama's brought down low, trying to play distraction so that they can get the wraparound on Amelia. It's going to be a difficult place for Amelia to stay alive, as there's still Boros to worry about. You might not realize that there is that extra man, but Boros still isn't being given a little bit of breathing room.
I feel like we had this one incredible knockout punch round from Boros last time they played Lin in the double overtime. Is what won them the game.
Yeah.
And I feel like I've seen him now in this position more often than basically that whole game already here in regulation. Both times with pistols, but both times unsuccessful. Lin Vision have had 4 straight, and there have been deeply committed buys that find themselves tied and a chance to take the lead.
And it's a quick equalization, and the crowd's given reason to maybe have a say in things.
Yeah, far more belief now that they've closed that gap. And they've done so this time a bit more convincingly. 4 survivors, chance to build cash, but when we looked at GJ Hao on their defense, they had a big buffer that Lin had to try and address. and failed to do so.
I like this from Zacher. A little bit of aggression. We'll be able to clear things out into ramp very early on. Now, Emilia getting taken down is a problem. It also forces Bibu to make a move earlier. It is going to be leading to his death. So 4 versus 4 is very quick, but this late grenade from Starry misses the timing completely on the 4 players who found their way down under. It's not to say Linvision isn't prepared, though.
Yeah, still a double rotate.
Zacher and Westmelon are ready. Flashbang to try and keep them dismayed, and oh no, Westmelon taken down. Zacher's all alone on this lower bomb site, isolating the angles. The bomb is the one to open the door. It cannot take the duel. Zacher starts to get aggressive. Instead, they're never going to be ready for that. Zacher, the stones on this man, but he's missed the shot. Repeaks back over. Boros spotted by Su. It's Issa to descend. And it's backstabs on backstabs that are being planned, but it feels like the knife simply cannot stick.
I think Lin are reading ahead of this as well. GG Hao want to cheat their rotate back over, but they're scared about those vents being watched over. Lin have pulled both players back up, leaving Zacher just alone lower.
Su is also going to be able to take this long sideline if he wants to. They're more worried about the hell play. Starry, position is good. He can quickly execute in before the post-spawn positions can be set up. They're okay with letting the bomb be planted. They don't mind that at all. Zacher's not going to be the most useful over here regardless. Mini inside the smoke is there. Issa finds a critical kill. That too! Plan all you want! Sometimes it's the hands that matter. And the hands of stability that Zacher has are going to be challenged. Only one now! Even with the USP! Zacher will not be thwarted!
No way! No way!
The talismanic offer of Linvision. And it is a hand of fate that guides him.
I mean, Issa was low, but the second kill he had no business winning. You see him, how proactive he's being across the map, whether he's hunting for aggression over towards ramp. This time gets himself to lower, is hot on their heels, but how on earth does he overpower Mini with a USP? Knew the first kill was almost a guarantee, but GG Hao will feel like they should have had that trade. But their dry streak continues here on this T side, even with some Issa heroics. Zacher is that much more the hero.
First Emilia, now Zacher. Linvision are starting to have their number of saviors increase time by time, but Issa was not a hand to be underestimated before either.
Yeah, that's a sharp shot from Issa. Creates that much more room here for Boros.
Does Zacher read it?
How many times is he going to be in this position?
Call me Su, difficult spot. Boros is playing for the super late round though. GG Hao, they're worried about it being an identifiable weakness, but Boros is now coming in back towards ramp room. Zacher's position is great. Unless Boros is able to creep in from the side completely, Zacher will have a chance for a double, but Boros takes enough ground that he can quickly take over this lower bomb side. Now with 3 versus 4, Linvision, an argument to save, but it all depends on Emilia and Westmelon. If they can find those early kills before the bomb is planted, maybe you still see contest. No, they move back.
Yeah. They had nobody that could quickly respond. No one that could dive those vents. They had poor positions for it. They were planted inside of that A bomb site, and yeah, there was just nobody able to pick up on outside and alleviate that strain there for Zacher. That's why that kill from Issa is so important. Everybody just felt deeply out of position to support one another from there on out. And it didn't feel like it was the most facilitated fight either. So it's a good punishment there from Issa, but Boros also activating, not revealing too much, didn't route heaven and search on created a path of security for GG Hao to finally break through. First round here on this T side. And they do so with a little bit of finesse.
Yeah. A couple of voices that we have not heard in a while coming through from the players. And GG Hao will break that dry spell. It was 6 in a row for Lin Vision before GG Hao is able to respond back. And a critical kill from Issa to enable. You will have to look to the man to do more of the same, it feels like. He is never a man to step down whenever there is pressure put on his shoulders. Oh, Zacher, nice try.
I really love that he pre-aims that so frequently.
Oh, that smoke might have just saved Boros' life.
Well, he did actually mount the entire box, but Zacher wasn't looking at it at that timing. Now a proper wall to try and disable this AWP. Allow Boros maybe even to crunch in through main.
Westmelon playing up that 2 position.
Wow,
Boros been taken down as he tries to come in through the smoke, but Issa still finds the timing. What is Westmelon doing? Smoke in his hand at such a critical moment.
I mean, it's a tight angle clear, but yeah, I mean, he had that smoke in his hands for quite a while.
Asking for trouble. It's a commonly cleared angle as well. It's the first one you would look out to as a T side. If you're going for something slower in through Squeaky, but Starry and Call Me Sue are not done yet. They're not going to take that death sitting down. Outside smokes are not going to be present. JJ Hao only have 1, so they'd rather contest and hope that there's no one watching. Zacher has already started to read ahead. This man has been a chapter beyond what GJ Hao have been trying to do constantly on the CT side at the very least. Amelia puts himself in position.
I mean, perfect spot for Zacher as well.
And this is great timing. 15 seconds, Zacher only needs the 1. He can even go out for the backstep, but now he turns away. Emilia will be able to get 1. Zacher does the same, and Mini all alone now looks to see if he can save this AWP. But dying after time would be the true problem, and that's exactly what will happen. Lin Vision count down the seconds, but it's really Mini and the GG Hao's side whose time is running out.
Yeah, Mini's going to be a bit annoyed at that. I mean, GG Hao found a gap. They found something that could be abused. I don't know how Zacher got his kill outside. He got a kill onto Boros through smoke.
I would imagine Boros was seen like maybe starting to step out of it, or a gun barrel shows or something like it, trying to make that play.
Yeah. It seemed a bit outrageous, but as soon as Zacher gets that kill, again, he's just hyper mobile. He always wants to be moving ahead of the play, and he's been right on the money so many times. He's been placing himself in really great positions. It is like a flow state positionally, and he's doing a great job of individually also backing up that claim. So it was actually an HE that blew the smoke, and then Zacher caught a whiff of him. I saw Boros' position. It didn't seem like he was that close to main just yet, but
yeah, you were right.
That's what I like to see.
Yeah,
from CT sides especially. Ooh, this is a little change up here for Lin.
This is big.
Something that could be overseen.
GG Hao are trying to go faster as well on outside. This time over, Zacher will just be looking to delay with that grenade as well. GG Hao are going to feel so much safer. They're going to think there's no one else. Another deep incendiary would make this a very strict timer. Zacher, flash is ready. Molly, oh, Molly won't be thrown. Sorry, has to take the duel without having the help of the Molotov. Westmelon at the very least will get 1 on the retreat. That small mistake could come back to cost them. Mini reroutes with the bomb. It is going to be an upper side commitment with only Zacher to protect.
But they show heavy numbers outside. And what did GG Hao do? While those smokes are up, they look to reset.
Issa might be in a very difficult spot, though. He can't back off.
I mean, in the next 15 seconds, expect Lin Vision to try and re-push things towards secret steps. They will not want to be blind and blindsided by the rerouting of GG Hao.
I mean, there's not going to be those 15 seconds at all. Emilia's found Issa. And with that, the call can be made. Play the 4 versus 3. Get heaven control. See what you can do. And with Zacher having an incendiary, that makes it even more difficult to actually get a bomb plant. They'll have information where Westman is playing in from. It'll force him to go for a longer rotate. Incendiary deployed, and it will be late, so you can't prevent the bomb from being planted, but you do know it's close by. Now comes Sue. Deep grenades will weaken both of these players. GG Hao need to get a move on things. Bibu, as always, has been given the task of insurance, but I don't know if this is a claim he'll be able to call in.
Osama's waits. 3 players to come out. Linvision might be going into the meat grinder. The flashbang to distract. It's not going to be enough. Osama's looking for headshots. Cannot find this phase at all. He has missed it. And Osama's has been a player to highlight. The spotlight on him has made him shrivel.
Yeah, I mean, the response is perfect. I mean, it really is. I love what GJ How do in their repositioning. Because they get spotted on numbers, they're trying to toy with the information on Linvision. But the response they have, especially once they commit 2 players down towards lower, had to be to clear for information. And this kill from Amelia finds them that advantage. And they still retained so much utility because of the fact that all the pressure was towards outside, that they are very conscientious of the after plant. GJ How have been limited to 1 round so far on this offense. Their biggest boon last time over against Linvision. But they're having problems getting the ball rolling, at least a 1-for-1 exchange outside. Starry, a quieter game, but if he's able to get a kill around for the remainder of this game,
it'll be better than what he's done so far.
Yeah, and GJ How could be in trouble because of it.
Westmelon will not be maintaining position in the lower vent, so he's actually going to go back out into Ace's crosshair. That's big. Not only does it give them the advantage, it also means Osama's is uncontested down in lower. They'll be worried about Zacherzal potentially being there or reaggressing, but the reaggression is likely to come from Amelia instead. Hard to do so when Mini's holding the angle. GJ How, this will be their time to commit.
An important moment here for GJ How because they find an advantage. They actually tease Zacher a little bit. Single bullet exchanged each way.
Zacher does start to get an idea of the game plan though, but the problem is he is hunting down Osama's. He's worried about that late round presence. Inside the bomb site, it is the newest addition. Given a little bit of company, but that company is not from GJ How. They are headed back to B, and Linvision are going to save.
Yeah, all signs based on the utility, based on the presence, seem to be towards that top side, and so GJ How subvert expectations. They just go for a vent dive, and Lin have nobody that can be there to address it. This is still running some interference on the Linvision save, but they should be able to get away with it, a minimum 2 of these weapons.
I'm really surprised, actually, that Westmelon ended up going out through vent and, you know, pretty much into the open without a smoke being there. Does feel like he's been caught out in and about that position once or twice.
They're also playing slightly differently to the last time they played GJ How. This is where sometimes a little bit of metagaming happens. I mean, Lin very much so were playing shoulder to shoulder in those main fights while still having a little bit of presence outside via Zacher. This time they're allowing Zacher to be more free-flowing while Starry is kind of left a bit more isolated. They're trying to shift up their defensive protocol and only really doing that sort of double swing, create quick crossfires style that we even saw demonstrated the last outing versus GJ How. They're only really trying to pull through it with that in the mid-round. But it's on the starting lines where they feel the most spread. And it's also what, you know, will tank some of the ability of Westmelon, because last time over it was him and Starry basically always going blow for blow, and Westmelon was very frequently finding the trade kills.
This doesn't feel ideal. A little bit of bumping and bopping back in lobbies, but it's okay. That can be negated. Flashbang doesn't matter. Boros will not be caught off by it. The 2 quick kills mean Linvision have been immediately dismantled. Amelia, their only hope on finding these crossing players. Nate Molly doesn't go deep enough. Amelia, good for 1, doesn't know there's 2 though. That second man in Isa, likely unexpected, and with Starry to fall, Linvision will be hard-pressed to even look for a save.
Yeah, it'll be another safe call. That gets a little weird because GJ How had 2 players on the bomb site, 1 outside, and the fact of the matter was that 2 were siphoned back of lobby meant that if there was a successful amount of kills that came out on top side, GJ How would have felt almost defenseless, even after they'd taken what is those opening kills inside of Hut. So yeah, it gets a little strange in spite of the solid performance on the entry. And that's what you want Boros to do. Very keen move to crouch as well into that initial swing. So how much it caught Westmelon off guard. He's already pre-aiming for standing players. Good calls from Bibu. Ran
Yeah.
through that smoke because they knew they could be in a dire spot if they didn't actually ascertain the Lin positions.
And for Lin, all of those rounds in a row might not matter at this point. 11-11, it is now or never. Team to get match point will be getting such a big advantage. Zacher gives them the opener.
He could be their nightmare. Right place, right time again for that ult. But Su trying to run past the Molotov when his teammate had already fallen back. And Boros finds the kill to Starry.
He should be expecting Westmelon over here as well. Starry's never the player alone in mini, but expectations be damned. Kills are found in response. Issa does the same. Back to the A bomb side, they're going to find it vacant. The closest person to try and make a play is Westmelon, but he's still so far. Free bomb plot, heaven maintained. This retake is going to be very hard.
Yeah, very challenging. And I would even go so far as to say maybe not even worth it. But at 11-11, they will try.
Zacher can't come out of mini unless Issa gets taken down. Westmelon needs to be the one to take the fight. And with 19 HP, he doesn't feel comfortable to do so. They're going to back.
Oh yeah, they are going to save. They were waiting to see if there was an opportunity. Oh my.
Zacher's fighting.
This is a very
He's made the call.
timing.
It's an overrule, and Zacher will get the first. Still hunting. He knows!
No way!
He knows! Never doubt, Zacher, when Lin Vision are pulled to their finest threads when they are left on their last creases.
I could certainly understand how GG How might have let their guard down. I let my guard down. I can see exactly what they're doing. Westmelon started to run back to T-spawn, and Zacher ascended those vents and said, Captain, we're going. And goddamn, he had the exact read on both positions. A perfect play from Zacher once again.
I believe the term is get in, losers. We're going to map point. Zacher has been nothing short of stunning this game.
And there were mistakes made by Lin in that round, but it's all behind them.
Emilia.
This is an all-in decision here for GG How.
Very interesting how many players they've shuffled about for it as well. On the Lin Vision side for this last round. GG How? They're hoping that the response comes in through mini. Very often it has been Westmelon to be the one cut off. But the lower bomb side, Su, not the normal player to try and defend it.
He'll be joined by Zacher, though.
It will be a big difference maker. He's got an incendiary as well.
It's been far too quiet for far too long.
And the CTs have cleared out lobby at this point as well.
The crazy play would be if they somehow went up the vents, but they can't know that that's a possibility. They heard Zacher dropping into the bomb site.
But they don't know about Emilia. They still get the kill. They should be expecting no more than one player over here, but they'll have to clear this out regardless. It's a crossfire, but it's a crossfire disabled by the smoke. Emilia will be avenged. Boros taken down. Zacher does the same to Osama's, and GG How, they might be losing that opportunity. What a lead they had. 8-3. And now, predominantly off the back of Zacher and Emilia. It feels like they're being choked out, but a chance to breathe given over. Starry quickly removes that windpipe. Westmelon left alone. One-on-one. It's a clutching man, the Italian-Iranian. It will not matter. Lin Vision off the back of heroics. Zacher, Emilia, and a whole lot of luck.
And revenge a dish best served cold. An 8-4 lead last time they had this outing, but for Lin Vision. And this time GG How have that advantage, and it is stricken away at that final moment. We don't even get to the overtime. They finish in regulation, and it's due to the heroics of Emilia and Zacher where they push past GG How.
I don't even understand how some of these clutches happen, Michael. You look out towards it, and I don't even know if the rest of Lin Vision knows. This was a pedestrian performance coming up from Zacher at the turn of the first half. You thought, well, I thought he wasn't going to be present at all. Maybe at best it's going to be a slight pick-me-up. I think it was like 3 and 10 towards the end of that first half.
Yeah, and he ended up really topping the scoreboard. I mean, his positioning was great, his shooting was fantastic, and even just his understanding of how the round was developing in the late round, how that late round clutch he had with Westmelon, where the captain only serves as an extra body. Zacher basically does everything single-handedly. There were so many of these tightly contested moments throughout that CT side where it just kept on falling the way of Lin Vision, whether it was Amelia or whether it was these... I can't really describe what Zacher was doing, really.
And when you consider that Call Me Sue and Starry were having such a poor game overall, it was all the more important. These critical pieces, Call Me Sue, of course, on the A side anchor, very often being blocked out. You know, even on their T side, not being able to do too well. Starry looked largely useless. It felt like GJ Hao had a very poor game plan on that T side. They were never able to exploit outside, and because of that, Starry was having such a hard time personally as well. To be very frank, I very rarely criticize him, but it didn't even feel like Westmelon was getting impact in the calling department in a lot of ways. This was a two-man affair.
Yeah, I mean, I think they had good reads.
On the CT side,
yes,
absolutely,
on CT,
yes.
Yeah, but I think both teams just struggled on T, which is so strange because last time over, they both did great on T and terrible on CT. So it's clear to see what work was done ahead of this game for both squads. And sure, maybe emphasis put one way, but improvements did not seem to be made for that offense. And you know, I'd even say that the rounds that were won for both the teams were largely just based on, you know, finding great entries, and you know, there's maybe one call that felt great for GJ Hao and Lin respectively on that T side, but on CT the responses were fast from both. Unfortunately, Lin had a Zacher and GJ Hao did not.
Well, listen, Lin Vision are going to be put one step closer towards that Shanghai Finals appearance in the SPD arena. And yeah, I feel like you're right. Lin having a Zacher might be what propels him all the way forward. It is teams who win tournaments, sure, but very often players who win matches, critical matches like this. And GJ Hao are going to need to have some step-up performances as we move forward. There's reason to celebrate, but there's also reason to have more discussion, and that's what we're bringing in Neokai for.
Yeah, what a game. What a way to start it as well. And I think for Lin Vision, that's going to feel so sweet. The way Nuke went last time, you're losing in double OT, this time doing it in regulation. And not only doing it, but recovering from what honestly felt like a done affair. 8-3, yeah. I didn't see life at all in this side. There was nothing on offer, and somehow, some way, they rectify what was such a dark situation. Obviously, you know, you guys have brought them up already, but Amelia and Zacher, I think in particular Amelia, because it's actually out of nowhere. Amelia, that last series, even when they won, was kind of non-existent.
Not typically a star man.
Exactly, didn't really do a hell of a lot. Zacher, you know, as much as this is still incredible, it's kind of what we've come to get used to for Zacher.
I don't think I'll ever get used to this, man.
He's so good. You know, you guys touched on it. GG Hao didn't have a Zacher because Mini just could not get going. 14 and 16 for him. Really couldn't find his form. Boris still had moments. He looked great. I think Issa stepped up in quite a few big situations, especially earlier in the game. But unfortunately, nobody could live up to what Zacher was doing. I mean, some of the clutches that Lin Vision were winning, I don't know. I mean, even like Zacher with the USP getting two, they're like, no right that he should be winning a round like that. And it's those small little mistakes, those small little wins that accumulate to a map like this. So to kickstart the series, 13-11 on Nuke, on your map pick, and then you got Dust 2 coming up next. Lin Vision, this is the perfect way to get, you know, to start the story of Revenge.
It's just strange to look at this matchup and think that Lin Vision were the ones with more firepower on the server. It didn't feel like either team tactically felt that much ahead of the other. You know, the teamwork maybe was a little bit more, you know, I think quick-witted with Lin Vision, but GJ Hao independently made some really heads-up plays on their fast rotates. It's so odd because all we talk about with GJ Hao is, I guess, more and more their tactics, but it is firepower first.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I do feel like that's where they ran out. Emilio, MVP coming out. I mean, he's the one who turns everything around, right? At the 8-3 point, they're down 3 versus 5 because they lose out the first few kills as well. Emilio comes in with a backstab that, I'll be honest, I didn't even clock that he was inside vents and coming in from behind. It gave me a heart attack. I don't know what it did to the people on the stage, right? So Lin Vision
sure, Zacher is obviously going to be a big conversation point. Emilia needs to have a loudspeaker about him as well.
Yeah, I mean, the ace was crazy, but to be honest, if we're talking about MVP and impact, it probably should be Zacher, right? Because he turned the ship around. He was like, what, you noted it, like 3 kills coming into the half, and then he ends on 23.
Pretty nuts.
Absurd.
Yeah, he was flying. I mean, both of them really stepped up. You know, even just some of the moves that Amelia was making. We talk about Amelia and Bibu. I mean, you guys even brought up earlier in the cast saying this game could actually be decided by these late round players, i.e. Amelia and Bibu, right, in terms of what they could do. Bibu actually did quiet down towards the end. He really did kind of find his form. He started off quite strong, but unfortunately couldn't finish that way, where Amelia only ramped up some of the kind of individual bits of space that he was finding. I mean, even that wrap that he got into towards Boros from Heaven, where he gets in behind, Boros gets, you know, in towards Heart. I mean, these small things like this where his timing was just excellent, making sure that rounds were won when they needed to be. And I think, you know, you look at a player like that who, yeah, maybe not the most impact, especially when they're winning. You know, he's not the star that shines. Very often gets overshadowed by quite a lot of the big names on this team, Zacher, Starry, Westmelon, etc. But, you know, talk about picking a moment to come alive when they needed it most. You got your final spot on the line, you know, one map away as well, and Emilia's just put up a performance like that. The only hope really is that I just really hope it's not a flash in the pan for Amelia. If we can get a bit of consistency like this and towards Dust 2, where it doesn't have to be flying like that, but just be a name that's not, you know, seen in a negative light, Livision got a really good chance.
I think Amelia very rarely is, you know, going to be able to put up a full series, but you're right. You know, just to even have a stability of performance that Starry and the like can actually come alive, that would be massive.
I feel like I maybe have just a soft spot for like anchor support,
like
late round players, because I've actually been quite impressed with Amelia's growth over the years, and it does seem like right now it's coming to brand new heights. I mean, the expectations may be raised, but again, yeah, he has to be able to maintain that level.
It is good to see him being the hype man as well for the team, though. I think that's really important to have, and I don't know if Linvision really had that sort of player. You know, yes, Zacher, when he's hitting his clutches, can be, but Amelia feels like he's really lively as well. I have to say, though, for JJ Howe, I am incredibly disappointed in the performance from Osama's and Mini in particular, right? I think Boros, Issa, and even Bibu did a pretty decent job overall, but Osama's and Mini both had so many opportunities to take some of these rounds back, which were completely lost. They never stepped up.
Yeah, since we've come into the playoffs, it's actually been a fairly decent point of contention for Osamas, where it's like he was unbelievably good in the close qualifier, and then we came into the playoffs post-Mesa, where he did struggle at Mesa, and it feels like we haven't got back to the original kind of first kind of week or two here in Yancheng, where he was unstoppable. And obviously we can make the very easy argument about the caliber of teams, but he's a kind of player who feels like he steps up to the occasion, and so far he hasn't. Either way, we're going to throw it to a break. We've got map number 2 at Dust 2 up next.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
beast. Breaking the chain unleashed, my true power released. Reached my hand into the sky and made the stars align. Cause when I left it down to fate, it was taking up too much time. It's a miracle, it's a curse, I will not be deterred. If you predicted the worst, bon appetit, eat your worst. Keep my score, fire the gun, watch me how I overcome. What they said could not be done, I did it, now sing it.
We turn our attention now to Dust 2 to see whether GG Hao can respond in kind off the back of a Map 1 loss. Now, the good news is, last time they played it, only a couple of days ago, this was pretty simple stuff for GG Hao, a 13A, and in all honesty, they didn't really break a sweat. The hope for them is they can come in towards this. You mean there's probably a bit of a feeling that they should have won that nuke anyway, right? The way they were playing, the way they started as well, they should have closed that out in actually a much easier fashion, and there should never be a map down now, so they really want to taste the revenge themselves.
Yeah, they played one half where Zacr was a non-issue, 2-11, and then the other half where he was 21-3, so it is a bit of an anomaly, and yeah, I mean, they just had to win one of those clutches, one of those late round situations. They definitely should have potentially won that nuke, but that's not the way the world we live in right now, and to be honest, my worry coming into this Dust 2 now is that maybe firepower could be stricken down slightly, but especially if players like Amelia and Zacr can be still consistent, if anybody else emerges on that LinVision squad, suddenly GG Hao will feel like they're a fish out of water.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at it, bar that GG Hao game, of course, a few days ago, this has actually been a good map for them for a long, long time, right? You know, you kind of take out the GG Hao and there's a hell of a lot of wins on Dust 2. So it's not that, you know, this being picked into them, that LinVision aren't going to feel too upset about this. They're obviously, as we saw yesterday against the Huns, they were great.
Yes, but also at the same time, I do think that adding a caveat of if Zacr and Emilia are going to show up again is like, it's a big caveat, because I just don't think we're going to see the same performance coming out from Emilia. I think he's going to be good. I think he's going to be decent as well. But I really need to step up performance from Starry, especially when you're considering these late round T-side, middle of the map moments that we need to have from him. And so far, yet to see that really show up. I will temper my expectations a little bit going into Dust 2. I think GG Hao are going to be the far better team.
Yeah.
The only thing that, I don't know if it's just me, I feel like we are quite consistently saying if Starry steps up, but like, if we're being honest, like, when does he actually step up?
I am 100% with you.
Yeah, I don't even really see him in that light
anymore,
typically.
Yeah.
I mean, the thing is, it's basically, if Westmoreland has a bad game, Starry's usually having a good game. If Starry's having a good game, then Westmoreland's having a bad game, or whatever, inverse.
Yeah.
Like, they play so often together off of each other that they're basically a contingency to each other. So I almost treat them like the same entity to a certain extent.
I do think Starry...
I'm scrolling through matches here, and they're
No,
okay.
I'm 100% with you, right? Like I have been on the Starry hate train since before he got added to Tyloo.
No, let's clarify something. There's no Starry hate train here.
No, in the sense that I've not been calling him an absolute star player in that regards, right? I don't think he's been in the same role that he was when he started off in LinVision. He's been treated like that in conversation, but at the end of the day, the positions he has to perform.
Okay, that's fair enough. We'll have to wait and see. We're heading towards Dust 2. Last time out for GG Hao, this was a very, very good performance from them, and they're hoping to push this towards a third of Ancient. We'll have to see whether they can do that.
Yeah, we have high expectations for this GG Hao roster, and to be honest, my expectations will be that Mini should have a good game. I need him to have a good game if the GG Hao is going to look convincing, because last time over, very much fueled by Boros and the aggression. They just exploited all these weaknesses for LinVision. I expect that this will change the second time over. They will have to tactically outcall them, but here in the pistol, Komisu already finding a duel through mid, and it's very fast for LinVision.
They want to accelerate, over and out they go. Sama will find one. Issa. The same when Osama's doubles up, then immediately GG Hao, their stopping power is going to be cut short though. Komisu comes in from behind, the second kill for him, and while Westmoreland is cut off, Komisu now needs an ace of his own. The bomb out in the open. Duels that can be isolated, heads given up, but it's going to be right through the smoke, and Osama's, who had a quiet map in Nuke, will start off strong.
I mean, he's been kind of quiet coming into this playoffs, if I'm honest, but he also did not have a good time when they encountered LinVision last time over. Everybody else was farming, having a great, living their best lives, and Osama's felt like smokes were getting blown open, he was getting triple flashed, he was getting destroyed pretty consistently, so him off to a good start is also a very promising sign. And he'll have a lot of important duels over at long, patient plays, aggression potentially. A reason to increase his confidence.
It'll be good to see him come alive in ways that we have before. Especially on a map where typically GG How have been so comfortable on. Envision. Can't say that they themselves have not had more than their fair share of moments on it, though. So many of their victories, so many of their qualifications recently have been through this.
And it's not only domestic. They beat Pain that one time. 13-1.
Hey, FlyQuest beat Pain too, right?
Yeah. Well,
is Pain just a collective punching bag?
Seems like everybody's beating Pain
Asian
these
Champions
days.
League.
Yeah, the stock is falling. Also, a little bit of umming and ahhing here for Lin, hoping to see if GG How would be aggressive on this buy. Especially with Zacker's scout, they will want him to lead the way and potentially pry bar their way into a bomb plant.
Zacher is going to be hoping to take down the head of Mini, but Mini is going to be able to back off. Linvision have been going fishing for a while, but their time is running out. It will be dusk soon, and you have to be going back at some point.
Really
back to the wife and
robotic.
kids, back to telling them, sorry, we're only bringing home a guppy. That's really it. The one kill from Zacher is going to be consolation.
Beautiful shooting there from Mini. Hyper robotic and barely used 3 bullets between every one of those kills. Just instant headshots. Nice to see that he's looking sharp on the rifles at the minimum. Because to me, I don't... It's not that I don't care whether Boris has a good game or, you know, Issa makes the right reads. I need to see Mini and Osama's perform. Mini was such a big influence in the close quals. Osama's can display a high level, but it does sometimes feel like the firepower can be limited based on the fact that coming into this leg of the tournament, neither of them have been as impressive as earlier on. Sure, the competition has leveled up, but even themselves, I think they'd admit that they've not played up to their own standards. And they will be paramount to defend this A-bomb site.
They might not be in the right position over here, though. Mini going for that jump spot. He doesn't actually notice that Westman has crept out already all to the site. They start to rotate players over. Osama's going to be able to find one duel, but it's Westman to now surprise. A deep Molotov to dissuade Mini from peeking again. 3 versus 3, but Issa's going to be the difference maker. Comes in from behind. Great target priority as well. Leaves Linvision limping with Zacher, the only man. The man who had invested in before as well, and AK recovered. We've seen him pull off Grazier clutches, damn this, but without the bomb, it doesn't feel like there's any reason for GG How to give him an opening at all.
A little bit of a back offered up, but not a whole lot of damage. Zacher, I mean, he's being triangulated. First kill's good. Second player on short. Oh no, it's a whiff on that MP9, but it's a jumping Bibu that will save the day. Good disruption from Issa on that rotate. Just immediately trumped what Lin had planned. I wanted to play out that 3-on-3. Suddenly, Zacher had to try and clutch, but he makes them a little nervous.
You could see it in your mind's eye, though, for a second. Turns around. Almost gets a spray transfer, but fortunately Bibu always a level head in these moments. Another scout purchased up by Zacher. He is hoping that can combine with those deagles to find a couple of kills. Now, Mini turns away from what could have been an easy first. It is an elbow, in fact, given up, and the deagle shot missed Westmelon. He had to get that one if they wanted a chance in this round.
There will be other opportunities. A crawl out long, especially with the Zacher scout. Ult of Mini is on the other side, and Amelia will be the one that takes that first bullet. But now a line can be held. Oh wait, no, that flash pushed him off of it, and so now both Issa and Mini collectively swing. Once again, this half investment around the scout will yield nothing. Last time it was just 1 kill. This time, less.
Now come out the real guns. Ideally, an AWP for Zacher and a full gun round for everyone else. These forays into scouts have left him a little bit more limited in what he can purchase this time as well. He'll have to sacrifice utility to have it.
You see Mini's pretty pumped up. He's kind of hitting everything right now, from the M4 to now the first wielding of that AWP.
Dust 2 is the kind of map where you can see a lot of fortunes turn for the GJ House side, and LinVision were hoping that would be something they can prevent from happening. If Mini's able to activate, we know he can be one of the few players to rival someone like Zacher. Maybe not as much in the super late rounds, but you're looking at openers, you're looking at being mobile and the like. It's an activation that comes into question, though, when there's another op in front. No, there isn't. In fact, Zacher is going to stick to an AK and full belt.
Wants to take that op out of Mini's hands, if possible.
Somewhat cheaper.
Yeah.
Spend 2,700, get 4,750 back, but
yeah.
Only if you get the target.
He'll be a slow builder.
JJ Howe want to speed things up, though, out towards the B bomb site, potentially.
Just a double play off of the Mini AWP, so now they'll leave him to his own devices. It's actually over towards Long where they've set their priorities. Currently that A-bomb site is vacant. The Molotov from Starry is round the money. Osama's flushed out, but not taken down. That's the kind of fortune that Osama's was having the last encounter as well. But he'll find himself into a headshot angle, try and leverage that health as best he can. Lin will have to make their decision now, though.
Ace is in a great spot. Clearing him out will be very difficult with the time that is remaining. LinVision are coming through at such a difficult moment. This is also the bomb, so the crossfire between Issa and Osama's is going to be critical to unravel. What a shot from Istari, but Issa responds with more. 2 for 2. And as they continue to scale, Emilia makes a difference. Smoke still down and another to cross. The bomb will be relayed so that there won't be any stray spams through. Deep incendiary is going to be late. The Molotov, the grenade. Yes, it's damaged, but the incendiary doesn't go quite deep enough. JJ Howe forced to save.
No, they could save, but they could also still try for this. They've got a kit available on Bibu, and they're just a little worried. I think because they've been a bit slow, now they are fully saving.
It's hard to get that one without utility. You're getting the full scale up from short when you know there's going to be players likely on Goose, maybe Car as well. No reason for them to take the peak. The bomb is planted for Long.
It did just seem like they were considering it for a moment and then came to their better senses.
Yeah.
Good coverage from Lin, understanding and being punished previously from the jump up onto the short boxes. And also, I mean, sure, they do lose those 2 to Issa, but a must-hit frag for Zacher. Time was low, and if that bomb was dropped Long, the round was basically over. Yeah, a very quick collection on 2 frags there for Issa. And that smoke was far from perfect for the Boros Ascent.
Well, they weren't able to get the free AWP upgrade at the very least. JJ Howe can have that to pat themselves on the back for. It is not much, but it's something.
They've been playing very reserved in general. I mean, even on Nuke, it didn't feel like JJ Howe were being overly aggressive, didn't feel like they were constantly pushing boundaries. And here on the CT side, there's a massive gap that currently Lin are walking into, and Issa had his nades out, not suspecting at all. Amelia already so close to window, deals with both Boros and Bibu spammed through the smoke. This is another call to save here for GJ Howe. They get devastated.
They've been hoodwinked. They had absolutely no idea that LinVision would be getting aggressive into middle, and then immediately after, Emilia getting so much space. They thought it was just the one player who would have managed to come this far forward. Zacher taken down long range, sure. Actually, no, rather down range. I believe it's over to short where he was hunting. But this is a great call from LinVision.
They definitely knew it was 2 because the player that died making its way into the B bomb site wasn't Amelia, who got the kill into spawn. So they had to have known that it was a player that could have made it past that timing. But, I mean, Amelia was instant on his headshot. GJ Howe to be honest, this was the criticism I had of Lin when they last encountered GJ Hao, when they were on their CT side, is that Boros actually sometimes did just slip through kind of undetected, and it seemed like a massive oversight. This time it's GJ Hao that made that mistake.
Yeah, even for Lin Vision versus, I think it was even versus the Huns when they were playing, they do leave mid empty a lot on their own CT side, and now it feels like they're able to exploit that same weakness over here for GJ Hao early enough to see if there are adjustments to be made, but Lin likely to expect that as well.
It's just peculiar to leave it open for 10, 15 seconds. You know, a few seconds here or there, 5 maybe.
Yeah.
Just get someone to spot it.
Unless you're trying to make a play elsewhere on the map, get information somewhere else, and you have another avenue to go in through.
Yeah, if you're just playing defensive CS, defend one of the major angles on the map. It feels like that's pretty good advice.
Well, it's one round, and let's see whether or not it becomes a trend. Zacher will be able to inaugurate himself on the AWP. I'm sure everyone's excited for that. Good reason to be. If you didn't catch in the last game, Zacher had one of the worst halves of his life and then one of the best halves of his life.
Yeah, I mean, the duality of man.
Didn't feel like it was man all the time, Michael. I won't lie. There was some hand of God mixed in there. Now he hopes to have that same divine force on the T side of Dust 2.
If not on T, there's always CT. And Mini's been good so far.
He's hoping to remain good. First kill found. Osamas is there to trade. No flashes means it's all too easy. And now Zacher, who will be looking for that second frag, getting aggressive, ends up being punished. It's a peculiar situation to find yourself in for Amelia. He's found himself right on the other side of Anissa, who is unprepared. Boros, though, ducks underneath, and Golmisu likely going to be caught out. A Molotov will force Boros to take the peak early on. Takes a lot of damage, so there's 2 versus 3. Becomes a little bit more possible suddenly. Osamas doesn't have a sightline onto the bomb plant area. Is it going to be 2 players? No, 3 players coming out from long. All of them.
What? Emilia, I mean, that's a real risky move. Golmisu, instant headshot. And now just waiting for that reinforcement from long, but it's been taken, and Su will hit the shot. The AC takes him down post-mortem, but Su comes in clutch.
I don't know what Lin Vision have done. I don't know whose temple they have prayed at. But today, fate is smiling upon them.
I mean, it's laser precision from Su. Emilia makes a mistake, but goddamn, are these shots on the money.
Wow. He's been a player we've criticized coming into these more challenging matchups.
Yeah, shying away from the stage a bit.
And right now he has embraced it.
Man, they're always talking about my teammates, but I'm the one that leveled us up.
Oh. And he might have missed an opportunity over here to get that 1 versus 1. And right now it's Osamas who takes his 2.5 kills over there. Zacher's response is limited. Emilia still manages to close the distance. A Mac 10 to close the gap. Golmisu missing out on a few of those first bullets, but the Molotov will displace Isa. Emilia has to be careful. 28 HP, and they are closing the distance. More Molotovs will just force fights he's not ready to take, and Bibu is the hidden element. And Vision might have luck on their side, but GJ Hao are still going to be moving on. Unless there's another 1v3 over here for Su. You saw the possibility materializing, but no, not quite as sharp.
Yeah, missing that off shot was a little bit nerve-wracking, but GJ Hao do overpower it. Great flashes over towards long. You see Osama set up beautifully. Everyone blind as hell. And it is on one of these more scrambled together buys that GJ Hao answer right back. And they teetered Lin Vision on the precipice of their money breaking because of that Su clutch. Not even a single survivor. So they come in with just the scout and some Glocks. And that scout's already dealt with.
Should Starry have a weapon right now? Okay, he does now.
Yeah, he really threw away his Glock to pick up the scout. You may have thought it was a Deagle.
Burn the ships. Unfortunately, Lin Vision are finding out they never had these ships in this round anyway. 6-3 seems pretty much guaranteed for GJ How, despite the heroics coming out from Linvision. This is a very convincing CT side already. And Lin feel like they're going to be limited in opportunities to strike back. The next round is maybe the last chance to make it salvageable.
Yeah, if you can somehow contain GJ How at 6, you'll be satisfied, given how lethal they can be on that T side. If you give them a bit of space moving into that second half, you may not get an adequate chance to fight back, especially if you lose the pistol somehow. So back with the Zacher AWP, back into a full buy.
Oh.
And a bit of aggression thrown by GJ How. They have been static, they've been defensive in rounds gone by, but they lose a kill into B, so they're going to have to continue pressing these tunnels.
Emil's found another in the meanwhile, and suddenly this tunnel's crunch is going to be crunched down.
But
Mini
so
reveals
fast.
position, but in doing so, they become more concerned about another player still there. Zacher finds his second kill, and with that, GJ How have been contained, immediately
what's
so.
What's a little messed up there is that if Mini doesn't get that kill lower,
they don't check.
They probably don't check it in time. And Mini won't even be able to retain his AWP into the following round. Damn, I mean, key entries from Zacher in this round. Broke into B, but also protected their flank. And GJ How, just in the attempt to mix things up, get totally stuffed. I imagine we're going to see a timeout for GJ How here. If not here, then when they have a full investment, because I don't think they have quite enough cash. But they've bought on less before.
Yeah, I think with the gun
AK.
save, they should be fine.
It'll definitely have its shortcomings.
Matt's going to be difficult at the easiest of times. Still. Yeah, timeout is going to be called. They do have the pretty much full buy coming out.
It's a Lin
missing
timeout.
A little bit of utilities. Yeah, Linvision worried now about potentially a few more pocket plays to come through from GJ How.
They could also be trying to gauge the money for GJ How. And, you know, I was off the base and I could see the numbers, so just wanting to know what to expect. They tried to go for an aggro play last time. I don't imagine GJ How will opt for that again, because if Lin win this round, then they'll be on like MP9s, maybe some shotguns, a scout or something. And keeping 4 alive in that previous round does allow a bit more room potentially for Lin, especially if they get a bomb plant down.
That'll make things much easier over here. Zacher doesn't chance a shot.
Yeah,
That's point out the fact that there are 2 players there though, and if you want to make a move out towards middle, he's going to be waiting patiently for the late round. Mini reveals 2 on short, 2 on B as well. And Vision have a very good idea of what's going on in the map. Westman goes out to take control of middle because of it. And another critical miss from Mini. This time it's one that's actually punished. He split up the bomb sites between each other. Mid's going to be giving Call Me Sue another duel, potentially Boros to be the one to go through it. He has an HE grenade if they want to pop it and lock it. But Boros spots him out through the gap in the smoke and the gap in the doors. Cannot get the kill. Issa all alone, needs to step up. Flashbang dodge, good for 1, looks for more. Will find it as well. He stays alive in a position we commended Mini for before. Westmelon in a bit of a pickle, but head on a swivel. And Boros and Issa mounted on the wall leave Bibu alone. A man renowned for his clutching ability. He has stepped up and leveled up so much so in the journey of GJ How, but Linvision are navigating around him. They're looking for this fight, but maybe that's a mistake. Back to the 1 versus 1. A retreat that will not be allowed. And a CT side that has their money reset.
He actually never knew. He never knew where Sue was in that moment, and because he was, you know, seen inside of middle and spammed down lower by Boris so much earlier on, he thought maybe that he reset back towards long, a means to get a deep sight line, and so he's looked the wrong way, and just in his recession, a key shot for Sue again.
He might have even been overthinking it because that first player peaked, right? if you've got control of the bomb site, why take 1 versus 1s with
Yeah, why peek spawn? Maybe Su was picking up the bomb and outside of long.
And well, it's a bold call from GJ How to try and stack all 5 out towards A, but with the MP9s, boldness is their only real strength. Bomb can be planted on B. There are still more smokes to try and cordon off. In rotations, these long players feel like they're going to be irrelevant largely, and Zacher covering off CT will do much the same.
Yeah, they boosted window, so this AWP of Zacher, just because they had so much room, they set this up where GJ How would have no idea.
I mean, how are they even going to account for this at all with the MP9s at range? Mini caught off guard again. He's not supposed to die at that angle. And despite a very good start for GJ How, looking convincing, it feels like Envision will be able to equalize on this T side.
No time anyway.
Couple of rounds where they are saved, but I have to say these last few were just great calls, great recognition coming out of Westmelon, reading the map perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, this last call in particular was just an all-in B decision, and GJ How happened to be on an all-A choice, so odds not in their favor in that one, but their buy was weak. They had to go for something a little gimmicky, and Lin somehow bypass it. So yeah, it's a good recovery. I said, you know, if you could contain GJ How to 6, that was kind of your best method to potentially winning this map, because this T side from GJ How, I expect to have a lot of that same oomph, that stopping power that Lin themselves had in flashes, but usually in these late to mid-round moments. And yeah, a couple clutches fall their way, but GJ How have also been able to get these key kills and these key moments themselves. But a very hot start for Mini in this half, only for a couple of misses to see a fair amount of influence in Lin getting back on the table.
And you have to wonder if that's going to be a problem going forward into the second half as well. I mean, we talked about how there were missing pieces in Osama's and Mini in Nuke, which felt like a big difference maker for a team that is earmarked for firepower and now being hailed for success and structure. You don't want to lose one in favor of the other. Meanwhile, Lin, they've just been having step-ups.
Yeah, you can call it luck or you can call it whatever you want, but they have been that hair's width sharper or more clutch or more cognizant than GJ How have been so far in this series. And it has been defined by these these slim margins. But that can and will win you matches. Oh wow,
I didn't even realize how good that shot was.
Yeah, I mean, it also just happened to be on the boosted player. I didn't even know you could see the boost
I didn't know that
properly.
was a sideline at all.
Yeah.
I think Zacher might have discovered that for the first time.
It's like that FAMAS is not supposed to be floating there. Well, 6-6 and already a map to the good. Lin on this CT side have to address those core issues that we flagged before. A gap that was exploited. They exploited against GJ How, weirdly enough, but was frequently exploited against them as well, was frequently in through middle. You saw Zacher very often, you know, turning his back to the mid fight. You saw Westmelon as well through spawn, sometimes struggling.
I think my concern is also the way GJ How won their T side last time around when these guys played as well, right? You had so much emphasis on Boros having a hot hand. Boros right now looking kind of cold.
Sure.
And some of it is, you know what? You're not always given the best duels on CT side. You don't have as much control as you do over your own fights as you do on T.
How many of those kills though happened just because the A bomb site got destroyed? Like he was kind of playing retake simulator.
Yeah.
I mean the B bomb site was hardly ever threatened.
And that's what I mean. Yes, sometimes that's going to be a tough time on the CT side, but to then transition forward with that pressure, it's very different to being like, hey, I'm 0-0. I'm going to be good.
Yeah.
Let's go.
I don't have the same concern. I saw that nuke CT half from Boros, and then I saw his nuke T side, and he was unbelievable. So, yeah. And we also had a Zacher quiet T, and then an insane CT.
Some players just step up.
Yeah, they're just good on one half of the map in particular.
And they like to use the Stairmaster at the gym and never stop.
Got to work your arms and legs sometimes, though.
Well, those arms are used for swinging. And right now, Zacher is going to be swinging for the fences with his backstab to try and come through. Linvision, however, are on a difficult timer. Emilia and Westland finding some critical kills, but the bomb has actually been locked out. It doesn't accompany the mid-prong at all. I'm surprised.
They wanted to crunch, but they were waiting for them to get up to the doors before they actually split the site proper. So with that secondary prong of the assault dealt with, Mini has to try and refinangle the setup and allow a pathway back in. He's got confirmation on numbers here for Lin, but that bomb is still hovering around those tunnels. GG Hao are having to go to like plan D here.
And they might be riding that as they go along, unfortunately.
Good risk being taken by Issa, though.
It's given him a lot of space, but the problem is the only way he's going to be able to use this is if he gets a long-range duel out from long.
Well, if he actually, the thing is, if he clears the site itself, they can try and reroute. It's just, it will largely be contested by Starry.
Emilia can even get a quick sideline out over if they want to, but no, the reroute has been called. So Starry, pressure on his shoulders. Very critical spot for him to find these kills. At least he'll spot out the rotations, and what a kill to get. He's still delaying as well. Bibu ends up flashing himself, and Starry is happy to step up.
That's about the worst thing that could have happened, but you could see how it might. A three-piece from Starry shuts down this late round call from Issa. He saw the amount of space he had on A. He realized that there was no one in defense of it, and so, yeah, I mean, this reroute made sense, but if Starry got that kill on the bomb and somehow stopped them from progressing, then the round is done. A little chuckle out from Linvision.
And it's good to see. GG Hao would like a reason to smile as well.
It's a very compacted kill board, or rather scoreboard for Linvision.
Kill board sounds a little bit better, but it's kind of awkward. Welcome to the kill board.
It's like a bounty board.
And so far, these heads have been getting claimed quite a few times. Zacher hoping that he can be given that extra bonus. Yes, please. Bonus on bonus. 1,200 just like that. Why not? Easiest day of the opposite he's ever had.
It was hard to even realize he got 2 kills. It happened so fast. It was like 4 bullets.
Felt like
2 bodies.
Felt like killing a duck trio instead of a diglet. You never even knew.
That's actually a crazy lineup. I don't think I've ever seen a lineup like that on that angle.
Wouldn't even have clocked it till he looked at his wallet. Well, that wallet will spur him on to being able to find an AWP and still have $4,700 left. God damn. Oh. Another opportunity perhaps with the hand spotted? No, Mini's not jumping anymore. He's worried.
Yeah, he just keeps on seeing this hand and basically nothing else, so...
Can I give it a high five or no?
Even got another HE from his player on short, but...
That's a lot of utility committed.
And not a whole lot gained from it.
At the same time, GG Hao don't have much left of their own either.
Like how much more they're allowing Zacher to move. Even the last time they were playing on the CT side, felt like he was basically only holding mid and only holding B. This time an A side defense.
Short's been cleared out completely in the meanwhile. Starry out in middle might ask for a flashbang from Westmelon pretty soon to try and make this play. Boros alone. And Starry, well, he didn't ask for that flashbang. Maybe he should have.
He tried so desperately to block the smoke, and it's just a free kill for Boros.
And they've made the call going back over towards the A-bomb site, but they're going to a site without any utility in their hands. No flashes, no smokes, and Zacher having the AWP. Emilia spots him out. Osama takes down Zacher. What a shot. I'd love to see that again. And Bibu hits one of his own.
Yeah, I mean, if your only line of defense on that A-bomb site is immediately decapitated, you're probably going to lose the round.
That must have been a crazy shot. I didn't even hear Zacher fire. Maybe it's far away on the screen, so you're never sure, but op shots are normally pretty loud.
Well, they will try and hold on to these weapons. There's a hunt via Boros, but also that could potentially be seen as a delivery of a weapon as well. Su was still on an SMG, and so, yeah, an AK to be retrieved instead.
Considering the amount of money that they already have, I mean, this just means all the more reason to have an absolute full buy coming into the next round.
Yeah, it means their money can be a little bit more spread out as well. There were a couple players that didn't have as healthy reserves.
Look at that.
Kind of a big mistake though from Starry. I mean, you see players and teams try and block those smokes because fairly often a T side actually won't make its way through the doors until that smoke is bloomed. But because they again had such a lack of control in through middle, Starry making that judgment in the moment is a massive vulnerability and something that could be further exploited if he doesn't find an adaptation.
Boost up on the other side to try and spot out for Zacher. They are reading into the CT positions.
It's a cheeky move, but it only does 2 damage to Zacher.
And Boros takes a little bit more.
Yeah.
Re-smoke back out to where it's meant to be. This time Starry doesn't want to interrupt it. Go figure.
They're also just never boosting him or anything either.
He's very much been left on an island. Let's see if he can Robinson Crusoe his way out of it. Meanwhile, Zacher is going to be contested. He is, well, a little bit less lonely. I'd be surprised if he repeats for this one, but he's gone for crazier shots before. Takes a more defensive angle. Osama's is punished this time.
Yeah, smoke on long as well, so you can't really continue progressing here if you're GJ Hao, but they'll try and blow the smoke on short to find an avenue in, and that will completely undress Starry. But Amelia's behind it, and they don't know. The spam is perfect, and the follow-up is great. Zacher's down from long, though, and the bomb dropped out in the open. Boros will have to retrieve it. It's a 1-on-3.
He's saving the AWP. He doesn't want to have a go at this one. 25 seconds on the clock left, and Linvision, I mean, the fact that GJ Hao aren't able to commit in through that smoke after popping it open, getting the kill, that's where they were relying on there not being a second player. But Amelia very often has been that extra man on this A-bomb site.
Yeah, it's been him and Zacher, but then Starry as this floating man was the one that takes first contact.
I'm also surprised that Osama's goes out that wide without any support at all, just really trying to hunt down Zacher in that position. It's maybe not a game-defining mistake, but Amelia is the one to make the game-defining play.
Yeah, maybe an attempt as well to maintain that lovely entry he had on the prior round.
Yeah, just trying to heat his hand up.
Yeah, but may have been slightly singed himself.
And with all the criticism we've had for teams, you know, we're looking at your rare atoms, especially sometimes your Tyloo's, of playing overly passive. It's also important to remember that sometimes in the pressure moments, there are players who try to do too much. You think back to your Yekindars, even in their heydays, there's a reason why they did sometimes struggle to win titles under Liquid, even when performing quite well.
I think in a team like this, you know, hell, even I guess a Chinese example would be Ninja. Yeah. You know, sometimes, yeah, you can't have too many cooks in the kitchen. Everybody will have ideas. They'll all have entries they want to try or routes they want to take, but there has to be a central leading voice. And Issa has largely been that.
Many's hoping he can do a lot with this AWP. Bibu's been left on a deagle. A man happy to make a sacrifice, but he needs to be sure that it is going to be worth it. GJ Hao feel compromised. They feel uncertain. And right now they're going back to ye old fashioned, but Zacher is doing the same. Straight peek down middle, and now the advantage, but no. Misses out the smoke, and maybe that's for the best. A deep flashbang will give him the angle once again, but he's gone too far. Still able to get the kill. Always proceeding through, and Amelia with another onto Osama. Zacher has backed off to take a defensive line. Westmelon, the man unexpected, comes in through the smoke. Can't get the double, but still gets the damage.
Yeah, I mean, a great play there from Westmelon. Zacher was taking so much attention away. And now they look to restrict the map. Completely box GJ Hao in some respects, but Bibu has heard the steps of Amelia in his transit towards T-spawn. Thing is, it won't feel like he's always the best equipped for it. In fact, turns around, maybe expecting Amelia to have taken a different route. Issa will finally deal with Zacher, but there is more where that came from. Starry actually being very, very loud and proud about his location, but that's because he has that crossfire built, and Amelia there to tighten the noose. 10th round, and a 3-round gap.
Gotta love Amelia, man.
destroys the money of GG How in that round as well. They've been stretching themselves thin in these past few. And Envision can snap them.
We had it on the desk, we had our discussions back and forth. We were actually touting this to be a 3-map affair because GG How looked so damn good on this map.
Yeah.
And Lin looked to have a couple, they even said it themselves, miscommunications, not adequate enough communication between the squad, of some vulnerabilities. Even if their win rates have been really solid on Dust, it's been largely against other Chinese teams, a team from the Middle East with a little bit more stopping power, a little bit more mid-round decision-making. Seemed to be too much for Linvision, at least the first time over.
Oh, a little bit of acceleration, but nothing found. No, it really does feel like leaving Starry and Zachary to be playing more of their own games on the CT side especially has freed them up so much. Starry, sure, not getting that many kills, but he's getting a good eye line out onto middle, which is something they were sorely missing before.
Yeah.
And now Linvision, well, speaking of eye lines, they've got a very nice little one out to beat.
It's a little strange, though. I mean, GG How went for a very committed long take, and now that they're kind of resetting, you see Bibu running back through the T-spawn, maybe trying to serve as some kind of distraction, but if for some reason he finds a timing versus Sue or he gets that kill, the entire defense is going to feel pretty out of position.
Oh, Westmountain not able to find the initial frag, but that's where he just sets up for his teammates. What a guy.
It was a pretty big if. But not a single kill. Mini out to long by himself, and he just gets instantly deleted.
1 point of damage and the thunder sticks from the crowd are coming out. Linvision didn't feel like they were going to be walking into this one for an easy match win, and it certainly hasn't been easy, but this Dust 2, surprisingly so, has been a story of control, fought back, and maintained.
Yeah, and I said it before when they encountered each other last. I thought there was a complacency to Linvision, but they now look sharp. They are playing to their strengths. And right now, GG How look a shadow of themselves comparative to the great performance last time over. It's weird to think that I expected this result in their first encounter, and maybe a twist of fate in their second for GG How, but story's just the wrong way around.
Starry with a grenade to pop it open will prove to be distraction. It's actually more than that, 2 kills. Westmelon happy to sacrifice his life on the altar of Starry, and a flashbang will help so damn much. Zacher assists Bibu alone. So many times we've asked for his late round presence to show what now it feels like this might be the impossible.
It's a necessity.
They're running him down though. It's going to be a double swing, maybe even a triple from both sides to come through, and Bibu is caught between angles. GG How will be contained from 6-3 up. They are now down 7-12. Match point looms in their faces.
They have lacked that edge, that star power. We don't have an electrifying Boros. We don't have that Osama's stopping power. Mini has been silent as well going into this T side. And if we can't at least get a clutch or a multi-kill, something to break past the defenses here of Linvision, all that firepower we tout for GG How is completely absent. They need 5 rounds straight now. They need a hero of the many options.
None of them are stepping up so far in ways that you'd want them to.
Yeah, you need a strong voice right now.
Where Boros was a beast in that first outing on Dust 2 versus Linvision. Feels like the beast has been tamed. Still a chance to bite back. GG How look back to middle. And for once, they will find it unoccupied. There will be no Starry.
There will be no Westmelon. A deep flashbang to be dodged, but Westmelon still gets good damage. The problem is Osama's. He gets it back right through and through. Are they ready for Starries? They might not be. They might not matter. Sari misses out on finishing off the first kill. Otherwise, that could have been 2.
Oh dear, oh no. Just be careful what you wish for. GJ How finally break into a round, but they have 2 players walking incredibly wounded, and Lin will know it.
They've made that call. And Zaka and Amelia have gone for more difficult rounds
They've
now
got
with utility
belts
as well. They're going to be making a play for this one regardless. They've got money, they've got utility, they've got the HP advantage as well. Why not go? Amelia covers himself off, and now into the smoke. They've both found it all. Could this be it? Osama put down. Lin Vision will seal the deal. Say goodbye. Wave the mercenaries of the Middle East back home. They will be our first finalists.
Yes, Lin Vision, the first Chinese team, straight into that grand finals. They will have an opportunity in front of that crowd to win the audience over. There were many moments in this game where it was hard not to be a fan of players like Zacher, like Amelia throughout, and even at the very end, any advantage GJ How thought they had, stricken away a 2 versus 5. It was exactly what the doctor ordered. And in front of the fans here in Yancheng, Lin Vision will deliver and be gracing that grand final stage in the Pearl of the Orient.
I mean, this is exactly what you want to see from a team that has been criticized both locally and internationally for not being able to potentially win under the highest of pressures, right? When it comes time to actually show up and have, you know, these clutch moments in the faces of opponents you can actually beat, Lin Vision very often shies away.
Or against international opposition, for example. They've had limited opportunities, limited forays, and when they have gone out, they have not looked as impressive. They're very good in sort of the metagaming within their own region, these other Chinese teams, but then sometimes against the Mongolians, they sometimes struggle. But as of late, we've seen them have that uptick, and this was more akin to the performance we had and the expectations we had for Lin Vision entering this playoffs.
This is also just what you wanted to see coming out from an IGL like Westmelon, right? In the sense that you are taken down in double elimination, and then immediately after, the responses in CT side structure have been really impeccable. The way he's been able to give more freedom out to Zacher, the way he's been able to enable Starry a little bit more so too. Zacher obviously the one who will take most of the flare away, and then you top it off with a bit of individual pizzazz from Amelia. This series has been nothing short of phenomenal from him.
Yeah, we were talking about the possibility of him quieting down, but he kept on having these step-up moments. He was running a lot of that confidence wave and could not stop staring down our cameraman either. So he's definitely in his element right now, but sometimes it felt like Zacher did have limited influence in games of old, but in this series, I mean, he couldn't stop finding impact.
Well, it was very clear that he was given the ability to have just a go button. When he presses it, he can override anything and everything else, and it's exactly what you want to give to a player like that. Free him up to make his own plays, make his own moves.
Yeah, because it sometimes felt like Westmelon was the only guy that you could actually look to serve as like an entry or a space creator. When you have Zacher calling his own number, or hell, it seemed like Amelia seemed to be calling some stuff when he was playing on the extremities that he wanted to push for a duel, and there was a willingness to accept that on Lin Vision that definitely served them well here.
And listen, we might be able to see some of the sad faces in GJ How, but I'd rather be seeing one of the beaming faces on my side. Neo, this is not the outcome that I predicted. What about you?
No, not at all. I thought GJ How would take us to at least a third and if not be able to take the series, but unfortunately just not to be. A really lackluster second half from them, considering, you know, 6-all at the half, and then they just fell ever so flat. And you have to look towards kind of a few individuals who just didn't show up. I mean, obviously, kind of Bibu, we speak about him in late rounds. He never really had that impact, but it's Boros, right? I mean, this is the guy who is meant to be kind of lights out on a map like Dust 2, and he was the weakest performer. He just could not get going, couldn't find any impact, and Lin Vision found a really, really good way to shut him down. You got the flip side as well, as you guys have already kind of touched on, both Zacher and Amelia keeping up that consistency, and in particular, Amelia too, of course, who, you know, we don't always expect back-to-back maps and a whole series where he's been lights out, but it's a fantastic showing from him. Zacher, we always expect him to do very well, and he does, which is great to see, but But yeah, what a performance from this Linvision side, booking their spot in towards the final now as well.
Oh, no, it's great to see. And you're right. If you have to levy criticism, it's easy to look at Bibu's numbers and think, okay, yes. But at the end of the day, you only get to a late round position where you can achieve something if your early round players are doing damage, are getting a couple of kills, giving you opportunities to have a possibility in some of these, right? And unfortunately, on that T side, it didn't feel like we had that in Boros. We didn't have that same guy.
Yeah, I mean, it also felt like we had an incredible start for so many GJ Hao members, and then they all basically went silent. Like, I think Mini got himself up to 13 kills by maybe the 11th or 12th round, and basically had nothing on that whole in the whole second half. So, you know, I look at this map, and especially coming from that closed qualifier where Mini was so instrumental in even getting them out of the closed qual on Dust 2, for him to just go completely absent was not what I expected at all. This was, again, it's not just Boros. I expect both Boros and Mini, hell, even Osama's to have a better game than previous. And Osama's, sure, had some flashes, but it just felt like we just didn't have the firepower we expect from GJ Hao at all.
Yeah, I feel like for me, it's so surprising that we just don't see this firepower. We see this side completely fall apart on the T side as well. The T side feels like where they do a lot of their best work. They're the ones dictating the pace, the tempo, and they just couldn't do any of that. MVP for Zaka shouldn't really be too much of a surprise across the board, and a fantastic series from him and that map as well. 18 and 13, 99 ADR. I mean, he was absolutely loving life.
And he had the golden touch. Look at his finger. It's like it's blessed by God, because he had some crazy rounds that he definitely should not have gotten away with.
Yeah.
We will look back at this series genuinely, and we'll see GJ Hao lose in ways that I didn't even think were possible sometimes. So yeah, a weird state of affairs for this best of 3, but a very earned victory for Linvision.
Some of the clutches as well. I mean, even again, that final round. I mean,
2v5.
How many teams do you see give that a go? Legitimately. I know they dealt a lot of damage, but even just the B side alone, it is statistically one of the hardest sides to retake in Counter-Strike right now, and they still gave it a go and won it too. So real credit to the Linvision side. You know, a lot of teams who like to play the numbers game or the percentages, in that situation, you just save, you're 12-7 up, you just give it another go, you come back a little bit later. But fantastic work coming through from Linvision. They're booking their spot, and deservedly, in towards that grand final in the SPD arena. And we have to look towards GG Hao. It's not the end of the road, of course. They still get that third place match, and they still get to go to Shanghai. And I still think this is a great tournament from them regardless. Regardless of what the result is in that third place matchup, the fact that they've made it top 4 to this level of a tournament is incredibly commendable.
I think when you zoom out and look at the performance, you're absolutely right now. They're going to be able to look back onto this. If you're only looking at like a Wikipedia entry, they're like, yeah, that's pretty good. This is where we maybe started off our journey. We're able to go and get some arena experience as well. But I think what's really going to be disappointing to them is that they felt like after that first matchup, they really could have taken control, and there were so many individual moments to step up. Could this be a defining point of the journey? Sure. But for Linvision, I'm just glad that they're going to be able to get to go out to the arena in the finals as well, really earn some fans. It feels like this is a team that, you know, when you're comparing them to the Tylus and the Red Atoms of the world, haven't had a chance to do that yet.
Yeah, they weren't the first ones to foray into international waters. They weren't the first ones in majors, but they may be the first that we have in Shanghai today.
Question is, who's going to be joining them as well in that grand final? We're going to be throwing over towards the stage momentarily as Veracity and Baseline J are there with an interview ready to speak to our winner. I'm not sure who they'll be joined by. Maybe Zaka after that MVP performance, but for now, over to them.
Mr. MVP himself, Zaka, congratulations to you and the boys for being our very first grand finalists. How are you feeling right now?
恭喜获得胜利啊！目前感觉怎么样？
很好。
Feels really good.
I'm sure it does, but I gotta ask you, after having lost against GG Hao on the exact same maps that you've played against them here today, what is the key difference in your performance as a team?
你们上一次其实就完全一样的选图，但是输给集结号了。那你们今天都做的有什么调整？
我们这一次在比赛之前约了场训练赛，为了更好的进入状态，因为我们发现我们太慢热了。
是和集结号吗？
不是，训练就打集结号之前约了场训练赛。
就今天。
对，今天。
So today, before our match against GG Hao, we actually scrimped against somebody because we thought that like we were just too slow in getting to our form. Like we start too slow.
And then during this series here today, was there a moment in which you thought maybe we might end up on the exact same scoreline, the exact same results as well?
你今天在打的时候有没有那么一刻你觉得哎呀今天是不是也要输了？
那都没有过，我一直有种感觉就是随时要赢的感觉。说实话，因为我们在昨天的时候做了很大的准备， 关于对手的东西，然后还有我们复盘了，就我们一直在复盘我们的东西，就我们都没有怎么休息过。
Well, not really, because I felt like we were gonna win. And because yesterday we did so much preparation. Yeah.
Do you feel like maybe the performance that you had on Nuke, especially against the Huns, walking away with that victory gave you a little bit more confidence heading into Nuke today?
你觉得你们之前就打的汉斯那场 Nuke， 然后胜利了，对你们这个心态有没有一些帮助呢？你觉得？
有，一定是有的，因为我们之前总是说我们先下软脚下，然后好不容易赢那个。
Yeah, definitely. It definitely helped because a lot of people were telling us, were saying that we can't play offline, we can't play LAN. So yeah, it feels really good to get that victory under our belt.
Well, you as our MVP for this series have had a fantastic performance throughout the entire event so far. Is this your peak now, or do you still feel like there's more to give ahead of Shanghai? Are you going to be performing even better?
你是这场比赛的 MVP， 那么你这次 ACL 这届比赛你的表现一直也非常好，你觉得你已经达到这届比赛的巅峰了吗？还是在决赛的时候你能再更上一层楼？
我感觉我还能更上一层楼。
Yeah, I feel like I can play better.
I think the crowd are loving that, and we're certainly loving that as well. Well, our next series is going to be FlyQuest versus Tyloo. Who do you think is going to win that?
下一场是天路打 FlyQuest， 你觉得谁能赢？
天路。
Tyloo.
All right, valid. But I gotta say to you, when I interviewed G before yesterday, he said, I want to face Linvision Gaming in the grand finals in Shanghai because this is the time that we get our revenge. What do you have to say to G?
对，就是上一次我们在采访勾日毅的时候，他就说，就他们就是想在上海的总决赛面对 LVG， 然后这次他们会取胜。你有什么想跟勾日毅说的？
先加油来到决赛。
Well, make it to the grand finals first, then we'll talk.
Ooh, I like it. Fighting talk from you. Congratulations, Acl, to you and the boys. We'll be seeing you in Shanghai.
上海见啊。
OK.
All right, so we're going to take a short break right now, and when we come back, it's our very last match in Yancheng, China for Tyloo and FlyQuest. 我们非常感谢三叶来接受我们的采访。我们稍作休息，稍后为大家带来我们在盐城的最后一场比赛是天路对阵 FlyQuest。我们一会儿见。
加斯苏运就只会干拉不行。QQ God 就天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар
因为就很害怕，就他们那5个人，就心理压力很大，打的。
如果你们从其他队伍偷走一名选手，你会选择谁
Somebody
Boros
Casey from Red Atom Marco
本届赛事最大的黑马是哪支队伍
Just Swing
Just Win Red Atom I think Red Atom
现阶段所有战队都拥有贴纸，永远不会在武器上贴哪一支
Nomads
Just Swing
team тоглож байхгүй I will not put anyone
如果有赛事最幽默选手奖，你会颁给谁
Mini Marco
QQ God
Summer
本届赛事中，你认为最被低估的一位选手
Erukl
Wansk
Marco I think Bibo
最不想遇到哪支队伍
Just Win
RA
we are not scared from anyone Red Atom maybe don't know Red Atom Just Win
RA
Red Atom Red Atom
RA
бас л Red Atom 那就天路
马瑞克，指挥啊太强了，就很牛逼的一个指挥。
Boros 因为他能摧毁一切，他。
яагаад гэвэл Somebody бол угаасаа хятадын хамгийн сайн тоглогч нарын нэг тэгээд эсрэг баг болж тоглоход бас маш хэцүү тоглолттой байдаг. Casey from Red Atom because he is good player. Red Atom яагаад гэвэл одоо хятадын бас топ 3 багийн нэг эсрэг тоглоход ч гэсэн ер нь
就我们自己吧。感觉我们最近打得还行吧。
加斯威，因为我觉得他们5个人每个人实力都很强，就最被低估的队伍，差点输给他们了。险胜。
I think Red Atom because they are in top 30。
就还是我们啊，加斯苏运贴上去就只会干拉不行。
Nomads 对标不好看，贴墙上不好看。
I will not put anyone. I don't know. Like I just not put anyone. Элоник багийн сонгоод хэлжүүл дараа нь бас ингээд муухай дифтэй болох ч юм уу тийм байгаа болохоор L баг гэдгийг сонгож хэлхийг би хүсэхгүй байна。
QQ God 他是不是幽默吧？就是天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар дандаа над руу хараад ингээд инээгээд идэг би ч гэсэндээ хараа инээдэг.
Marco 因为他比较这个人就比较搞笑，那个性格就比较搞笑。
Mini because he is funny.
Marco 因为别看他不杀人，其实他在那个就是队伍里面、团队里面的作用非常之大的啊。
I think Bibo like he have low rating but he's really good
player. RA 因为他们现在最强，在这个比赛。
加斯都没，因为就很害怕马尔科队长，很害怕就他们那5个人，什么 QQ God、Gas 啊，都很怕他们的，就心理压力很大，打他们。
Red Atom бас л нөгөө нэг өрсөлдөхөд хамгийн хүчтэй өрсөлдөгчнэрийн нэг болохоор maybe don't know Red Atom because they are a strong opponent and we want to beat them in the final.
RA 因为他们强，我们要跟强者较热。
бас л Red Atom финалийн тоглолтын дээр бол сайн багийн өдөөс мэдээж таарна.
Just Win 因为就能跟他们就过招，就很刺激。
RA 肯定要把强的带回家。
Red Atom because I don't know a lot about other teams. I think they're the strongest here.
天路和 LVG 就复仇呗，就奥斯汀没这儿。
I'm an old man in the scene at 27. It's weird. I'm Leah from FlyQuest from Australia. Before this team, I was always the youngest, and yeah, this one, it's like I'm just looked at as the elder that's meant to have wisdom and tell people to calm down. And it's like I'm panicking too, but I'm learning to fake it pretty well with the boys, which is good. Gaming story for me is a long one. It's a classic story. Younger brother, watched my older brother game, kept playing whenever I got a chance just because I wanted to beat him, and then that turned into an obsession. I've pretty much been obsessed with games since I was like 11 or 12. I've spent probably 15 years just parked in front of a computer. started with like Battlefield 2 and stuff and went into League of Legends. I guess you can call me a pro in League of Legends in Australia. That's not really saying much for back then, but when I was at the peak of that, I kind of quit gaming because it was kind of taking over my life and I needed to take a step back from all of it. And in my year off, that's when I played Counter-Strike with my mates. That kind of snowballed into me just playing for a team in my off season, and then that team becoming one of the best teams in Oz, and just kind of went from there. And trying to use that experience to help this team.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
哇塞，我的鼠标怎么那么的上头？没用力就会把全场爆头，爆头。我没有键盘，键盘自己在玩，在玩。我人的手雷穿过建模，无人生还。
我是刀塔的教授，不然暴走，给你爆头，突然暴扣，这就保留胖胖。不 FPS 当我 RTS MOBA 好牛，打到了对面15秒钟摇头。我想要 You can You got no BB no can， 50路的扫妹，滴滴答答到，滴滴答答，滴滴的刀飞，流线炒作，我为自己陶醉，疲惫已被哥们几岁变到屎贵，却被以 Z 里对你还洗肺，以为我个几位，怕是我上帝什么行为，不为别问，我在历史入几位，不梦但不红问，老子自己记不自追，下了图我的游戏默默的盯到玻璃记录，努力的某会。
我要健身，我昨天睡觉打了通宵。
我骑车柳天就点击酒店，大到来生活天天头晕目眩，厕所美制人的伪字，我碗里的怼子像匪字，最后他都没有伪字。
我要变成大嘻哈，我要去 ins 玩街霸。
小时间开了，我呆了，闹掰了，碰面火腿肠和冰箱都拆了，坏了，路基线炸了，好卡呀，有人他妈在揍塔呀。
我很心烦，我的操作太性感，电竞的人都把我当下心肝。
去菜狗，青头带头，爸爸心的默默抬头，压力怪是我的抬头，带飞宇宙，收了什么关口，什么卖的炸肉，全靠我太熟。
有种来考我，我就唱你，我要硬汉，这是真正的强行。杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我杀我。我是最强的，
青铜的，
从 从来看不上白赢的，
而且水平是最平的。
不想赢的，
我是想赢的。
排位一直输下去吧，永远不会停。
但心脏会停的呀，我好想撕破脸才能。
我不会难为情的，
我要刷钱，要赢，要上分。
但我是那个漏洞。
我要跟你说个道理，你用刷钱效率去对抗虚无，
套上最贵的皮肤，挂机在排出体内的余毒。
我做得到。我享受游戏纯粹的快乐，当一个追梦的骇客。
我不是菜，我就是爱玩。
我多少兵才算合格？都在骂孙权哥哥。
为什么画面永远是灰色的？
因为你死掉了呀！
这还能输的？
别奶呀！
保持我 play loud 的 touch， 我只会对你 hurt。
管好你自己。可我真的需要一场单排放空，我好在乎这次比赛。
我要发疯！
我用键盘打碎你屏幕，哥们才不是败者。
虽然击杀知道这3个，至少数据颠倒是帅的。
我怎么办？当我败了，非常非常非常不快乐。
是个拼命的 C 位英雄。
那你们出门装先买了，练着疯了，疯着疯了，老周的微操就退散不口抗，只怕是要我这种没病的人出个队里的稿子吧，进行一个综合。我用物理打败网吧，进入弹跳，飞出框架，发来欠费的网费，当成奇迹，管我当下，我不懂你的 gay 还有那种活法。我是复苏的差异的拉，也能永远有敌的1号位。
谁都不能拿走我的 S5杀，不要接触外面和几张水。
别总拿电竞不能运动，做有趣的灵魂也影响比赛。
失败也可以是胜利，不一样的游戏卡当然是快乐崇拜。
主公，你明白游戏的意义究竟是什么了吗？
是赢，这把我要赢，有意义比有意思本身更有意思。
那你现在知道你该做什么了吗？
我悟了，现场的朋友们，把你们的装备
送给我吧。
我没有这个意思，我不是这个意思。收徒。
反击啊你，削他呀！你俩还是回去搞说唱吧，不要来碰游戏了。OK？You
can you are, no can no baby。
Our final day before we head to the finals. GG Hao taking on Lin Vision. Tai Lu taking on FlyQuest. It's a day of revenge.
Lin Vision booked themselves straight to Shanghai. Damn close games though.
上一场比赛我们打的 The Huns 就是在很多该操作好的地方也没操作好。
Yummy's already found 3.
发挥的十分的糟糕吧，很差劲。
When I look at us as a team, I see them as my young brothers. I'm trying to give them a lot of experience inside and outside the game. We are feeling happy that we started to show our potential.
Still gets it done.
对于下场比赛集结号，我相信我们的水平是可以战胜他们的。
Zacher first peak, second peak, looking for the best server in the server. He's right here.
Both of us have long road to here, so let's have good game.
They will find magic in Yancheng. They will be seasoned in the Salt City.
我觉得我们现在信心的话是挺好的，因为我们刚赢下了个强敌。
FlyQuest deny Rare Adam's debut. We have had doubts about this team and their ability to hold down their nerve in difficult games. What a performance from them.
We're still working on how to fix the high stress scenarios. Right now it's a bit chaotic and we're getting caught in the moment.
其实这个游戏看的话比较简单，但是如果说你真的打起来的话，练的话，其实很枯燥的，就不像表面那样光鲜亮丽的。这也是我之前打很多年之前没有经历过那么好的那种态度吧。就反正是大家都很努力，我也为我们团队感到骄傲。
I'm an old man in the scene at 27. It's like I'm just looked at as the elder that's meant to have wisdom and tell people to calm down. Like, I'm panicking too. But I'm learning to fake it pretty well with the boys. The only words that I can have for the guys are to try and enjoy it. Turn that nervousness into excitement and just have a good time. I'm ready for the moment. Gonna try and win this thing.
我们已经击败了最强的队伍。
What? The dragon roars.
我想帮助天路突破 CNCS 的极限。
Well, it all comes down to this to see who will be joining Lin Vision in the finals in the SPD arena and who will be joining GG Hao in the third place matchup. This best of three all on the line. Still both guaranteed to go to Shanghai, but of course you want to be fighting for that EWC spot and the lion's share of $300,000 US. Tyloo taking on FlyQuest, boys. Last time out, it was a barn burner, to say the least. You know, both the maps that Tyloo won 30-11, you know, a real nail biter. And we're kind of hoping for more of the same.
Absolutely, and I mean, I think more than anything else, I'm just glad to see the level up that we saw from Lin Vision, and maybe we can apply that to FlyQuest as well, right? Obviously, there's questions about rematches coming through in a group like this. You know, traditionally, we do see brackets flipped. Michael, I know you've talked to me about that a little bit, but the rematch is a very interesting option for, you know, trying to go forward into that next stage as well for these teams.
Yeah, it'll just be interesting to see whether or not Tyloo can actually prove to be more of a problem to FlyQuest on gun rounds, because they were saved by the fact they had like 4 force buys throughout those 13-11 wins, 2 on each of those maps, and without them, then you could have very well justified that FlyQuest should have won that series. I think they would have been content with the way they played for the most part. It's just about whether or not they can fix that as a problem and make Tyloo earn it that much more.
Yeah, and it really feels like at the moment for me, we need to find easier ways to win if we're FlyQuest. You know, at the moment it's, you know, Regali putting up these incredible numbers, or, you know, even opening up the playoffs, Vexite dropping a 2 rating to get them across the series. I feel like we need to find, Mike, as you've been putting it, holistic ways to win, right? And I think that's actually probably a little bit more indicative of what you get out of Tyloo.
Yeah, I mean, the firepower seems so well spread on this Tyloo roster, especially since Mercury's taken the in-game leader role. He's actually not even seen that much of a dip in his personal ability, as well as the team. You know, you've re-unlocked Jam Young, you've still got Mosea as well. You have this, the ability on players like G to be hyper-explosive. It does seem like they've got enough of these elements available that, I mean, pound for pound, they can go blow for blow with this FlyQuest, because we're not getting the rest out of the roster.
I'd agree. And, you know, team, we have to look at over towards FlyQuest. One guy that, you know, we've discussed him a lot throughout this tournament is actually Netic. The jury's still out in terms of not only just what he's like as a player, because we know he's good, we know he's got talent, we've already seen flashes of it in that previous series, but it's more so what type of player is he going to be? Is he now coming in and going to be taking these ins kind of, you know, expected numbers, or is that actually going to be now on towards Vexite? Is he just going to be there as a supporting element? What level do we get out of Netic at an international LAN sort of environment?
I think we have to actually start thinking this over again, right? This is not about replacing ins as numbers. This is about having 2 rifling stars who can stand next to each other in very interesting ways. Vexite on the early start of the round is what we're looking out towards, but Netic, more and more as time has gone on in these playoffs, he's actually been doing a very good job in this mid to late round situations where, yes, Vexite on the CT side can, but on the T side, very often he'll be dead before that comes in. So it's nice to have that second prong with Vexite stepping up too. So both put together are looking to be better than the sum of what was there before.
I do think in general, though, you could see Netic is put in quite a lot of these high traffic positions. So the fact that he's seen an uptick as he's played more and more games here on this stage is a promising sign, because it's not just him. Inns has also seen a decent return to form as well.
Absolutely, that last game was really, really solid from Inns as well. And that's sort of what we want. We want to see him not only kind of call a good game, but just have these moments which shows that, you know, it's still in the back of the locker. It's still there if required as well. You know, on the flip side as well, you look towards his Tyloo side, and while he's become a fan favorite and adored by many, G's got a really difficult task here, right? You know, you look at it as kind of direct head-to-head against Regali, the best player at this tournament so far, you know, best numbers, and he's been absolutely flying. G is got to find other ways to have impact in the server when it's probably not including that just that direct orb head-to-head.
I do think that G was doing a very good job even against FlyQuest at the initial stages, right? You're looking out towards that Inferno where he was absolutely splendid. The problem is G drops off, right? He doesn't maintain that form, and it doesn't feel like he's the kind of player who, once he's dropped off, comes back in a later map or in like a later half or something. That's where you're generally still looking out towards players like your Jam Young, who also, funnily enough, was kind of quiet in that last series, and I don't expect that to happen twice.
Also, it feels like Attacker just sort of silently often finds his way near the top of that scoreboard as well, finds a lot of these kills in the mid-round. After someone else takes early aggression, he's sort of like this insurance policy on the rounds. Whether or not he's playing these anchor roles, he also knows when to be aggressive on the defense. I think they've got a nice, variety of play styles, from like the aggression of Mercury Mosea, the late round in Jamyoung sometimes, and the attacker sort of middling moments. It allows G to operate in any way he wants. But on this FlyQuest roster, we talked basically about everybody on this team, bar the most important piece that can be another veteran voice. Leah had a great performance against Veratum, where sometimes the riflers didn't step up. Him and Inns have to basically shoulder a lot of the burden, the responsibility of allowing these young guns to thrive under them.
Yeah, we need to see quite a lot out of Leah, just because I think at times, I mean, he even spoke about it in the video, he needs to be a bit of a reassuring and kind of calming voice. And even when he gets a little nervous himself, he needs to shelve away, put on a brave face and be like, okay, this is what we need to do. You can't rely on just Inns. Inns is a player with an incredible amount of talent, a lot of experience, but at times he's just generally a bit of a quiet figure, right? He's a bit more introverted in that sense. And sure, so is Leah's, right? But I think somebody's got to step up and make a bit of noise. And this is something we've spoken about, right? Because it feels like we don't really get over Urcast, we don't really get over Inns or Leah, so we actually need someone really to step up and just be a bit of a hype man at times when things are going well. That's where you keep momentum. I mean, even if you look towards their previous series, right, they should have won that in 2, right? But it felt like they went quiet and they just couldn't get out of it. They didn't have that one person to really fire them up.
I think I could have seen them even losing it in 3 if not for some of those clutches that Regali's able to pull out. Vexside had a few big moments over there as well. This graphic does do Inns a little bit dirty, I'm going to be honest. His numbers are not that bad.
He's just not had a great start to the year, really.
He's embracing that IGL life a little bit more so, perhaps, but even so, I do expect him to be performing well over here. The interesting thing about this FlyQuest team, and it's something I almost never look at personally, but I know, Michael, you do, it's that their average age has dropped so much this year. It's so strange, right? Because Alistair and Dexter are some of the older players, and when you're looking out towards some of these, secondary regions bringing out younger and younger teams, and like the Mongols would be the easiest comparison. FlyQuest feel like they've now actually finally dipped down to actually be like, okay, you know what, Nedek, Regali, come here. We need a future. We can't just keep relying on these old men.
Everybody's trending towards the next generation, and FlyQuest are starting to get with the program.
New game building for the future. I can get behind it. I mean, even this was sort of a thing even when they brought Vexside in. It was a young, sort of unproven internationally, and he has been delivering 3rd highest rated player at this tournament. 2nd highest rated player was on that graphic, Mercury. He's been lights out, right? 1.24 for him, for both him and Vexside. So that's gonna be quite an interesting sort of, I guess, back and forth. And obviously we know Regali's flying in that top end. He's going to be looked upon a lot.
I'm glad you brought him up, because it feels like we're kind of skirting around that first highest player, the guy who probably should be dominating everything in the server.
Yeah.
I never have doubted Regali in a clutch moment. It feels like there's never any reason to doubt him when it's getting to impossible situations. It feels like he is to FlyQuest what Zacher just was to Linvision.
I thought you were going to say you're not going to doubt him. I was going to bring up Twitter receipts. But
I was about to say now.
I said in the clutches, man. Late rounds, not early career.
We've got a little video to bring you as well as a bit of a hype up to this match.
FlyQuest 也是我们的一个很老的对手了，我跟他们交手过很多次了，每次都非常焦灼。我觉得他们还是亚洲数一数二的队伍，很强。我觉得他们。
Last game against Tyler was very disappointing. Inferno and Mirage were really tight. I think we were playing pretty well. The gun rounds felt good, but I think the main issue that we ran into, we were focusing more on what they were doing. It is important to always just focus more on yourself. I think that'll be the main goal going into the game against Tyler.
FlyQuest 也是算这次比赛中也是我们最强对手之一。虽然我们也有些自己的失误，但是我觉得我们打出了自己东西，然后我们还是要保持好自己的那个比赛状态。
I think we have a pretty good grip on the way that they like to play Counter-Strike, and we know the mistakes we made, and we're confident if we just played the same way that we did against them last time, but didn't f*** up those crucial rounds, we'll be okay. I'm feeling good. I'm ready for the moment.
我想帮助天路突破 CNCS 的极限。
Good luck, boys. Hope you play well. We're going to play better.
Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome on stage from China, Tai Lu! And their opponent from Australia, it's FlyQuest! Tai Lu versus FlyQuest for a chance to face Lin Dizhi in the ACL Grand Finals 2025. Good luck. Have fun.
Well, fellas, teams are out, and now a chance, as we've kind of been alluding to on the desk, but also in that video a little bit. I think FlyQuest feel like they were quite hard done with how that last series went. We kind of said it after the game, even before this game here, they said it just then. It feels like they should have won it if it wasn't for a few crucial rounds that just didn't go their way.
Yeah.
And a couple of force buys that just fell quite flat.
Yeah, it was a disappointing result for them because they actually had a fairly decent game plan and they had some of their win conditions show up.
That's true, but also we have to keep in mind that, you know, when you actually look back towards the first two maps as well, right? FlyQuest went every single pistol round across the first two maps. That's a big advantage to have. Inferno, Tai Lu were absolutely dominating up 7-1 as well. They start fighting back over there. Even on Ancient, you know, it was a more difficult first half when you take out that pistol round. FlyQuest were actually trailing for a lot of the series. It's not just about what happened in Mirage, where I do agree they look like the better team, but this could have very easily been a 2-0 the other side as well.
Fellas, let's talk Veto as well. Last time out, we got Inferno, Ancient, Mirage. What are we feeling this one's going to be, or is it going to be the same?
I am feeling it's probably likely to be the same, just I don't think that one, Tai Lu are that confident in their nuke at the moment, so even if that was the only thing that you could sort of punish in the Veto, since they picked into the Inferno, it should basically be the exact same maps.
It seems like it might be so far. Inferno Ancient getting picked in as well. Second wave bans going to come through momentarily.
I mean, we were going to be getting the same maps, in my opinion, right? If both teams think that they could have 2-0'd the series, if both teams feel like they were hard done by, right? Tai Lu's got their excuse potentially in their head of, hey, we lost so many pistol rounds, we made so many mistakes on Ancient second half as well that we could have easily avoided. And meanwhile, FlyQuest probably are saying the same thing about those force buys that we've been talking about. Both teams think they could have been better, and both of them think they could have been a 2-0. So yeah, I like this. I like the rematch. Let's go all over again.
Yeah, it seemed like there was a lot of mutual respect from the two teams coming into this matchup. Neither of them coming in with much fighting talk, aside from Leah saying, good luck, we're just going to be better this time.
Yeah, fair enough. And it's quite an important game, not only just for the final, but for, you know, VRS, which has been quite a topic throughout this tournament. Winner of this game puts themselves in 19th position in the VRS ranking, which is pretty insane, right? Inside of that top 20, that's where you're obviously getting consistent invites. That's where you want to be. Last time out, Inferno 13-11 in favor of Tai Lu, Ancient 13-8 in favor of FlyQuest, and outside of Mirage 13-11 again for Tai Lu. So fine margins for this side. They want to be able to showcase that, you know, we've got enough up our sleeves. We've got the ability, both of these teams saying, like you said, take it in two, take it cleaner with a lot less doubt after the end of the series.
There was also a bit of a downgrade in form. I don't even know what the word I was looking for was for some of the Tai Lu players as well that we saw from them, right? You know, Jam Young missing some uncharacteristic shots. We're seeing, you know, this sharp drop off from G in ways where he never even came to a middling ground.
Sure.
I don't expect him to go back to heights, but also at the same time for the FlyQuest side, we didn't necessarily see Inns being able to step up all across that series. We didn't see Vexite having his absolute best game either. I think there's places for both these teams to level up, which is what makes this series so exciting.
I think the pivotal map for me in this series will just obviously be the first that we go into. Inferno is a map that both teams feel like they're quite good on.
Sure.
And there was a lot of, you know, these gamble stacks, these low buy wins, these the just quick collapses on bomb sites for both teams didn't actually seem to work that well. So I need to see that these executes work a little bit better. I need to see that control is properly ping-ponged between the two sides in terms of the resources that they exchange. It does sometimes feel like Tyloo try and be a little bit greedy in some of the banana utility that they use, and I think FlyQuest sometimes just play a little too far back, too reserved on the sides. But because it was so successful against Tyloo last time, because of the lack of resources, and outside of mixing it up a couple times with like maybe Vexite and Netic getting hyper aggressive, it can be this map really, I will think, set the tone for the remainder of the series.
I'm glad you're bringing up that passive angle, because for me on Inferno, especially CT side, I'm going to be looking at Leah's to really show us what FlyQuest should be made of. We saw a very different Inferno from FlyQuest versus Rare Adam compared to versus Tyloo, where Leah's felt so much more active. He was getting so much more done. Versus Tyloo, it just felt like Leah's was eating every bit of utility, just never having a fair deal, never having a good crossfire.
Yeah, he wasn't maybe more active. They were just going to his bomb site a lot, and like you said, he was dodging a lot of that util better in the Rare Adam game than versus Tyloo. So, I mean, I do agree. Just in terms of the anchorage, I mean, not only Leah's, but I'll also be looking at Netic very heavily on the CT side, because that was actually where there were visible discomforts against Tyloo last time over. It didn't feel like he had a great performance, but he wasn't also, you know, very active. He didn't feel like he was taking fights on his terms very frequently either.
Yeah, I mean, you look at kind of when they played the other day, Netic had actually a really solid T side, but CT went quite quiet. One guy with a fantastic just game across the board on Inferno was G, and he's actually been quite important in this, especially when we keep kind of talking about Regali, and I think rightfully so, being the best player at this tournament and showcased it in the amount of times he's been stepping up. But G had a fantastic map #1, and it honestly feels like without him, they wouldn't have taken that map. It was obviously by fine margins, but he got them over the line. 25 and 13 he went in that one, with Regali 16 and 15. Not bad, but you know, it was definitely that head-to-head and a rarity where G came out on top.
And look, I don't know if that's going to be something you can replicate, right? So as much as you would like to be able to say, yeah, G is good on Inferno, he will probably be going for a lot of the similar peaks. I don't doubt his confidence going into this matchup, but I do still want a lot more supporting elements to come through. I do still need a lot more from Jam Young in particular, right? I do need more from Attacker as well, who I don't think those two players in particular gave me much to speak of in the slightest in Inferno.
Also, in terms of stakes and pressure, I think Tyloo obviously have the most burden in this matchup. They will want to be in that grand final. They will see Lin Vision on the other side and think, we can beat them. But FlyQuest being this, I guess, the team from abroad that looks to find themselves in that grand final in Shanghai, if they end up in that spot, Tyloo will just be sitting on that sideline thinking that should have been us. And you'd really worry, especially because this team is filled with quite a lot of young players, albeit young veterans who have been able to play within the top of the circuit for quite some time now. They still need to be able to get these opportunities in front of home crowds, and those opportunities are very limited.
Michael, domestic pressure is one thing though, but the other thing to keep in mind for FlyQuest as well is obviously just the internal pressure they're going to have. They need to make top 2 in this event at the very bare minimum, and in my opinion, they need to win the entire event, especially with, you know, these changes now looking better and better as well. There is no reason to say, hey, this team still needs time to bed them in, etc., etc. FlyQuest need to start performing, and the only way I can rate this is if they win. So far, who have they beaten at this tournament? They've lost to a Tyloo. That's the only quote-unquote true elite top-tier team that they've played. Rare Adam, you know, we've always said we don't know if they can actually put themselves into top 3, and I think it's pretty safe to say now that they're not in that very tippity top of Asia. FlyQuest need to prove that they can take out these matches.
Yeah, I guess so far as well, the revenge arc has come quite sweet, right? We saw Lin Vision do it earlier, and, you know, FlyQuest are hoping for a bit of it themselves, and we're looking to, of course, that man with that cheeky grin, that a G. We are just fixing, it seems like a tech issue over on Netic right now. It seems like a headset issue, so that's getting fixed.
And the whole gang is trying to help him out. I mean, Vexite's trying to do his best tech support.
Yeah. Is it helping? Is it hindering? Who knows? But
have you tried turning it off and on?
Yeah, something is being worked with at the moment, and hopefully then we can get this game on the way. But I guess before we get on the way, since we have a bit of time to converse, it's probably a decent time for me to push for predictions, fellas. What are we feeling in how many maps?
I want to let you go first.
I'm going to say FlyQuest 2-0 at this time.
Ooh, all right. Okay. All right, T, what we got for me?
I think this is going to be Tyloo to win 2-1, but I think they're going to lose Inferno.
Right, okay, and then reverse sweep.
Yeah, that's what I have a feeling of. I think FlyQuest are going to be a little bit better prepared on Inferno. I don't think Tyloo are going to have that G superpower to come in, and I expect Vexite to be better. But I also think Tyloo, despite winning Mirage, they look like the worst team in a way where I would expect a lot of preparation specifically for that map. And on Ancient, obviously, they did just lose it, right?
Sure.
I'm actually imagining in my head that Tyloo on Inferno will look a little bit better, FlyQuest will look a lot better, but it's Ancient and Mirage where they'll be able to tip the
I
scales.
just didn't like the calling that I saw from Tyloo on Ancient. I didn't think it was very inspired. It lacked a bit of that stopping power. It felt like there was no real tempo that they set for themselves. They were always reacting. So my worry is that this Inferno, because it is going to be, I expect a good performance from Inns. I expect Leah to show up. I expect Regali to show up. It doesn't even necessarily have to be Netic and Vexite. This is where that's why I wanted to set the tone, because this Ancient for me was it lacked the confidence and like the signs of growth for Tyloo that I guess it just worries me moving forward. I think they will start that map down, and Ancient will not help them either.
But that's where I'm saying that I actually think we're going to see something very similar to what we had from Linvision over here, right? Where they did adapt a lot of their calling to give more freedom to certain players to make sure they were more enabled as well, and that paid off for them.
But that so infrequently happens. That's why it caught us off with Linda.
But we don't generally get these, quick back-to-back-esque double bracket matchups to be coming through again and again. I actually do think Tyloo will have made those adjustments.
Why would you free them up if you thought you could have won last time 2-0?
Not freeing them up in that regards, but I mean in the sense that they do recognize that Ancient was faulty as far as their calling is concerned. I think on Mirage, more than anything else, it's a lot more to me about Mirage than their Ancient, to be honest, where I did think that they were completely getting stuck in some of these mid-rounds. They didn't have protocols and what to do, and it's very quickly going to be developed going forward into this series.
Yeah, fair enough. Well, we are still waiting for these tech issues. So we're going to come back to us for a brief moment while we fix... it seems like it's Netic's mic more than anything. I've seen them testing the mic a couple of times. Let me turn around. They're just over there behind us. But I guess I can chime in mind. I'm going to go FlyQuest 2-1 for me. I feel like Revenge is going to be sweet here. I feel
what
like
map do they lose?
Side. Good question. I'm going to say Inferno. I'm going to say they lose Inferno, and then I'm going to say Ancient is pretty smooth, I would say, and then map number 3 closed out Mirage a little bit more how it should have been, I want to say, right? So I'm going to go 2-1 FlyQuest. Reverse sweep is maybe how I'm going to go it, but it's tough to break. I do think FlyQuest may be the better team, but we're going to have to find out. We actually are going to go to a little bit of a break. We're still waiting on Netic on whatever his headset microphone issue is.
You're saying I'm needed? Okay, I'll go over there and fix it.
These young comers, these newbies, right? They haven't been on the Snapdragon. It's probably whatever it is. We'll get fixed sooner or later. We're going to throw to a quick break though, hopefully back in 5-ish minutes if we are lucky, but we'll see you soon.
QQ尬的，就是天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар 因为就很害怕，就他们那5个人，就心理压力很大，打的。
如果你们从其他队伍偷走1名选手，你会选择谁
Somebody.
Boros.
Casey from Red Atom. Marika.
本届赛事最大的黑马是哪支队伍
Just Swing.
Just Win. Red Atom. I think Red Atom.
现阶段所有战队都拥有贴纸，永远不会在武器上贴哪一支
No matters.
Just Swing.
Team тоглож байхгүй. I will not put anyone.
如果有赛事最幽默选手奖，你会颁给谁
Mini. Marika.
QQ God.
Summer.
本届赛事中，你认为最被低估的一位选手
Erukl.
Vansk.
Marika. I think Bibo.
最不想遇到哪支队伍
Just Win.
RA.
We are not scared from anyone. Rare atom. Maybe don't know rare atom.
加斯努威。
RA。
Rare atom. Rare atom.
RA。
бас л rare atom.
那就天路。马瑞克，指挥啊太强了，就很牛逼的一个指挥。
Boros， 因为他能摧毁一切。
Яад гэвэл Somebody бол угаасаа хятадын хамгийн сайн тоглогч нарын нэг. Тэгээд эсрэг баг болж тоглоход бас маш хэцүү тоглолттой байдаг. Casey from Rare Atom because he is good player. Rare Atom яад гэвэл одоо хятадын бас топ 3 багийн нэг эсрэг тоглоход ч гэсэн ер нь
就我们自己吧，感觉我们最近打得还行吧。
加斯内，因为我觉得他们5个人每个人实力都很强，就最被低估的队伍，差点输给他们了。险胜。
I think Rare Atom because they are top 30.
就还是我们啊，加斯苏运贴上去就只会干拉不行。
No Madness 对标不好看，贴墙上不好看。
I not put anyone. I don't know. Like I just not put anyone. Элоник багийн сонгоод хилчүүл дараа нь бас ингээд муухай бифтэй болох ч юм уу тийм байгаа болохоор L баг гэдгийг сонгож хэлхийг би хүсэхгүй байна.
QQ 尬的，他是不是幽默吧？就是天生人比较傻，然后看起来比较有意思。
Summer яагаад гэхээр Summer ингээд нөгөө нэг амьдрал дээр ингээд таахаар дандаа над руу хараад ингээд инээгээд идэг би ч гэсэндээ хараа инээдэг.
马瑞克，因为他这个人就比较搞笑，这个性格就比较搞笑。
Mini because he is funny.
马瑞克，因为别看他不杀人，其实他在那个就是队伍里面、团队里面的作用非常之大的啊。
I think Bibo like he have low rating but he is really good player.
RA 啊，因为他们现在最强，在这个比赛。
加斯都没，因为就很害怕马瑞克队长，很害怕就他们那5个人，什么 QQ 尬的、尬死啊，都很怕他们的，就心理压力很大，打他们。
Rare Atom бас л нөгөө нэг өрсөлдөхөд хамгийн хүчтэй өрсөлдөгчнэрийн нэг болохоор maybe don't know Rare Atom because they are a strong opponent and we want to beat them in the final.
RA 啊，因为他们强，我们要跟强者较劲。
бас л Rare Atom финалийн тоглолтын дээр бол сайн багийн өдөөс мэдээж таарна.
加斯都没，因为就能跟他们就过招，就很刺激。
RA 啊，肯定要把强的带回家。
Rare Atom because I don't know a lot about other teams. I think they are the strongest here.
天路和 LVG 就复仇呗，就奥斯汀 Major。
I'm an old man in the scene at 27. It's weird. I'm Leah from FlyQuest from Australia. Before this team, I was always the youngest, and yeah, this one, it's like I'm just looked at as the elder that's meant to have wisdom and tell people to calm down. And it's like I'm panicking too, but I'm learning to fake it pretty well with the boys, which is good. Gaming story for me is a long one. It's a classic story. Younger brother watched my older brother game, kept playing whenever I got a chance just because I wanted to beat him, and then that turned into an obsession. I've pretty much been obsessed with games since I was like 11 or 12. I've spent probably 15 years just parked in front of a computer. I started with like Battlefield 2 and stuff and went into League of Legends. I guess you can call me a pro in League of Legends in Australia. That's not really saying much for back then, but when I was at the peak of that, I kind of quit gaming because it was kind of taking over my life and I needed to take a step back from all of it. And in my year off, that's when I played Counter-Strike with my mates. That kind of snowballed into me just playing for a team in my off season, and then that team becoming one of the best teams in Oz, and just kind of went from there. And trying to use that experience to help this team.
Welcome back, guys. We're still in the process of fixing said issue. It still seems like it is on the way right now, but we've got a bit of airtime, I guess, to discuss a little bit more before we get into this. I guess I want to look to the future. You know, if we do head, regardless of the result, right? You know, we've got GG Howell waiting in that 3rd place matchup. Do you think, no matter who it is, that GG Howell have a chance here? I mean, I would say Tyloo and FlyQuest feel, at the moment, a little bit stronger than the GG Howell we've just seen.
Yes, definitely stronger than the GG Howell we've just seen. But also at the same time, you know, there's pressure. Also, it'll be like the first match out on the arena as well. There's always something going wrong here and there and whatnot as well.
But I feel like GG Hao are less experienced with that. Bar, obviously, Boros and so but like, I mean, like Asamas in terms of so I've been told apparently 10,000 people can fit in the SPD arena. So what's it going to be like with 10K people, right?
That's a lot of people.
It's a lot of people. We've had, you know, on good days of, 100 or so here, right? I mean, Yancheng's a much smaller place than Shanghai, but
a little out of the way as well.
But yes, someone through the number of 10,000 people apparently that can fit in the SPD arena. So
China just shows up, man.
I know, they always do. And actually for like all games as well, especially for those who are unaware, maybe just following the Counter-Strike side of things, we have got so many different games happening that we've actually had to hire out 3 different arenas here for ACL.
It's nuts.
It's pretty insane. We're going to be for at least from the it's like 16th, 17th, 18th. We're sort of taking over Shanghai, all qualifying, of course, for EWC across a variety of different titles. We had a couple go through. I think it's TFT. I think it was.
I won't lie to you and pretend like I know.
Yeah, I think it was TFT. I'm pretty sure
Dota
I saw.
might have actually had one go out. I know Dota's gone out to Dream League right now. EWC will be decided on the weekend.
There we go. Yeah. I've kind of been seeing the social media posts, but Counter-Strike is basic.
15 slots at EWC are going to be be by the winners, and with Counter-Strike, we might be able to go to 16, depending on however the VRS rankings are going to sway as well. So it is pretty nuts. It feels like we are deciding the fate of a lot of it here in Shanghai.
I was trying to figure out actually how it works because somebody told me basically there's a real chance that we could get to the final and that both teams actually end up going to EWC.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I was trying to figure out what ranking they would need to get. So a win here for either of these two teams puts us to 19th in the world.
Yeah.
Already pretty good, but I don't know how high they need to go up to be kind of guaranteed an invite
it's
already.
15, I believe, right? Because the only way to qualify into EWC right now is through ACL. No one else can qualify under any other circumstance. So if you're able to get into the top 15 by winning this entire tournament, you do actually get invited regardless.
Pretty doable, right?
Yeah,
Winner
it's
here
doable.
goes 19th in the world. You win a final. It's a LAN final, 100K prize pool. I mean, that could actually put you up there.
It's just there's so many moving pieces before EWC.
Yeah,
With like
Astana on as well at the moment, right?
Major as well. So it's like how much is our team's going to leapfrog you in the rankings or how far they're going to descend and maybe push you up, for example. There's a whole number of different ways that the rankings could be affected moving forward. So we want to get that guarantee as much as possible.
Yeah. And listen,
nice.
EWC is obviously the big spot that's on the line, but we've already talked about this so much, right? Like, you're looking at your Cologne invites. It
has implications for other Tier 1 events.
Yeah, you're looking out even towards, some of the early Blast invites and whatnot as well. This is going to be a very, very big deal in ways that maybe you might not have later on.
I mean, generally, the way things have actually gone in the past, and things might kind of be starting to change for the better within Asia as a whole, but, I mean, generally speaking, these sort of tournaments, they have a pretty big indication of what the rest of your year looks like, and that's been quite a common. Obviously, we have a few more kind of tier 2 lands that are starting to pop up within Asia now, but honestly, yeah, like you said, like a win here and propelling you in the ranks, that can just guarantee invites for such a long time, and then all you have to do is get like one win at like a tier 1 tournament, and you kind of just keep your rank afloat.
Yeah, basically events at the start of the season and the end of the season are more important because the middle of the season, often the invites are given based on the start, and then at the start of the season, most of those are given from the end of last season.
Exactly.
So it's very much cascades into each other in a way that makes it sometimes difficult. And FlyQuest were one of the beneficiaries of that towards the end of last year. Their end of the season was pretty solid. They got a bunch of invites. They just didn't perform, and so
the start of the season was not so good.
Yeah, the start of the season was just not great, and so for them, like this has major implications for potentially also finding a high towards the end of one of those seasons, so they get more of those invites.
I do think it's cool about the VRS system, though, that actually initially we were having some doubts about, right? Which is like, oh no, what if the storylines just stop after the major selection is done, right? But actually the storylines are continuing pretty heavily, especially for teams within that, rank like 8 to 20th mark, because like Michael said, middle of the season, major invites are decided, and then you're now worried about the next season as well. So sure, maybe the top 5 to 8 teams, it's more about seeding than anything else, but let's be frank, for those guys, they're already fighting for, oh my god, can I be a champion? And sometimes there's a narrative void that needs to be fulfilled, and frankly, the VRS has done a much better job than I'd even anticipated it would.
Yeah, it's basically that top 12 that basically shouldn't see movement. It's everything below that where there's a lot of ground to be gained or lost.
Yeah, exactly that. We are still waiting on an Etic, as you can see. I have a rule of thumb when it comes to tech pauses.
No headphones.
There's 3 levels. The first tech pause is just a normal tech pause, whatever, headphones still on. Level 2 is headphones off. That's when things are, there's issues here. Level 3, the real alarm bells, when they start standing up. When they get up, that's when, things are well and truly cooked. Well, of course, we've got plenty of time to kill here because headphones are off. So we're at a level 2 right now. And, we've talked shop a lot about the Counter-Strike, and I feel like we've maybe exhausted all the resources there. So,
I have one fun thing to talk about potentially. Sure. I think it's one of the cool things to talk about that, for once, I think going into 2025, Asia is the most vibrant LAN region in the world, pretty much, when it comes to the Tier 2 and Tier 3 space, right? In terms of how many LANs are happening. We're seeing so many more organizers within Asia. Obviously, I'm not even including things like the Mesa Nomadic Monsters, right? Because that, to me, is like an international event to come through.
International-ish.
Yeah,
they
kind
do,
of.
They do a bit of bridging.
I'm looking at, obviously, Extreme's Land to start off the year in Shanghai. Yeah. We've obviously got ACL over here.
Ranked, I guess, right?
It wasn't ranked, unfortunately. But still, just in terms of the vibrancy, over on the Oceanic side, a little bit less over there. There's struggling, but Defrag was there just to help out, right?
Bris Vegas. That was
there's a few of these,
right?
but there's the XSE leagues that are going, XSE leagues that are going on within China as well. We've actually ended up in a place where, for that Tier 2 and Tier 3 space, somehow the correction has come through, right? Like, obviously, we've all been talking about so long, oh my god, how is Counter-Strike going to get into China? How is it going to get into Asia? We have the best Tier 2, Tier 3 circuit as far as just LAN access.
It almost feels like a necessity, though, as well, because of how much landmass Asia covers. If you don't run LAN events, then you suddenly are subject to more like server selection, ping as an issue. For example, like in EU, there's actually a shortage of LANs in comparison, where everything's being pushed towards online. So it is a nicety to have for the APAC region, in that you get LAN experience, you get used to what that actually has in terms of implications of media days, and getting used to practice PCs and getting used to establishing connections with scrim partners at these events as well. Some of these teams have benefited from that experience, and some of them are still learning some new experiences about making sure everybody's hotel room, for example, just to make sure that everyone shows up on time. There's a lot that can be garnered from that, and it's something that Asia hasn't had in a long time. And the thing is, we can talk about all these other smaller events, but ACL seems like the biggest of them all, just because of not only the prize pool, but the level of production that they're putting them through, the fact that every leg of this has had a LAN component as well. The scale that has happened with this Asian Champions League is far better than any of these other events within the region, and it means that they can almost carve out for themselves like a Tier 1 within Asia that serves as these smaller events being a channel in. So there's a lot to read.
He's the best KZ player in Australia.
I believe it. No, but it's also really cool about how long the event has become as well, right? In the sense that there's teams who actually get the chance to level up across the event going on. We've obviously talked so much about Rare, Adam maybe looking like they're unstoppable, then dropping down a little bit more.
Even GJ How, I think they've grown a lot.
Yeah, but Nomads. I'm thinking more about these teams that maybe don't have other practice opportunities, especially as much so. You're looking at towards Nomads being able to practically boot camp in China for like 3 weeks. That's really, really good for a team. Those are the kinds of opportunities that are going to help you level up massively. So yeah, ACL becoming that first ever Tier 1 VRS regional tournament as well. I think it's a really good status to be given, and it is indicative because it's going to shape the entirety of the Asian region every year. We've already had, 3 years of ACL announced. This is the first year. I think it's gone pretty well so far. I'll let the viewers at home be the judge of it as well. Next year, and then I think there's 2 coming out in 2027 as well that were announced, if I don't misremember. So yeah, Asia's looking good right now.
Yeah, I mean, generally I think for anyone who's been watching along, even from all the way back from the Chinese qualifier, this is before we even got here, and that was all about over a month ago now, actually, so quite a while ago. But this has been actually a really, really pretty incredible tournament in Yancheng. Quite a while away, it's about 3 to 4 hours away from Shanghai, so sort of in quotation marks the sort of middle of the nowhere, but it's not really. It is still quite a big place in itself. But yeah, no, I mean, the event's been run so well. Stage looks amazing. I mean, honestly, this is kind of the first lengthy tech course that we've actually had all tournament long, and it comes down to the penultimate day, the final day of playoffs. It seems to be, though, just judging by what I'm hearing, what I'm seeing, his PC has something wrong, so they might be actually changing his PC, which honestly at this point it's been long enough, so it's probably for the better.
If it ain't gonna fix itself and we can't fix
Yeah,
it, then
yeah,
find
exactly.
a
I didn't have the right screwdriver actually. My bad, guys. This was just a pen.
Yeah, thankfully, there's plenty of PCs to go around.
In the meanwhile, some artwork from the fans.
Yeah, okay, it's a good time, fellas, though. While we wait for the PC change, I say that, though. I do, am I right in saying?
I think it's a CFG change, not a PC change. There was some
I
config
heard
issues.
PC change.
Yeah, so something to do with his config, I
Yeah,
think.
there's config issues coming in, but it's all right.
I do see headphones on, though.
Yeah, I do as well.
Which is good news. I'm looking behind me. Headphones on. It might need a little minute to warm up or so, since they've been sitting idly for a
Teaching
brief
each other
moment.
movement or something, apparently.
Yeah, yeah. I wonder who they were saying was the KZ guy.
Michael's my KZ guy. Michael, can you tell me?
I don't know. I haven't played Australian KZ.
Actually, well, they said best KZ. I'm going to assume it's Leah's. Best KZ player back in
Leah's
Go.
does seem kind of like one of those,
Yeah.
fellows who will play every single game mode.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I've had some good news in my ears. It seems like we are ready to get this show on the road. Finally, Netic is in the server and ready for this one to begin. We have a date with Destiny. It's Ortsy who will be going to the final and the third place playoff. It is Tyloo taking on FlyQuest, and we kickstart our journey here on Inferno.
To think all it took was a change of configs that whole time. We were taking our sweet time getting into this game, but some time to breathe for us and the audience. We had a pretty strong performance out from Lin Vision earlier on, already booking themselves into that grand finals. Tyloo would love to join them and have two teams from China, in China, representing the top of Asia.
Sometimes it's nice to have a villain, though. And FlyQuest are no strangers to being booed. No strangers to being maybe pushed down. Right now, though, going into Inferno, we are going to see In start things off with a belt of utility and very little map control being established early on. Vexite will explore back into apartments, clear it out.
Yeah, it'll be a very slow burner here for FlyQuest. And Tyloo are sometimes one of these teams that, on pistol rounds especially, as that timer continues to tick down, actually like to be a little aggressive, but they will sit static themselves.
FlyQuest had great success in the pistol rounds before, and right now with 4 players going over to G's site, only 2 to defend from Tyloo. This is going to have to be an individual step up. Mercury rotation has been called over, but the rest of Tyloo are still worried. They haven't gotten much information at all. The only real info is the clock, and that can be deceiving. Util flies out, double smokes, and now the call is made. Tyloo will be pushing down middle, but this crunch into short is already received well. Attacker and G collect for 2, and Attacker still holding them off. Keeps on rejigging, and Mercury hoping to be the difference maker in the end. Leah is going to be fighting this 1 versus 3, finds the first, but Tyloo will inaugurate the crowd's roar.
Yeah, great timing on the flash, the peak, and this crunch that Tyloo had lined up inside of that A-bomb side. FlyQuest played it so slow. You saw a little shake there from G when he took contact on short. He was letting them stew in a bit of uncertainty, but once they came to their senses, when it came to that 30-second mark and they had that prompt of the smoke, they knew that they could line up a play for themselves as well, create that crossfire, and completely blitz the FlyQuest attack. Decent effort from Leah's to bring it back, but Tyloo were quite quick once they realized where the target was. This will be a force buy. Didn't get a plant down. Found a trio of kills. They will not be given anything in the early rounds. One of the critiques for, Tyloo sometimes is that they, again, are pretty resource light on Banana. And it can be a vulnerability of theirs on this defense, even on their T side sometimes. They get a bit complacent, I think. But there will be many lessons taken away from the last time these two encountered one another. It's Mercury that swings out middle initially. 2 players on short, and it's great coverage for each other.
Good to see Attacker being so well involved early on. Jamyang to be contested, a grenade that he is unlikely to throw. MP9 as he sits away.
Yeah, good urgency here for FlyQuest. They blow the smoke so they can break into B quicker.
Time is low though. Jamyung's going to be taking the peek. He spots out the bomb. He uses to cover the grenade as well. Keeps on killing, keeps on fragging. These peeks will not stop Mosea to get the last one. 4 alive for Tyloo. What a easy, breezy pistol and post.
Yeah, some pretty smooth moves out from Jamyung as well. Last defender on B, got that smoke down the block. FlyQuest still tried to get into B with some urgency because of all this pressure mounted on A. And in dealing just with what was effectively meant to be a probe from FlyQuest. And like you said, Jamyung, that nade landed right beside him. He used the smoke to obscure his vision, but also the vision of his opponents. So 1 smoke, 1 Molotov, and HE. And Tyloo take control of Banana.
I like what I'm seeing over here from Tyloo. It'll be interesting to see if Jamyung wants to put himself in more of these situations where he asks his fellow player to rotate away. It did feel like rotations were sometimes a little bit slow from them on the CT side. Sometimes not needed at all, to be fair, with the kind of performance that G was having on the AWP.
Yeah, I'd say in general, Tyloo are a little bit more stack heavy than FlyQuest traditionally. But, I mean, Inferno is just a map where if you can get that extra man rotated to the right bomb site, it makes a world of a difference.
FlyQuest are hoping to at least do some damage with the Eagles. It's something they have failed in these past few rounds to accomplish much of. But it doesn't look like this one is going to be any easier. Regali's face is whitewashed out and not in the nicest of ways. Jamyung continues to put pressure out into Banana, and with his position being revealed, FlyQuest have made the call. Let's go back over to A. We'll die over here, but maybe we can get some kills as well. Regali taken down. G's double swing, double kill. 3 for Tyloo.
Yeah, catches them in transition. Great timing there for G, and Mercury's had a pretty steady hand as well. No dramas here for Tyloo in these first 3, but now the first gun round should come out for FlyQuest. That's why I imagine this more forward control that Tyloo have been going for will probably be forced back. Jamyung still equipped with an MP9, so he may actually still want to play close if possible. But they'll also have to consider the Regali AWP.
Oh, these grenades onto ends are just going to be leaving him absolutely limping.
Hey, better him than Nedic as the control man, one of these players that can play the extremities, but also did a great job last time against Tyloo, sometimes finding these entries on B.
Tyloo's getting ready to maybe back off. I'm surprised. I thought it might be an attempt to retake with the kind of utility they have. Looking for a duel would have been a certainly reasonable proposition. Incendiary out, and Nedic is still waiting for the reflash and the reface. Another Molotov for the T's will be spurring on CTs to take the duels. G and Jamyung will not connect, and now it's going to be a matter of timing. Nedic not getting a kill is critical. Rotations from Tyloo have been called back over to the A side. They go, and again they have left Jamyung alone. He's got a smoke, he's got an incendiary, that's all he needs. FlyQuest will need a lot though. No flashes to try and enter onto these bomb sites. The smoke is now missed as well. Regali hoping for a kill to initiate things, but without a smoke on the moto, FlyQuest will not be able to force Tyloo into a hand where they have to take peeks. G is going to be playing for late information as well. Inns is low. Inns is now spotted out. G will be peeking in with Mosea, and that's exactly what happens. Vexite quickly dinked up, and FlyQuest are left limping. They don't know how to scale into the short area when G's also still pressuring in from long. Regali finally puts him down, and Mosea on the fadeaway will take away Vexite's life as well. Time was running out even if FlyQuest wasn't able to. 4 alive again. Tyloo undisturbed, their money being built.
I actually wouldn't be surprised if we see an early timeout called here by FlyQuest. Yeah, immediately as soon as that round happens, FlyQuest are not happy with the tone that's been set in these rounds. There's a lack of killer instinct, it almost feels like. They stop, they stole, and Nedic spots 2 players receding from that B bomb site. We actually see on the minimap that Tyloo were heavy rotating to A because of all the util that FlyQuest had done in the staging, and Tyloo believed it would be an A-side finish. But even with Nedic, maybe even communicating that information over, he doesn't look to take the space. They'd already used their retake util on the mouth of B. Nedic still doesn't try and take any ownership on this round, instead plays with the rest of the squad, and they just get funneled. And there's no pressure on that B bomb site to force them that way. So not playing to their strengths, not identifying weakness, and Tyloo are absolutely loving it.
The absolute teddy bear of China. G is a nice little display of emotion. The mirror to Amelia in a lot of ways. At least as far as post-round reactions.
I think Amelia just likes staring at people.
He also, gets up and yells when he gets a clutch.
Yeah, but kept staring into my soul.
Attacker. A deep flashbang, a blind FlyQuest, and it should have been a triple kill perhaps, but no. Taken away. Only good for the one. M4 recovered as well. FlyQuest are going to be happy with this.
They're pulling back. They're not committing immediately. I mean, that smoke that's inside of the apartments is not great, but they got 2 smokes down as well over on A. They're really just hoping that they can overwhelm this solitary player, but Inns walks right into the AWP of G, and they'll now realize that B is off limits.
It's been Jamyoung so many times over, and now G has been the one to replace him. Mosaic still caught wondering, and Jamyoung spotting out the shadow, stalls his progression onto balcony just to take care of it. And Mercury doing much of the same.
Yeah, once again, the map will just have felt more and more restricted, especially once Jamyoung got that kill from apartments, because FlyQuest vacated it because of the smoke. And then suddenly Jamyoung comes in from behind. So once again, without that stress, Tyloo putting these 5 in their pocket, and quite convincingly.
7 deaths across those 5 rounds. This is very concerning for FlyQuest, and now that, tactical timeout should actually come into play, right? Therefore, his gun run comes out afterwards, and I want to know what the adjustment is going to be. Maybe a faster engagement out towards Banana to just directly fight. Mercury doesn't have any utility at all. He's going straight down middle.
It all.
He's expecting this banana play. He wants to go for the sandwich. And now with the flashbang as well. Good for one. They still haven't calmed it. FlyQuest try to find solace in their smoke. That's where Mercury shoots right through it. And Inns, the only one to frag. Is this going to be another chance for Tyloo to keep 4 alive? Inns trying to move through the smoke. Jamyoung on the other side is not going to be spotted. Jamyoung gets the better of him. FlyQuest round after round are unable to find more than the one.
It's a step ahead. Tyloo simply that step ahead, reading that it would be more of a priority. They were lacking these fights that they were hunting and fishing for inside of brackets, so they try and go banana, and Mercury does so well to find an instant answer. Dropped all his util, knew he was going on a suicide mission, but he thrives instead.
Vexite is doing much of the same right now. That suicide mission will put him to bed. Tyloo look untouchable.
Yeah, I mean, if this is the version of FlyQuest, this is the version of Tyloo we're going to get in this series. I feel bad for having predicted so hard into FlyQuest camp. Said I thought they should have won the last game. I stand by that. But a new day and the same maps. Tyloo a 6-0 start.
Tyloo want to see a friend at Shanghai. They won an all-Chinese final. Incendiary at the feet of the Jam, as he will maintain aggression. FlyQuest are dissuaded. They're not sure about how to go about this half-buy. You need to have a few cute strats up your sleeve, but for now, it's really only going to be called to maybe try and overrun G. Are they going to go through arches?
Wow.
Yes, they are. G still takes the peek initially, takes him down. Leah is going to be sprayed away as well. The grenade to lock open library. It's Mercury that comes through the smoke. 3 quick kills on the spray, and Leah sure can get a backstab, but with his Tech 9 running out of bullets, it's FlyQuest running out of breath.
Can you tell that Tyloo are confident right now? What an outrageous play there from Mercury. And what a crazy peek there from G, an instant kill, just as quick as you can, a right and a left click. And then this follow-up play by Mercury is absurd. The flash catches everyone and the extended spray connects. G is pumped. And why wouldn't you be? They are starting off near flawlessly. Both him and Mercury at 10 kills a pop.
Jamyang in the meanwhile contested by Netic. A reminder. Young man, who are you to box with God? G taken down. Attacker there to trade. And Regali alone. The best rated player in the tournament, the best AWPer in the region.
And he comes from outside it.
Called a cheat code. He's not supposed to be here, he's too good.
Yeah, deemed unfair.
And right now, Tyloo, they're the ones who are coming through feeling unreasonable.
And I don't want to, you know, make excuses, but for FlyQuest, I mean, they almost wish that they had another one of these like crazy long technical pauses, I think, just because I don't know if they were fired up for the start of the game, but they've come in extremely cold to this map. Uninspired.
I mean,
they've been lowering their guard, and I mean, you could tell Tyloo are playing with more confidence than is typical. I mean, that play from Jamyang is another indicator. You know, his first kill at the top of Nan, him jumping up on top of the barrels, that is such an anti-Jamyang play, but he's recognizing that weakness on FlyQuest right now. We often talk about Jamyang as this sort of like measured, late round, lurking, you know, finding gaps, exploiting weakness. Very rarely is that in the form of aggression, but he has that about him too. Now it's a long save for Regali, but he will hold on to this AWP at the least. Will there be another FlyQuest timeout? Will there be anything that can help right the ship? Because I think this boat's got more than a few holes in it.
FlyQuest need a hero.
Regali calling his own play off of that AWP.
Goes for the early peek in through the sewers, is not going to be rewarded with anything. Attackers not taking the mid deal at all. They know that there is an AWP save from the other side. There's no reason to contest it.
And there is an ascent into the apartments. FlyQuest are not playing, or rather Tyloo are not playing as inside of the sites as they were in rounds prior. They were caught transitioning, put extra resources, manpower on B at the start, recognizing that it will be a weakened buy. But now Jamyang plants himself, sets up shop inside of A. And Tyloo have this nice little 1-2 punch. A smoke that will bloom right in the face of Moseo, but Netic still holding for that smoke. Doesn't get caught on that timing.
They're going to try and go through the smoke now. G, first kills for free. An incendiary that he will not deploy early on. Doesn't stick around either. Trying to funnel them forward into him. Mercury comes over for support as well. This is one of the FlyQuest's best chances that they've had in a long time. But G still holding the close line, still fighting the hard battle. And Mercury through the smoke will just give G another assist. Netic hoping to be the man wearing a cape.
Best chance so far for FlyQuest.
2 versus 2. No Molotovs to remove them from the back of the bomb site. Regali breaking blood, and Attacker. I don't see a way he can find himself back in it, but maybe that missed shot is all it takes. Attacker will start to close the distance, still looking for a duel versus Regali, expecting him to go for another peek. FlyQuest also need to save these weapons. Maybe Attacker could have at least taken 1 or 2 out, but at the end of the day, Regali might have gotten the triple, but it is Netic to give them the round.
Yeah, it's just the fact that they saved this AWP, and if Netic hadn't watched for that smoke, I think he heard the step just before that smoke bloomed, head on a swivel, kept them fighting. And it was a great effort from G as that last defender on B kept on falling back, finding shots, whittling down the numbers, got his util out of his hands as well, created enough space. And so now FlyQuest have an opportunity to at least salvage this half. That could be a momentum changer. It served Tyloo well in their last encounter.
Well, I mean, it even served FlyQuest well when they were down 1-7 on Inferno last time these guys were playing.
Yeah, what, the Vexite MP9?
Yeah. It's rounds like this that can turn a game on its head.
So there might be a bit of extra self-belief now for FlyQuest, and they're going to need it, especially on some of those young players. Nedic sometimes losing his opening duels, but Vexite currently 0-9.
Ends not doing too much better either. 1-9. And where FlyQuest are in a crisis of confidence, Jamyoung is in an excess of it. Ins naded, and Nedic again is the one to find the kill. Both players, both veterans on either side, were blinded up. Very good early lead, and FlyQuest want to press the issue over here on B. They know Jamyoung has often been the last remaining defender. I'm surprised to see Mosea back off. They're hunting for Leah's in middle, perhaps with the smoke to dissipate. Otherwise, Tyloo will be forced to save, and
it's because they're double phasing the smoke inside of mid.
He flashes, reveal Leah's position. They're able to find a 4 versus 4 once again, and you see Mosea immediately returning back. He still has an incendiary for the retake if you want to try and flush out one of these new box positions. FlyQuest yet to commit. They don't know that this is going to be a completely empty bomb site. Tyloo might have hoodwinked them. Mosea is back over, drops his util bits and bobs as well, and with this they're looking to deny this plant. No.
They just don't have a foothold on it, so they're going to have to try, wait out these smokes probably before they get this retake underway. They're heavily in position.
There are 3 grenades over here. They're going to double nade out new box, triple nade out new box, and in fact, it's going to be the incendiary to force Nedic forward. They know where he is, and with the smokes running out, they only need the CT smoke to be down. Ins and Vexite get critical kills to put themselves on the right path, and it's G who's left alone. And he's only got one path, it's retreat.
Yeah, you just imagine there was a player in new box, it would have immediately sparked this retake here for Tyloo, but all those nades sail and do nothing. The reposition from Nedic is good. And while G does damage on the exit, his security in holding this AWP actually is fine. I think Nedic came to the realization he was going to die anyway, so tried to hunt, but realized a little too late. He could have actually kept G trapped.
Good recognition from FlyQuest in the post plant as well, knowing how little utility had actually been used on that A side. They knew that there was going to be offensive utility available, so they don't even take new box in the first place.
Yeah, when you're going to go up tempo like that, especially when you find an early pick on Banana, you have to be able to abuse it in some way. And Tyloo were trying to make plans of their own in the mid round. So the adjustment from Mosea, that's why they pulled him away from B, is that if that initial plan phasing the smoke failed, the rotate would be so much faster than FlyQuest expect.
G, underneath the incendiary, is able to fire back. Nedic taken down.
It's a 3B start. And they may identify this by the fact that G is often accompanied by a couple of riflers when they want to go for picks on Banana.
Mosea started making his way back over towards the A-bomb site, though. FlyQuest are looking for a timing, and with Attacker revealing his smoke, this might be it. Vexite, critical kill, and White stop at 1. Mercury does respond, the bomb yet to cross, and it is going to be relying on those smokes to bloom. A deep grenade will do very little. Almost nothing at all. Tyloo still feel like this is a retake they can make happen. G's waiting with the flashbangs. Mercury's got one of his own as well. Jamyoung, the one to initiate, is not going to find a blind Regali. Instead, it is one with sights honed for sure.
It was a hairline angle there for Regali, so the flash had to be absolutely perfect, and it simply was not. It's a wide one that's thrown. The angle picked up by G, but he's lost Mercury on the other side of this retake. Nice shot from G, but it's an instant trade from Leah. Might have started silent, but Vexite, a double entry on A, is worth its weight in gold at the end of this half.
Yeah, unfortunately, Attacker exposing himself like it, and Vexite gets the perfect timing on the fight. Great follow-up. I didn't even realize how much he had to swing for that.
But there's some of this killer instinct. You know, FlyQuest for a while were waiting out the map, actually playing too reserved, waiting to see if Tyloo would get aggressive. And it's not that they've been aggressive, it's just like when they take that first fight, they keep on swinging. They want to take that next duel, or they have extra pieces that are willing to collapse on you simultaneously. And I think FlyQuest have come to realize that it's not like they have 4 players in position all of the time. They were playing a little scared to peek, scared to fight.
Takes them a little bit of time to get back into it, but it feels like FlyQuest are setting themselves up very nicely for a potential 4.
given the way things started, it is pretty good. But still have to close on this round.
It's a cute idea there for Regali, but smoke is a little too deep. Actually covered Jamyoung, who was peeking on the corner. But there'll be an absence of information for Tyloo. Again, they've been playing a lot of these defensive setups, bar that one round where Mercury just runs down mid. And they are gamble stacking towards B for a potential retake of it, but they're right off the, I mean, they're totally off the mark. It's a wrapping play for FlyQuest.
It's all going to come down to attack over here. First kill found, almost a second if he'd found 2. And even bought another extra 2 seconds or so, and that could have been the round, but instead, FlyQuest in a commanding position. Another smoke available for Nedek as well to be able to deploy and block off mode, where it all comes down to what Jamyoung can find. Both Mercury and Mosea are going to be removed from the action. The most he'll be able to offer up is maybe an incendiary out for mini pit or something of the sort. Deep incendiary gets shown out towards the site instead. Ins in the meanwhile gets the better of Jamyoung, massively so, and FlyQuest are going to be able to look very good at the turn of the half. Again, a very similar story to what we had in their first encounter. FlyQuest find themselves flabbergasted in the beginning of the half, but then quickly are able to respond and bring it back over to an 8-4 from an 8-0 deficit.
Yeah, that's momentum incarnate. I mean, it's just a surge for FlyQuest. They know they got away with a round that they shouldn't have, and they had to use that as an opportunity to answer back in this game. Every one of these openings, it felt like Tyloo always had the edge, whether it was based on the amount of players they had, the positions they held, or just how fast the shots came through. And you saw that confidence continuing to build for Tyloo, only for them to get humbled back by the 1 AWP, 4 Tech 9s round of FlyQuest. And then we saw them, you know, try and be more one and done, more one kill, recede. We saw less of that bold, brazen confidence outside of maybe Jamyoung and Banana, but I think he also came to realize they couldn't maintain that stead.
Yeah.
And you saw how pumped Tyloo were with the start of this game.
Yeah, but the thing is, you lose that adrenaline very quickly. And FlyQuest are hoping to have put them a little bit to bed.
Yeah, it's something that's maybe under-discussed, but it is as important to be able to control your emotions at the absolute heights. You still want to be able to channel that and make use of what is effectively like emotional momentum, but you're right, you know, adrenaline can wear off quite quickly, and it's one of those things where, you know, even in the high highs, you have to have a temperament to you. In the low lows, you have to have a temperament to you. You need to be somewhere in that middle. You need to have an optimal operation band that you can look at emotionally.
And maybe Jamyoung is the one who's supposed to be providing that on the other side, right? The stoic face, the one who feels like you cannot move a muscle on it. But as we start to shift over towards the T side, I do wonder about who is going to continue to perform in the Tyloo camp.
You've also seen how quickly things can change from one half to the next.
Yeah.
That Lin Vision GJ Hao game demonstrated that. They had 2 massive 8-4 leads in both of their encounters, and both the times that teams had those leads, they did not close. So the fans will hope, and we shall as well, that Tyloo are able to at least get their feet in the right place.
Yeah. Even FlyQuest want to win versus the Tyloo that is in full force, they want to show that they are just the objectively better team than them.
Yeah, it's just there's signs of life now for FlyQuest, which is good news for everyone involved.
Especially on the players who were incredibly quiet in Ins and Vex side, right? You cannot go into your CT side having players who are having such a cold hand. It's good to see a temperature change going in towards the end.
Yeah, we saw some real
first
promise from Ins in their game against Rare Adam, that's for sure. But you know, the expectations are now that it actually shouldn't be him. You know, it's Vexite, Netic, Regali, but basically everyone struggled to find impact.
I will say Netic at the very least was trying to make these moves out towards Banana as well. It did feel like he was in a position where he's calling a few of his own plays. Even when they're losing, he is actually trying to take duels. And that's reassuring to me. Going into that second half, it is a habit I hope he maintains.
So a little bit of a hiccup towards the end of that half there for Tyloo. And a way back into the game for FlyQuest. As always, second half pistol round will be critical for both. One can continue to build on that lead, the other to close it.
FlyQuest are generally very good on pistol rounds. It is something we have seen across the tournament. Leah's critical position. Mosea and Leah's are playing a game of patience, but Mosea has a few more arms he can call over, and now he does. Leah still gets one. That's all you could really ask for. Attacker to close him down. Mosea yet to reveal himself back into his apartment, but Regali does have his suspicions. Regali, those suspicions are not going to help him stay alive. Tyloo this time feel like they're going to be the masters of the pistol round. Still a round that is still in contest, but Netic and Vexite will have a hard time scaling onto the site.
He even has extra stalling util in this Molotov, so yeah, as the smoke fades, they're blocked off once again, and even their smoke is not going to do them massive favors.
Jamyang is still playing in from Graveyard. Both players yet to reveal himself, and when Jamyang does, Vexite taken down, 9-4, and Tyloo start off nicely.
Yeah, I mean, good entries, the trading solid. I mean, we saw FlyQuest really try to bleed the clock and let them set up. Tyloo go on a pretty quick timing, just bursting through. And so FlyQuest never get the luxury of, you know, holding these deeper positions and then relinquishing control, deciding to pick their timings on the execute. No, it's very much one player in a position, trying their best to get as much as they could get done.
FlyQuest will decide to give out double digits completely over here. They do not want to try and risk fighting back versus a 4-11 deficit potentially. And Grenade forces Ins forward. Mercury's hunting for money, but right now he's going to be punished. Nice job from Attacker.
Yeah, instant 180.
A little bit of deathmatch on the server coming through. Just what you want to see.
I bet you FlyQuest is thinking, man, if we just force buyed. If they'd forced 5-7, same positions. Pff.
You never know.
Yeah, it would have been a tough round to navigate if you were Tyloo.
At the same time, if Attacker does the same thing to their force buy, FlyQuest, yeah, they probably just lose the game there.
I'm gonna be honest. I think Attacker would probably have died. That was more my point. But they also probably wouldn't have committed once they realized it was more than just USPs. You know, decision-making changes so frequently. Vexite hunting to try and do as much damage as possible. What's the point in saving a USP? Why not try and scare him, spook him? Nobody saved in the pit though, and I think that's what he was really hoping for.
Attacker does end up losing out the Galil as well. I don't think Jamyang is in a position to be able to recover that one.
Folded under zero pressure. It actually wasn't Vexite that kept him busy. Yeah, double digits secured here for Tyloo already in their selection in the series.
We're also not going to have potentially Regali on an AWP at all. In order to have that, FlyQuest have to win a couple of these gun rounds now.
Yeah, we'll see how things pan out for this first investment. Clear recognition that there are a couple Galils, Mac 10 involved as well, so head armor is bought across the board here for FlyQuest. That does have some limitations as to the util that they bring forward. But they also want to give themselves as fair a duel as possible. Them being a little resource light will maybe even force them to be greedy. I hope that Tyloo take too much time setting up their play.
Sender out on short, but Leah isn't going to realize how close by Mosea is with the Mac 10. Attacker gets a second as well. And FlyQuest, their fight back is going to be depleted. Netic and Ins, the only ones to frag, and Vexite will be calling for a save more likely than not. There's no way for FlyQuest to recover now that that second smoke is bloomed, but there is going to be a gap in it. FlyQuest don't stay to find out.
Yeah, I mean, these opening kills from Tyloo are just so well timed. You saw the reaction there from Leah, getting that incendiary down towards short. He wasn't actually under pressure from that position, but as soon as that flash came through, he basically had no time to react. He just thrown a grenade at himself. He just got his M4 out, and then he's full blind. Mac 10 just breaks down the crossfire. And FlyQuest didn't really stand a chance. All on top of that, Jamyang spammed straight into library just as they finish that execute and break their way into the bomb site. And one of the rotators dies instantly without even a glimpse of any of these Tyloo attackers. That timing on the flash is just beautiful.
It does feel a little bit like Tyloo have steamrolled FlyQuest. There shouldn't be a chance for FlyQuest to fight back over here unless there is another one of those magical moments. Yes, they might have lost to a few half buys or the like, but right now this reasonably good buy actually coming out from them is what they're going to be relying on.
Yeah, 2 saved weapons, max loss bonus.
You take that.
Yeah, only one that's shortchanged is Inns, but he's the leader now, so if not him, then who?
FlyQuest aren't out of it yet. Even if it does feel like they've got 1 foot in the grave for this Inferno. Incendiary and the retake utility doesn't quite work out. Vexite ends up being flashed by his own teammate, and now they're forced away.
And one of the greatest boons for FlyQuest typically on the CT side is just how good their anchor players can be, whether that's players like Vexite, whether that's Leah on the other side of the map. They've been able to get highlights for themselves, these massive multi-kills where very few would succeed.
Unfortunately, right now, FlyQuest have made the wrong call. They don't know where Tyloo is coming over to. Regali starts to rotate back over towards his A bomb site, and with a smoke onto the mouth of Banana, now Tyloo have this solid 8 seconds where they can take over the bomb site. Should they stall, though, FlyQuest rotations reach.
I mean, Regali will still be stalled. Both his avenues back into the site are blocked off by smokes. The util that sails right on top of Leah. This time he can't dodge it, and he can't get his kill either. Inns has to retreat inside of the smoke to save his life.
Inns might be the hidden Viper. The bomb is being planted. They're getting ready for the setup. Jamyang isn't able to deal with Inns, and right back to the smoke he goes. Solace found there twice over. G might be unexpected. That's what they're hoping for. Nedic taken down, and now Regali responds. G has a great crossfire between himself and attacker, and with Mosea taking down Vexite as well, these CTs don't feel like they have a chance. Inns' position was always known, and Tyloo find themselves on map point with a quick 2 kills to put him down.
Yeah, I guess an apology over towards Tyloo, because there was a real fear coming into this map that they could cede it. We even in our predictions in favor of Tyloo thought that there was a possibility they give away Inferno, and the other maps are where they come back. They have been red hot from pretty much start to finish. A small lapse at the end of that first half, but then they get that engine roaring again in the second. 8 chances to close out here on Inferno, and the first will come easy. Vexite tries to relinquish control of Banana, but he was going through fire and flames. He catches bullets instead.
I think it's fully blinded up. Jamyang still gets taken out with the MP9. Inns is able to find one as well, but the problem is it feels like consolation for FlyQuest. This round is nearly guaranteed. G trying to cycle weapons away.
I think he just threw away, at least one of the guns, but doing the full janitorial duties will take a lot of time and a lot of noise.
Oh, putting away the AWP at the very least.
Don't think he had an AWP.
Oh.
He's just been chilling on rifles.
Best way to put it away, I guess.
Yeah.
Just don't buy one. How are the CTs going to get it? This is not an impossible round for Tyloo, but it does feel like FlyQuest have the delaying utility out with those 2 flashes in the B-bomb site.
I have a strong suspicion, they're just going to contact in.
Mercury versus Regali on that initial peak. Regali doesn't spot him out, and now it's all about that jiggling MP9. G didn't have his gun in his hand. They felt like they could scale for free, and they will pay the price.
Well, let's see if FlyQuest can do it again, huh? First half, it was one of these more scrambled together buys. It was a saved AWP, some Tech 9s. This time it's some SMGs and a couple of actual rifles.
Yeah.
But I think Tyloo played with a bit more bravado than a typical T-side round. They realize they have an 8-round discrepancy. They find a clear enough entry on B, and they don't really structure out their approach into the B bomb site properly. There's a lot of individual peeks that are being taken. They're not throwing flashes. They're kind of in setup and punish mode, and instead they're the ones that are on the receiving end of the punishment. So
if you're a fan of Tyloo right now, you want them to have a clean win, though, right? You want to make sure that FlyQuest can't get more of that sneaky momentum. Tyloo don't end up second-guessing themselves. You know, G is 20-8 right now. Once again on Inferno, vastly getting the better of the other side in Regali. And you want to let him feel like he's the best man on the server. Vexite right now, though, is fighting back. Jam Young! My God! He's got time to reset as well if he wants to, but Tyloo are relying on Mosea to make that call. Still, they just go through the CT smoke. There might be another player, and Inns is relying on the flashbang. That flashbang helps for one. Jamyang around the corner will be blinded as well. Inns trying to close the distance, is unable to do so. 2 versus 2. Jamyang still alive, now finally eliminated. G responds, 1-man army. This guy has been 21-8, the spiritual leader of the team. But Leah now comes in with a full belt. He's been marked as a man of wisdom by himself. But will that wisdom guide him true? Deep incendiary, deeper shot. G thought he had the opportunity to try and reposition for the back bomb site. It's just not true.
Hot damn. I mean, those entries from Jam Young, he really does want to finish off this map strong. 3 kills, and it's still not enough. They did not suspect. They weren't to know that there was an extra man on that B bomb site. Inns was sat behind his 2 young guns who get picked to pieces by Jam Young. And it's only because of that support that they even answer with a way back in. Some nice kills on those rotates. But so key that Leah can keep a cool head in that clutch. 6 more chances. Joking will have some words with the gang about not letting a lead like this slip, not only for the chance of the comeback, but like you said, for some extra confidence potentially in the series for FlyQuest.
Yeah. And FlyQuest might have a lot of new faces in the team, but this is still a squad that knows that, look, you're treated 1 round at a time. And you don't know what can come through. Flashbang in Netic's face will not deter him. It feels like it never does. He's always good for it.
Yeah, he was caught partially, but I think he just caught enough of a glimpse that he could readjust, so that's good news for him, because I think the flashes for Tyloo have actually been pretty damn good this series, or this map already.
Barely takes any damage for it as well, and he will be able to maintain that smoke in his pocket. Jump spot out. Tyloo. Deep flashes will force him away. Netic just doesn't want to contest. MP9s of this B-bomb site have been a real buzzword for FlyQuest spots. The glory. Netic is delivering as well. A great little bit of extra damage. Vexite will finish off with a Molotov, and G left alone. 1 versus 4. An ace clutch required, and with the bomb not on him, might just be worthwhile to go back and save. I don't know if it's an option extended, though. Leah will once again end his life.
Yeah, great job there from Netic, not only getting those couple of kills, but also just maintaining control of that B-bomb site. A little unfortunate for Vexite, he actually didn't have head armor, so he got hit by an instant headshot, aim punched, and killed so instantly, but only the 1 casualty in defense of that B-bomb site. Tyloo, of course, didn't go in with the craziest amount of resources. They'll try it again.
We're 1 round from scariness, Michael, and I know I'm not talking about this one, it's the next one.
Yeah, it'll definitely be that next gun round. Because then Tyloo will basically have 1 more chance on a proper full buy.
That's a round we're going to be looking to. But it's not to say this one is without its dangers.
Yeah, it definitely serves a threat. I mean, said it a bunch of times already, but Tyloo did win a lot of rounds like this against FlyQuest earlier on in the tournament.
Good flashbang. First duel taken, but Leah's needed to be eliminated immediately. The 1 versus 1 is hard to win, but you want to win these pistol rounds, that's how you do it. Still, a distraction that was sufficient to keep Netic all alone over on the B-bomb side. Netic is not left without utility.
Reinforcements is coming.
He needs to use that incendiary and fast. Now with the utility coming out from the T side, that incendiary is late. Jamyang's entries continue to impress, and a smoke on Coffin means that Regali was only going to get 1 shot at things. Bomb can be planted back at default. CT's now come through in this retake dry. That HE doesn't reveal anyone through the smoke. Are there more bits and bobs for Tyloo? Yes, there are. A flash, an incendiary, and another grenade, but the incendiary's been wasted. Attacker going to be regretting that one, but with the pistols closing in close range, they're going to be able to close down onto the off. They've got 2 kills, make it 3. And it's always the half-buys that you have to be afraid of, but maybe FlyQuest were too afraid. That 4-man rotation out to A. Leah's fighting back. He might have won a few of these late round deals, but now they're just not giving it to him. No longer the time, no longer the chance. Tyloo, take it away.
A dangerous, dangerous precedent set. We've had revenge in Group A, but here in Group B, Tyloo answer with a little bit of revenge of their own. They answer with assertiveness here on Inferno. They basically had good starts at both at the start of the first and the second half. And it was only these minor disruptions, these small low buy rounds from FlyQuest that gave them an inch away back into these games. But that was a dwindling hope. So many opportunities for Tyloo to close, and of course, it comes on a low buy.
I mean, even when you're switching over towards that T side, you just have to give Jamyang so much credit for the fact that he keeps on getting aggressive out towards Banana. He keeps on getting these entries as well. Even in rounds that they were losing, he's putting so much pressure onto FlyQuest. Tyloo, yes, they gave up a little bit going into that second half, but it didn't feel like it is really up for debate at all.
Yeah, I really did feel as though FlyQuest just came in extremely weak into this game. But, you know, you've highlighted this a few times. It's something that we've noted in quite a few of the FlyQuest series, is that they've been winning a lot of pistol rounds, and they didn't have that as a means to jumpstart the engine in any of these halves. And it really did hurt them, I think, quite substantially. The gun rounds, the flashes from Tyloo looked so on point throughout both their CT and T side. They had great coordination on this map. And so FlyQuest just looking a little outside of their depth.
Yeah, and Tyloo showing us a different level as well, right? I mean, we all obviously didn't see the absolute best coming out from them in that last series in some of the individual form. I think those qualms are all put away right now. Everyone on Tyloo seems to be firing on all cylinders. Attacker as well, another man who always goes by a little bit quieter, had so many good moments of the defense of that A-bomb side as well. It felt like they were having everything, and I want to have everything too. That's why I've got Neokai with me. Neo, you're my everything.
Thank you very
much.
Okay,
I guess.
So kind words from you there, T-Time. One man who was everything today in this map was G. That start from him, my God. I'm not even actually just G. I love the way Jamyang started. 9-0 he was. And some of the fights he was taking in towards Banana, so recklessly brilliant. And he never got punished for it as well. You know, it was a wild time. The crowd were absolutely adoring it here as well. And for FlyQuest, I think you guys kind of touched on it. They've always had this sort of at least a little bit of a boost, a little bit of a leg up, getting a pistol just to have a strong start out the gates, give them a bit of flow in towards the game. They just didn't get out either of these two halves, so they always were on the back foot, and they were never able to get back into it. Nothing really came to fruition for this side. Netic, not too bad from him, 15 or 14, but G on the other side, 24 to his name. And you look towards some of the important players who we always highlight for this FlyQuest side. Regali didn't do a load, right, and he really couldn't do anything in terms of that head-to-head. Vexite, who was so important for the rifling core, 7 and 17, you know, completely getting eviscerated when it mattered most. Tyloo, their game plan, some of the frags they were finding, excellent stuff.
Yeah, especially on that B bomb site when you have largely Netic and Vexec together. If you're gonna have struggles on your CT side, like these are supposed to be your two biggest stars on the roster. Yeah. You know, Regali can float between bomb sites, but these two actually need to be a ragtag team where if Leah is able to have a decent game on A, then these two are all supposed to win retakes for you as well. But everybody paled in comparison to G, who once again has a standout on Inferno.
And it does feel like, you know, we've been talking about Zakar being the second best upper, potentially, you know, Regali being the hands down best player. G wants to have a voice in the conversation, and it feels like in this series he's doing more than just that to start things off. Still obviously needs to prove it across the series, but I have to say, when you compare him to Regali, sure, Regali didn't always have the AWP out and whatnot, but we've also seen Regali do so well with the rifles in a few of these chaotic mid rounds. Right now, it just wasn't a comparison.
It's just the G Inferno hits different.
Yeah.
Other maps, sometimes it feels like he doesn't really find the same impact, or his decision making is a little bit more deterred, but on this map, it's like almost everything is flawless.
Exact same thing happened when they played literally the other day, right? You got, what, 25 kills in that one, so it's pretty, talk about consistency.
Same thing happened in Pro League as well.
25 and 24 across the 2 times you play Inferno against FlyQuest. That's not bad at all. You'll take that. G showing the one word that we always like to bring out for these top players, which is consistency. If we can get it, there's a lot to like, but what a way to get it. You know, at least when we saw Inferno in the first time they played in the upper bracket, there was still, you know, a couple of doubts when we came to Des, and we're like, okay, that was close, maybe too close. You know, there's even moments there for FlyQuest where they could have taken it. There's no doubts here. That was a dominant performance, a fantastic showing all the way through. The only real negative you can say is, honestly, they should have got like at least 10 rounds in that first half. They just fell a little asleep towards the end, allowed it to be an 8-4, but Tyler was so dominant, and exactly, they were so dominant that that's a negative we're talking about. Why didn't you make it 10-2 at the half, or something even better, right? That's how good that performance was. There was flash in the pan moments in that second half, but there was never any thought in my mind that they were going to get back into it. What a way to start off a series, and what a way to give yourself a leg up going in towards this series now, where we've been talking about it. Tyloo, they would love for this to make it a 2-0 to really prove that there is no doubts, and starting like that, it's got to be a massive leg up now in terms of their own confidence.
And more importantly than that, it's a punch to the gut for FlyQuest confidence, right? Because I'm sure that FlyQuest was game planning a lot for Inferno, a lot to specifically shut down players like G. Whenever you're going into these rematches, you're going into the anti-strats, and you've seen a stand-up performance from the other side. You're isolating the reasons why that's happened. Yeah. Clearly, it didn't go very well.
Yeah, genuinely, it did look like FlyQuest were a bit asleep. Like, players were pulling out Util when a Tyloo member was continuing to swing. Yeah. You know, they thought they always had that extra couple of seconds to set up their next play, but very frequently they were wrong, and they were met by a lot of aggression.
And small things were just going wrong for FlyQuest. You can even see like the trading and the spacing really wasn't there. It's not what you want to see. But they've got their own map pick. Coming up next is Ancient Up. But before that, I'm going to go to a little bit of a break.
极限操作就用野蛮部落。累了困了，喝东鹏特饮。
Wow, fellas, Tyloo starting so well in towards this one. I mean, what a way to get this series under your belt. You already kind of hurt FlyQuest, not only in terms of the confidence, but you're winning the things that always felt like guarantees for FlyQuest. The pistols, early rounds, getting started well in towards these halves. And we're in a really tough spot now for this FlyQuest side, who they have to come in towards Ancient and show a completely different face.
I don't think they're going to have an issue with actually being able to set up again for Ancient. Personally, I think Vexite is going to be having a much better game. We're not going to see that incredibly slow start to things from him and Inns, where, you know, he's 0-9, Inns is 1-9. FlyQuest will be better, but I still believe that Tyloo will be coming into this with much better game planning. That's why I thought they would win this in the first place. Ancient for me was not even about, hey, Tyloo will individually play better. I thought they would plan better than FlyQuest going into this one.
Yeah, I mean, based on what we saw from the execs on Inferno, I have better, I guess I have raised expectations based on where this Ancient could go. Before looking at that Veto, I just thought the calling looked a little too sporadic. There were basically no good set pieces from Tyloo, outside of maybe one or two anomalies. But for me, I really did think tactically they'd be outgunned on this map, as well as even on the firepower department. But that's clearly not the case today. It's a completely different day today.
Yeah, I also feel like, you know, not only do we need to see Vexite come online, we actually need to see everybody step up, bar really the new boy, the youngster. Netic, I think, actually did his job, right? You know, winning more out of Regali. And granted, this is a map in which Regali can really get going on in towards Ancient, but, you know, more of him. You already touched on Vexite a little bit as well. Leah's too.
Leah's is always necessary on Ancient.
Yeah, we need him, especially on that CT side when he's anchoring. We have to get him being just a solid foundation, reliable. We're not expecting godlike numbers, just be somebody that you can guarantee you can get one by a little bit of time.
I would, I actually kind of hope that we can get the godlike numbers performance from Leah, because sometimes when the team is at its worst, especially on Ancient, Leah sometimes switches up a gear and he starts getting a little bit more aggressive in towards the middle with the rest of the team. He starts playing more of this pack-based CT style, and he can really pop off. So I'm kind of looking out towards that. that might be one of the ways that FlyQuest can be bailed out.
Let's hope so. I mean, it's quite rare that we get godlike numbers out from him. So if ever there's a time to step up, we need a G-like performance from this guy. And speaking of G, right, if we can get him putting up that level of showing in towards Ancient, genuinely FlyQuest are in a lot of trouble. He was so unbelievably confident. And then you had alongside him Jam Young, unkillable for the first 8 rounds. Mercury stepping up with massive numbers as well. I mean, it puts yourself in a really difficult spot to figure out how do we pound for pound take down this Tyloo side, who, Mike, you always like to bring up holistic.
Yeah, and listen, just to draw the comparison between Dexter as the in-game leader of old and Inns, I think there was definitely this air around Dexter of if he didn't have a good game individually, he could not perform. The team definitely felt like there was a massive deficit because of that. I almost feel like there's almost that same air around this new version for FlyQuest, and maybe they have a few more pieces, a bit more firepower that can spark the engine, but when people are struggling to find their form, some of the top in-game leaders, what they are so good at is finding a pocket call, finding a gap, finding something that they can exploit, a weakness in the setup. If they're having problems one area, there's often a weakness elsewhere that can be seen as a way back into the game. I need to know that Inns, as he grows, is able to defeat that, because Dexter took ages to really grow as an in-game leader and find those types of calls, and they got rid of him in the end.
Well, let's find out, fellas. We're heading in towards map number 2, and this could be for the finals for Tyloo if they can take Ancient here. FlyQuest hoping for a response.
It's a lot of questions to be asked right now. The leadership on FlyQuest, Urcast and Inns have had to put their heads together after Inferno made them put them down. How do you actually lift your spirits after a game like that? We're going to have to find out.
Yeah, you're going to have to try somehow. And it will have to come from this T side. Jam Young.
Well,
yeah,
deserved, delivery.
Maybe.
That is wide as can be. And Dagger's hoping he gets overlooked, but it's very unlikely, especially with the Molotov going over his way. Flashbang actually almost gets him out of there. Flashbang might have been what gave away his position more than the Molotov. Regali and Nete coming through big kills, and Mosaic somehow fights back. I thought the round was over.
He clicked them so fast.
A little bit of Zai Wu action coming into this, perhaps, when in the 1 versus 2, he can look to find that first kill. Onto the big box player, crosses over, Inns will put him to bed, thank God.
Yeah, I think the hearts of FlyQuest sunk a little bit when he found 3 kills out of nowhere. Fantastic work on those dualies, but a good punishment on this early aggression. And to be honest, I'm glad you brought it up, but the fact they threw this flash so early from spawn, usually if the bomb site is going to be vacant, CTs are going to hold that flash for a full retake once those smokes have dissipated or on the timing just before it happens. But the fact they threw that flash just to get attacker out of position, it definitely gave away his spot.
Oh, that is cute.
He got flashed as well. Just throws a couple taps down and Nete catches every bullet.
A real master doesn't need eyes to find his opponent.
It's a pretty lucky duel, but they'll happily take it, and they'll get another as well. Mercury running through the smoke, but that advantage they gain is now lost just as quick.
They're still not aware about where Jam Young could have rotated in from, right? You'd expect him to go back and recover that weapon as well, but he is now going to be coming in through the smoke. They've got a grenade to pop it open if they'd like to.
They've still got forward pressure on both short and long, so they're going to feel pretty solid about their hold. Even if there are players coming in from behind, they've recognized and cleared things towards spawn.
Waiting for these smokes makes things more difficult as well. FlyQuest right now, a priority might be to actually save these Galeals more than anything else as well. A deep grenade out as the CTs are going to take the duels. They're not going to win them. Leah's, I would have liked to have a godlike performance from him. Good 3 kills to warm up the engine.
Yeah, at least creating a little bit of that space. When they lose 2 opening duels to the force buy, you get a little worried. Especially if Tyloo are allowed to reset and set up properly for a retake. But once again, they try and go guns a-blazing, keep pressure applied on FlyQuest so they can never feel comfortable on the site. But it ultimately gives them a bit more room to breathe once they deal with those aggressive pieces. Has Mosaic just not got a gun?
Hey, it's intimidation.
What's he done?
He's a fast man.
He's actually just run all the way back to spawn.
He's so fast, he's gone all around the map, you didn't even see it.
He's picked up his USB again. Okay.
Needed to be way down.
Just doing laps.
Yeah. Get the cardios in. I've been getting very solid step count while we're in Yancheng.
It is a full save for Tyloo though, so weren't expecting much, and they actually go for a full mid timing. That is
pretty weird.
Yeah, I mean, it's also just FlyQuest have thrown all this util B, so Tyloo have, I think, realized their mistake, and now they, I think, are hunting for a potential lurk that also doesn't exist.
Don't go telling a dragon what does or doesn't exist, Michael. They have to believe in themselves as well.
Random fairy tales.
Well, that lurk's been found, and a Galil that can be salvaged.
Yoink.
Maybe a little bit more damage to be dealt if FlyQuest want to contest. No, they don't.
Yeah, I mean,
Not a terrible round, all in all.
It's fine. It's not the lowest value weapon they could have attained. It could have been Ins on that Mac 10, for example. So they get the next best thing.
Give this one over to attacker. Let him have it over towards that A-side defense.
Why do you just like, because of that 180 round, you think attacker is just the Galil guy?
I just think the A-side is the Galil side.
But not like B-Ramp?
Nah, I want the firepower there.
But the extra, yeah, whatever. I'm not going to argue this logic. First full buy here for Tyloo, and yes, they do save a little bit of extra cash, courtesy of the fact that Mosea has been given the Galil. AWP out for G though, and he's the one that is allowed to float that extra money. So he'll add some security in securing that AWP in future rounds.
Well, smokes used out early on to try and force the rotations back over, but Tyloo are expecting this. There's already a smoke down to the face of B-Ramp. Mosea playing oversight, and rotations have come through from G as well. This is actually a pretty convincing stack, but now it's been removed. In fact, Tyloo are overthinking this massively.
Look how many CT smokes are down simultaneously. They'll have nothing left. I mean, they basically only have they have only 2 flashes.
A couple of kits at the very least, so if they're able to at least hold down the line, that'll be big. But look at FlyQuest's utility belts on the other side. It feels like it's a full Batman going on. G's waiting for the scale up, and if there isn't a smoke used for this angle, that would be criminal. FlyQuest at this point, making a contact play would be really asking for trouble. And I might see the question marks assembling. Flash is there, G doesn't reveal position. Another flash from himself to try and force them away. Repeat back over, grenade will be received. He's taking a lot of damage for it. Leah puts him down. Mosea with the Galil saved over from the previous round is unable to do more than just get the one. And Tyloo, despite looking like they'd made a good call in the middle of it all, end up undoing it.
Yeah, I really thought, to be honest, they were going to go for either a stack or a save there. Once they rescinded all their control over on B, one smoke, one Molotov thrown by the T side, the fact that Tyloo expended all their utility in the opening 45 seconds in the round is kind of absurd. FlyQuest are probably seeing all these smokes and just going, yeah, you know what? We're just going to wait. I don't even know why there were smokes down on A, actually. It felt kind of crazy. Maybe I missed
There were a lot
something.
of utility used by FlyQuest out towards the A-bomb site early on. There were 3 smokes used over there, so probably why.
Okay, maybe that's what I missed. But there was no actual manpower, and Tyloo never made the decision to investigate to find it out. They actually tried to reattain control through middle, and it basically seeded both sides.
Yeah, they first went out to reinforce B in case it was a fake, or they could find a lurker, but neither of those happened. And say, all right, well, you know, they did throw 3 smokes into A.
Yeah, so a little bit of a fake.
Nice call from FlyQuest.
Something that I hadn't even recognized.
Yeah, that's how fake it is.
So distracted. Well, 3 smokes down already here by FlyQuest, just so they can actually attain this mid control. 2 from elbow. In fact, a 3rd will join them. And progression off ledge, but Tyloo are trying to be aggressive. Smoke that's down at the entrance. Ins comes through. And it's Vexlight that will find a kill, at least through that smoke.
This is a very good position coming out between attacker and Jamyang over here, but the smoke was going to be too late. No, they don't abuse it.
Yeah, they don't actually accelerate as as fast as they could have.
FlyQuest will maybe even pop open the smoke and look to fight into Jamyang with the AWP. They decide not to.
But Tyloo have to be very nervous. There's the possibility of a reroute through red, for example.
I mean, that's what G is watching out for with the AWP, so Tyloo aren't all that concerned. Attacker's also in a very good position. Jamyang moves away. They still do not have confirmation on who is on the bomb site. Regali is hoping for another player to come over. And remember, FlyQuest have used all of their smokes. They've also just Molotov themselves off.
That's not great.
Disaster has struck, and as Netic takes the duel, he'll lose it. Attacker reveals the fact that there have to be at least 2 players over here on this bomb site. A deep grenade onto G is not going to deter him from taking a very narrow peek. Gun barrel spotted, kills found, and FlyQuest are relying on Leah to step up. 1 on 3, and certainly time to take some duels, but they are not being given to him. Tyloo, their first round comes off the back of FlyQuest flubbing their lines.
Yeah, it's a tactical blunder. I mean, first off, they don't exploit some open territory. They lose all this control over towards B because there's so many smokes that are down, still relatively fresh. They didn't want to stick around and find out. They route Donuts. They get smoked off. They molly themselves off. It separates Netic. It definitely could have gone better. Now Tyloo will be pleased. FlyQuest were caught in absolute chaos, and it wasn't even really by Tyloo's doing. Might have been the early prompt, but hardly seemed entirely necessary. Good kill for Regali. Picks off Mosaic on long, considering it was a weakened site. Didn't start 3 here.
Attacker
has another chance at it. In fact, 2 times over. Damage onto Attacker is great.
Molotov forces Attacker back in towards Cave as well. Attacker wants to be fodder at this point, but they're relying on Mercury to be able to get a multi-kill. Molotov forces back Mercury, the flashbang into Attacker, and now with another flash, in fact, from his teammate, Attacker ends up being blind to that duel. FlyQuest should have an idea that there's another man in here. They heard that flashbang go off. G, at the very least, does his best to try and equalize. Regali, another missed off shot means that G will be able to go back and focus in onto what is likely going to be a single A main player. He's right, but he's not going to be given the opportunity to find that out too early. First contact will be made out from Donut. That contact is enough. Netic, a quick headshot, but Jamyang now fights back. He knows there's another where that came from. Vexite will put him to bed.
Yeah, G just had too much on his plate there. You can see Jamyang scrambling to try and support. Leah's creating a perimeter for the post plant. Finds the final kill. A great instigating kill from Regali. Quick boost on the box, picks out a bit of space and puts so much pressure over on B courtesy of the extra damage. And that's why G was left to his own devices. The Tyloo camp were scrambling to try and make sure they had enough HP to trade on bomb sites as well as manpower. So once again, good recognition. I think FlyQuest, this is part of, I guess, the concern. You know, Tyloo didn't, you know, at the most we've seen from Tyloo tactically on this CT side, hell, even the last time that these two had an outing was really just these aggro B lane hits.
Yeah, and even those weren't really coming in with like a push from B main as well as a, you know, player from middle, a late swing from cave. It very often ended up being a single faceted assault.
Yeah, and it's basically always ramp. I never see them do the run boost. Basically,
I think once Jamyang took an aggressive line, yeah. Netic, however, is having a good time, man.
What the?
He's having a real good time.
How did that even happen? They got caught by flashes. They're like looking at each other. No one really reacted.
Jamyang got that 1 kill with a CZ. That's the problem.
Tyloo like a deer in headlights in mid, and this will feel like the freest round FlyQuest could ever get. And it's not a free save for Tyloo.
Oh my god.
That one hurts.
I really expected Tyloo to have come into this with a lot more homework done. I was expecting more interesting aggressive plays on the CT side, maybe even, you know, maybe even more hyper defensive ones where they're not going to be relying on penduluming between bomb sites, right? We saw Rear Adam succeed with that as well.
In fairness, same for FlyQuest on Inferno. It does just feel like all our energy for either team is being used on their respective map picks, which, you know, you'd like to say that that is a confidence pick, usually in series, but doesn't usually quite go as swimmingly as this. I mean, it's another double entry for Netic inside of middle. This time he had a little bit more help, but it was hardly necessary.
He's feeling good. This is going to be a gimme round regardless. FlyQuest were always going to be walking away with it. What Tyloo was hoping for was maybe, just maybe a little bit of damage. That hope seems foolhardy now.
Yeah. 7 locked in. I have a feeling it will likely end 8-4, 9-3. That's kind of how I'm feeling at the moment. I imagine Tyloo are going to pull through on one of these crazier rounds.
I don't know, man. I'm thinking like 10-2s right now.
Yeah, that's fair.
It's hard not to think of that when you see these rounds going the way they have been.
It's just both FlyQuest and Tyloo have benefited from like low buy spark catalyst type rounds.
Sorry, Mosaic, that doesn't work over there.
Yeah.
Ancients and Unkind Mistress.
A lack of armor will hurt him extra as well.
The extra pain might be negligible in the eyes of the bigger picture.
Yeah, in the long run, it doesn't really matter. They have another buy regardless. I mean, the max loss bonus they save in this round.
Let's do it.
FlyQuest are...
Did they just say, let's do the FlyQuest?
Listen, that's what they say whenever they're winning a game.
Ah.
Yeah.
We've cracked the code.
All right, guys. Let's do the FlyQuest there, Dad.
That was actually crazy. I mean, both those Molotovs were just around the edges of where attacker routed.
This is going to be a faster play over in towards the B bomb side. Ins found. Backside does trade, but the AWP on the other side will be happy to receive these staggered peaks that are coming through. A flashbang that will be avoided. G will still go down, peeks out before he's fully reset, and Leah's will be happy to punish. And it gives them an actual chance. Well, that gave them an actual chance. Once upon a time, Leah thought he was going to be able to sneak through. Regardless, had a couple of 1v3s this tournament, though. And this might be another one of them. Jamyoung coming in from behind is generally the man to watch out for in the clutch. But Regali at the end of it all will assuage all doubts. FlyQuest will do the FlyQuest.
I wish they wouldn't. I didn't like much about this round. Molotovs were missed, gapped for attacker. Players getting spun around, looking the wrong direction. Full reload for Mercury. Audibles for Liaz the entire time. Doesn't look the right way. And maybe he was looking for the player that was guarding the reload, but that was a crazy state of affairs. I mean, Regali gets given a free opportunity. Some lovely shots.
Jamyoung will be able to trade out in the middle, and as Mercury try to get aggressive, Jamyoung's left alone. He's a worthy fight. But it is still a battle he will lose.
Yeah, trades galore. Tyloo clearly wanted to assert themselves inside of middle, and they put the manpower there. They just come out that one player worse on the duels.
G circling around, going back over towards Temple, and with more Molotovs coming his way, a flashbang in his face isn't going to help. The 9th feels practically guaranteed over here for FlyQuest, and if Tyloo want to contest this, then they're just going to be giving away rifles.
And they'll have to fight fast.
I don't think that's an option. Mosaic certainly didn't feel that way with all the jiggling he was doing. Regali's even going to be able to move forward and cut off G's descent. Not only are FlyQuest going to find 9 over here, they are going to fully reset Tyloo's economy as well. No weapons will be saved over at all.
If G puts himself in the corner, I think he survives.
Well, that's if Regali doesn't keep hunting and decides not to. He's got the money for it, but doesn't want to take the risk.
Yeah, he has to go like deep in the corner. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah, he's got full HP with Kevlar. He's fine.
Yeah, 9 rounds. I mean, arguably the 1v3 for Regali. You know, I feel like that could have been really hype and really sick, but also I don't think Tyloo played it particularly well. When they knew it was an AWP, they waited for him to effectively have a bolt back. You know, they didn't throw urgency at it. Again, just kind of caught off rhythm. And yeah, FlyQuest are feeling really damn good about how this T-side is pulling through. I mean, every single kill goes their way, except when there's 3 nades in his face. Regali dealt with, and Netic down. The 5-7 of Mosea will also convert.
And now Vexside looks to reclaim territory over towards the B bomb site. Utility in his hand is hardly the way to go, but Leah covers him off regardless. Leah himself is low.
Weapon recovered for Attacker as well, and Jamyoung just finishing off the job.
Vexside 1 versus 2. 11-4 so far. This has been an incredible map from him. Tyloo should know that the bomb is on the ground, but I'm not sure if they've completely clocked it. Vexside at the very least will be allowed to pick it up regardless. They are hoping to contain rather than contest.
Yeah, I mean, they'll know that Vexside has to take a lot of time to clear out all these angles. Only confirmation on one player, and he's lost sightlines on him, allowed Jamyoung to reposition. And his timing also immaculate. Lo and behold, exhibit Q of how many times it feels like both these teams, when they are behind, are able to pull through on a low buy.
Yeah. I don't know if this is going to be enough to give Tyloo that second win, though.
Maybe not.
It really felt like you were relying on that Regali 1 versus 3 to not go their way. And look, to be fair, it's a good thing to rely on. It feels pretty stable.
And best player at the tournament.
Yeah. FlyQuest is out now into the A-bomb site. Tyloo have given this one up completely. FlyQuest, good call from them, and it's made even better when Leas gets that kill. Attacker will still fight back. Vexside taken down. He wasn't expecting there to be another player in Donut, perhaps. That could be a mistake that comes back to haunt them.
The post plant will feel very restricted. I mean, losing access to Donut as well as, you know, not having forward plays into Temple or inside of the site itself.
Regali felt like he needed to hit that shot. Over at Utility now comes in from the hands of G. Deep Incendiary makes Regali uncomfortable, but in discomfort he will excel. Still, Mosea peeking in from behind will find 2 somehow. Time's running out, it's going low. Attacker's the one with the kit, and he doesn't have a chance. No longer the time, no longer the spray.
Wait.
Still, might just have it.
No time, no time.
10-2 for FlyQuest. And it's not always pretty, but that scoreline is beautiful.
Yeah, it's a little nerve-wracking in certain moments, but they're just going to be pleased that they find themselves on the right side of the stick this time. They got smacked on Inferno, and here on their own pick in the series, they exploit some weaknesses from Tyloo on Ancient. They're just a real lack of initiative, and I really appreciate the call at the end there from FlyQuest. They toyed with the idea of a fake on A once before. They've done a lot of stuff in middle and been very successful. So you saw Tyloo constantly try and fight for mid because they didn't want to just give it up for free. Because when they did that, they were also losing as many rounds.
Yep.
So just a fast A call, and Tyloo didn't have the players available. It's still nice that Tyloo are able to bring these rounds close, but it's a different looking FlyQuest than from Inferno.
Unfortunately, it's also a different looking Tyloo.
Yeah, that's true.
Would have liked to see the best of both, but right now, FlyQuest are making Tyloo look like chumps. It is a picture that we've seen float the other way before.
Yeah, maybe a little tragic that it feels so map dependent. Like, we were expecting both these teams to level up on the maps that they lost or that came too close or they were losing the weird rounds. But it almost feels like it just got worse, actually. Like the teams that lost are losing harder.
And honestly, it's also one of those positions where FlyQuest, you know what, if you're down 4-8, maybe you can say, hey, you know, FlyQuest even lost a rare atom, guys. We can definitely do this, right? We've got this. But I don't know what to say to each other if you're Tyloo right now.
That's just one half. Already a map up. Play with nothing to lose.
I suppose. It's hard to forget what there is at stake, though. A chance to feature in the finals over at the Shanghai SPD Arena, fighting for a first place prize of $100,000, an EWC spot, and VRS points galore.
Yeah, because you're of course playing other teams from your region, it directly affects where you stand amongst your colleagues, your competitors. A FlyQuest 10-2 was definitely unexpected, but a welcome sign for a bit of contest in this series.
And what a performance Nedic has had, right?
Yeah.
I mean, Nedic coming out from
Both
Inferno.
him and Vexite.
But Nedic, you know, coming out from Inferno, we already saw him looking pretty confident, right? You already saw him taking these duels, even in losing positions for his team. Now, as we go into Ancient, he's transitioned forward. Vexite is back into it as well. Regali is not quite destroying the server in the ways he has at times, but he's had so many good rounds too.
Yeah, and the 1v3 will certainly have helped to create this
even that
healthy lead.
even that very last round, right? And a couple of critical kills that he's able to find with the AWP. Tyloo have a lot of homework to do.
Yeah, I mean, these are the 3 stars you want from FlyQuest showing up. And then you also had Leah's helping to keep the dream afloat in some of these more awkward rounds versus the low buys.
Yeah.
Versus the man deficits, Leah's was a piece to stabilize.
And very often that's all FlyQuest needs. Jamyang not revealing, will now do so a little bit later on after the first duel's already started. Jamyang steals away that kill. G will be happy to give it to him, while Liaz will find 2 of his own. The stabilizing piece is now only short of taking it down. The bomb.
He got the bomb.
Well, he pushes forward and finds that as well.
Oh, and that means Jamyang lowers his guard. Doesn't expect Regali on the rotate, but taking it a lot of damage. Regali will have to retreat. Hope he doesn't give it away a 1v1, but he has to take the duel at some point, completely boxed in. But Liaz is being tricky.
Oh,
he may not even know that he has the bomb, to be honest.
But G's completely read it as well. We might not be seeing the same joy, the same vigor from G right now, but it is a hope.
Yeah, it was basically just these 2 behemoths in terms of the space they create. First, Jamyang creates this massive gap in middle. Liaz creates the chaos of losing the bomb, but yeah, it's a very well-read position there from G. Because Liaz could have kept pushing forward, but I actually don't think he knew he had the bomb. Can't say for certain, but things are looking up here for Tyloo at the very least. There's a force buy here from FlyQuest that seeds an opening man.
Oh,
Leah's tanking a flash, tanking 2 nades. One was a teammate's.
Oh no! He just
when it
keeps
rains,
on getting him.
It pours.
And it is pouring Vexite's blood out of him. Maybe a little bit grim, actually. Look, FlyQuest are hoping that maybe a little bit of that half by force by luck falls their way as well. They've had a few moments of their own. Tyloo are going to make sure they are going through with all. Nedic is going to be putting these guys to the test, though. Through the smoke, Mercury still able to trace him away. Inns is still alive at the back of the bomb site. Good for 1. The CZ is always going to be a bit limited, and with Mercury having sailed past, this round was on a timer. Tyloo, it's a round win, Michael.
Yeah, no, it is. I mean, you can see Nedic was trying his best to answer back in some capacity. Had a rifle. Smoke wasn't great out from Tyloo. The problem is that they threw another one to make up for the gap, and Nedic thought it could have been a flash that was being thrown, actually, to prevent his angle. And it served him no favors. Well controlled from Tyloo at the very least. We won't get excited until we close in on that FlyQuest lead.
Yeah. It'll be the rules of 7 for me.
The rules of 7?
Yeah.
What's that?
Rule number 1, get to 7. Rule number 2, if at 7, be afraid.
Right. I'm never using that ever in my life.
Well, right now, Vexite is able to find at least the first. Well, that's all they'll get. FlyQuest are going to be going into the next round with Regali featuring an AWP. First gun round of the half, and this is Tyloo's real test.
Yeah, something to cheer for at least here for the fans.
Yeah.
Something to be excited about. When they see FlyQuest do crazy moves, they are as in awe as we are, but they do want to see Tyloo do well.
Sometimes it is winces, not cheers.
Yeah, there's some cheering in there, like that was crazy, but also, why'd you have to do it against us?
Tyloo only have one aggressive component in them right now. Mercury is the one hoping to take the lead. He's actually smoked out the Molotov to try and close the distance out with the mid players. Leah is going to be taken down as well. Mosea somehow gets 2.
That's the A anchor. That could be a recognition, but they also punish Vexite as well, swinging wide, and it should, and I say should, have been a kill for Netic. The reaction from Mercury is immaculate, but the bomb is dropped, and Regali tries to serve as safety on the round, some security back, but he misses his shot, and it's a double swing lined up. It's well handled in the end there from Tyloo, but some real step-ups. The guaranteed trades of FlyQuest were no guarantee at all.
A little bit of a reminder, FlyQuest, this is not home ground. They are coming into enemy territory.
You find yourself on foreign shores, and the Salt City will not be so kind.
The only one who has come into these frays as a friend might be Urkast, but he's been swept away from the Asian scene a long time ago, back to Oceania. Tyloo are hoping that his game plan is going to be insufficient. FlyQuest unlikely to implement much of it until the next round.
Yeah, don't get it twisted. There's a lot of respect for FlyQuest, but that's why the fans will cheer against you any way that they can help to influence.
Gotta say, we've had a very respectful fan base, though. Never a hint of cheating, nothing of the sort. Netic right now fully blinded as he tries to take the fight, and Tyloo are bunched up. Jamyang still saves the day. Inz's CZ has been trying to get a kill on this B bomb site forever.
Uh-oh. They lined up, though. And that could have been an instant way to clear out this round. Yeah, Nate is solid. But it's actually the bullets from G that will carve out a path. Well, sure enough, we've got ourselves a 7th round for Tyloo. And is that now cause for concern? FlyQuest will have, I mean, they called the timeout the round prior, so I think they already recognize that this lead is shrinking.
G hitting a little bit more fire, a little bit more lively as well. Spurred on by the crowd, and now FlyQuest are afraid. Will their fear help them rise to the occasion and close down a waking dragon?
You have to get those important pieces back online. It's been hard for Regali, Vexite, Netic in these early segments. Even when they've tried to be assertive, Tyloo are coming away on some of these opening duels.
Very often, Mosea is a player who gets brought up in the rifling core, but right now he seems like he's basically just the single rifle in a lot of ways. 20 and 13.
Yeah.
In a downtrodden performance from Tyloo, he stands tall.
Yeah, when you see the monster map that G has, and then now Mosea is stepping up to the table, it's clear the roster has depth.
Inz doesn't feel like he can stay contesting Red Room for long. He'll have to move away. That early damage he took is going to be very important. He has to only just take down this really long sight line with the M4A1, but it could end up helping him.
Yeah, the problem is Tyloo have spent so much time umming and ahhing through middle that as they set themselves up for an attack, they're moving towards the stronger site.
Vexite's got a chance of a hair. Mosea, this time he's not going to come out on top, and G's AWP is going to be completely useless in this close range. That's why he's got the trusty dualies, but As much as he might trust the dualies, he cannot trust the clock. Another quick kill found. Ins is low, taken down. Bonkery planted, and Jam Young's position is yet to be found out. G will only be holding down the line with the AWP. Regali is hoping that a mistake is made, but the backstab is being primed and prepped.
He has to stall.
Jam Young comes in from behind. Can he get this kill? Regali will notice him. G finds another in the meanwhile. And where Regali has been called the king of 1v3s, it's G on the other side who might be the king of the day. Regali taken down. Another reminder. Hands up high. The dragon lives.
A 2-on-5. G had a lot on his plate. Little time to play off of. The switch to the dualies is the correct decision to deal with a low HP Vexite, but these shots were immaculate. A punishment to Netic, but Ins tried to trade. When urgency should have been on G to get into the site, Ins swung first, and G rocks FlyQuest.
Terrible time for a technical as well to come through.
Who celebrated too hard?
Yeah, I think I know.
Yeah.
It's definitely not one of the FlyQuest players.
I mean, they're certainly riding a high right now, so this should be, I imagine, quite a simple, quick fix. We had some earlier issues, but I think that's been able to affect this Ancient too much.
A little bit of love from the fans.
But this will also fester for FlyQuest. They talked about it. Leah said himself, they thought they did well game planning. They played good the last encounter with Tyloo, but they needed to just not mess up some of these critical rounds, the super crucial rounds. And sometimes I was against the low buys. This time, it's a 2-on-5.
And when you yourself are focusing on not messing up, every time you do, it feels all the worse.
Yeah, it's a sinking feeling here now for FlyQuest as they come into this half with a 10-2 lead, but Tyloo have been reinvigorated. 6 rounds straight, and a monster performance from G in that previous round. The morale is at a high. But maybe FlyQuest can find that same spark.
This might not be the round to do it, but FlyQuest have found half buys before. No magical MP9 this time. And no easy Deagle shots to land. Molotov to the back of the bomb side. Attacker will trade away, holds down his line very nicely. So the reload is what ends up getting him dead to rights. And no! FlyQuest are fighting back. Should they find Musea in middle, this becomes a done deal. But unfortunately, that's just not the case. Tyloo are now 1 gun round away from equalizing, 1 gun round away from finding an advantage that has been lost to pretty much all of this map.
It's clear to see that FlyQuest have lost that rhythm, and they've lost that confidence.
They no longer know what song they're dancing to.
This is the final rallying call, because Tyloo, this will not only be a way to tie, but likely a lead attained as well. After trailing all game. FlyQuest need a stop.
Vexite has to be careful not to overuse his bullets over here. Mercury's looking for that punish, and Musea blinded up, otherwise that could have been a big kill on Netic.
He took a lot of damage though.
That is a problem. Is Ins getting ready for a peek forward? Tyloo are wary of it.
Because of the smokes that Tyloo put, yeah, Ins tried to play ahead of the execute, but the smoke that's down by the CTs, the Tyloo smokes have faded. And it's a triple setup inside of Cave. First to fall will be Vexite.
And FlyQuest right now are feeling that Nedic is completely stuck. Inns has to take the peak sooner rather than later.
Once Inns peaks, they should disregard Nedic. The problem will be that there's just more players available here for Tyloo to finish off this B bomb site should it fall to just this solitary man.
They're still aware of the possibility of more. They're checking everything and sure. Nedic goes down over here. But there aren't any rotations from FlyQuest. There aren't going to be any attempts made. They are already thinking about that next round.
Yeah, that has to be literally the worst thing that could have happened. It's exactly what you want to see out of G. Just nice a patience on the line. Tyloo don't overthink things. They don't pendulum. Sometimes when you see them, especially on their mid-control takes, they can feel a little lost, a little lack of direction. But this time they established themselves lane, set up in cave, and just waited for FlyQuest to peak. The G-AWP is really causing some problems.
Oh, yeah.
And we are not getting that same Regali lights-out performance. Has been the best performer, not only for FlyQuest, but within this whole tournament. In just the crazy numbers he's been able to put forward. But here against G has been the better AWPer.
By far, it feels like in this series especially.
I think this is the last, second timeout.
Yeah, they were 10-2 up, right? They didn't feel like they had to use too many of those, but now FlyQuest are feeling so much pressure.
Might use these last two quick.
Now or never. Tyloo are also not going to be running out of cash at any point in the rest of the game.
Yeah, I mean, you see G's money is, as the AWPer, you know, you have to be a little self-sacrificial to your economy because you're capped.
It's also interesting to see that he didn't actually go back to pick up the AWP. That's what our observer was showing us as well. G wants to now be on the rifle up against his relatively weaker buy from FlyQuest. FlyQuest will have a pretty good buy though. If they had invested into it, they don't actually fully invest in. They want to fight for the next instead, and they will not be without opportunities to punish. But as Tyloo get the read, they're looking away. It will not matter. Jamyang will do to FlyQuest what Nedic inflicted on Tyloo.
Yeah, it's like a mirror. Both of them struggling to hold on to that mid control on this faster timing.
Why are they rotating? Why are they rotating? They still want to fight this one. Regali is inside the bomb site. A deep grenade will sail past Jamyang. Mosea's going to take it away. FlyQuest will have a buy in the next round, but that's not to say this 10-12 would not be problematic.
That's devastating. They call a timeout. They create this plan. And it's immediately disrupted. Now a timeout called here by Tyloo. I mean, adrenaline must be high. They've made this comeback happen. They've gone this distance from a 10-2 deficit for Tyloo. They find themselves with their first lead in this game. I wasn't sure it would be possible, but this second half has proven to be very virtuous.
My goodness.
And it doesn't seem like there's any of that spark. You know, I think when we look back at that Inferno, even if it was just a salvaging of, you know, some of the rounds together for FlyQuest, when they won one of those pivotal moments, it felt like confidence was regained. But this half has been a complete dry spell.
And it sounds like this where I look over towards the coach and I say, get me out of this one. But unfortunately, the only thing being taken out is Regali right now. G eliminates him early on. That disparity continues to spread. What a way to start things off.
And Tyloo know they can just freeze. I mean, one of your extremities players is dead, especially the AWPer that can sometimes hold these deep sight lines, provide quick support on these rotates. You know, who else can take a tight line from, you know, the short side CT into B ramp, for example, or CT spawn all the way to A main.
Vexon is spotted with the deeper angle. Rotation starting to come over back towards the B-bomb side. FlyQuest are going to be leaving Leah's alone over here and into the smoke.
The timing's perfect.
Maybe this is Leah has his time to shine. I came in with one request for Ancient, I came in with one win condition, and it didn't feel like it might be needed, but now the God mode performance from Leah has the chance to step things up, embrace the divine. Alternatively, FlyQuest can turn back. You lose a man over here, and you would argue that you should. Hell, I mean, I would argue that you should just with that smoke blooming.
Oh my god.
No, it's a smoke setter, the friend, the FlyQuest. Can they regroup? They do have a kit. They do have a smoke. Mercury worried about Temple. Flashbang will keep him completely blind, but Jamyang to cover it all. Jamyang with 2. Mercury will put it away as well. Vexite alone, a one-on-one. Jamyang on the other side, almost never beatable, and Vexite too late to pick up the kit is going to end up having to get away. Tail tucked between his legs, and G back to his loudest. Tai Lu back to their proudest.
They're at match point, series point. They came in a map to the good. And this crowd had some belief. The cheers were there consistently. But to find themselves in a winning position, that was a pipe dream now made reality. FlyQuest had a man advantage, they had the resources, they used the smoke for A main after Inns got his kill through 1. They have not been composed, while Tai Lu have shown nothing but that in this comeback.
Inns with an early incendiary, but Attacker's trying to disrespect it. He's the one with the bomb as well, but it doesn't matter, they just get the kill. 4 more kills to find Tai Lu. Look to place themselves in the grand finals. And FlyQuest will be consigned should they not come out on top over here. But where do they even go? Everywhere they find enmity, they find flashbangs. And right now they're about to find a little planet as well. Mercury keeps them away, keeps them scared. Mosaic turns around, the timing could not be worse. Is this it? Is this FlyQuest's chance to make a mark over here on the CT side? G will miss a shot as well. FlyQuest are fighting back, and it's only Jamyang left. The defuse coming through. Can he interrupt it? Yes, he can! Yes, he can! You have your 1v3s, you have your 10-2 leads. We're gonna come back with ours.
And China gets what China wants. 2 Chinese teams in Shanghai fighting for that grand final. It was Lin at first, but now it's the Dragon of Tai Lu.
From the ashes comes out greatness. The Red Sea boils again, and the Australian tide will end up falling low. What a performance, what a comeback. I don't think anyone could have predicted this in the slightest, Michael. And if they had, I'd call them a fool.
And it's these challengers from abroad that looked so impressive, so close to upsets. Hell, some completing those upsets, only to find themselves taken down a peg when it really mattered the most. The fans did show up, especially for this Tai Lu comeback, and they could not be more pleased with the performance put forward by some of these young stars that continue to represent that red.
Telling you right now, Michael, stories will be told. These are the guys who are going to go back and tell their friends, oh my God, you just missed maybe the best series you could have had access to just go out and watch live. What a performance to come through. The fact that G and company are heating up as well as time goes on. This guy is proving to be talismanic. His performance is just turned around completely in the second half, showing us an element that I didn't know he had.
Yeah, no, I mean, it seemed like just the star power. Sure, we talk about maybe his abilities on Inferno, but the fact that he was able to keep it up throughout, when he was able to tap into just a little bit of energy, it suddenly felt like he couldn't look back. He was just such a fear factor. FlyQuest were always nervous about peeking into him, and every time they were worried about it, sure enough, it happened.
And a lot of love out to Mosaic as well, right? What a performance coming through from him. Manages to keep them alive long enough for them to even be able to fight back into relevance. And yes, towards the very end of things, it felt like he wasn't as needed in the last 3 or 4 rounds maybe. But, you know, even the fact that they're able to get there is down to him. Mosaic, I cannot sing enough praises of him.
Yeah, I mean, a crazy state of affairs. Also, just cool to see how aggressive Jamyoung kind of continues to be. It's so out of character with how he's been seen in the past, but especially in these moments, especially as probably the most veteran player on this team, just in terms of top-level playing career inside of China. I mean, outside of attacker, I guess, but, you know, for him, he almost maybe feels like he has to create that room for some of these younger players that can sometimes lack that initiative. Mercury and Mosaic in most of their games leading into the tournament will be that aggressive force, but Jamyoung stepped up and had these moments and still delivered in clutches too, clearly.
Oh yeah, I mean, but I gotta say, today felt like a day of Chinese offers. Zacher coming out of that first series looking as impressive as he did, and now G as well. Both of them going up against offers who, you know, we praise in different ways. I think Regali more than many by far, obviously, and Regali, unfortunately, we didn't get the lights out performance we'd hoped from him. And listen, that's fine. Sometimes you're gonna have a series off, but unfortunately, this was the worst time for that to happen.
Yeah, I mean, there were clear challenges for FlyQuest, and they're gonna feel like they had this. I mean, of course they're going to feel like they had this map. I mean, a 10-2 lead on that T side, it just felt like for every time Tyloo were inching closer and closer, FlyQuest looked more and more deflated. Like they wanted to run in like these autopilot setups. They weren't reacting to what was happening, and Tyloo were just on a completely different wavelength, and it was working in their favor.
I mean, overjoyed. Jamyoung, a rare moment of you know, smiles and teeth being popped out as well. Now, I expected Tyloo to win Ancient. I didn't expect him to win like that.
One of the most catastrophic crumbles I have seen on a LAN environment in a long, long time. You know, we've seen recoveries like this before, but it was the way in which Tyloo did it. FlyQuest felt so unbelievably flat. And even at the start of that second half, we were seeing rounds being put on the board. There was like 3, 4, 5 in a row. You're like, okay, this is a good streak here, but FlyQuest are going to reset the economy. They're going to get the guns back out. They're going to find form. 2v5, G3K, Jamyoung big flank with a double of his own. That's when you're like, this team cannot lose right now. There is nothing that FlyQuest can throw at them that is going to stick. This is when this side starts to feel absolutely, you know, unstoppable. And I mean, it meant a lot to the fans. I mean, they're all praising behind us now. G, who I think deservedly as well, right? This is a guy who was absolutely incredible today. And while he doesn't run away in terms of the numbers department, Jamyoung alongside him, Mosaic, of course, leading the way. The impact that he had, 2 rounds run off the back of him alone. And I think also small things that we don't see as much in some of these Asian teams is just really getting fired up. It can make a massive difference, and it's something FlyQuest needed. They needed a bit of noise.
He clearly shattered the minds of FlyQuest. The fact that they won that 2v5 basically because of him. So, I mean, that was another one of those moments that I'm sure when they look back at their previous encounter with Tyloo, they thought, guys, we just won't make these critical mistakes. They lost, I'm pretty sure they lost a 2v5, 2v4 or whatever in the last encounter as well. So it's like, guys, don't worry, we'll make those same mistakes. And then it happens again, and you just think, well, this might happen now, and it did.
My God, what a showing. What a showing. You know, on the flip side, I thought Leah had some decent moments, Regali as well, but it just wasn't enough. We needed a lot more, and they just couldn't find a way to shut down this guy. I mean, a very decent argument he made for Jamyoung and for Mosaic as well in terms of what they brought to the table, but I think it's what G brings inside and then also especially outside of the server in terms of firing them up. You know, even just getting the 6th man, the crowd on your side and really, you know, standing up and playing up to them, that I really feel like helped this side. So what a fantastic showing from Tyloo. Jamyoung as well, the way he ended it, that was just poetic. That little 3K spray down through the smoke, you love to see it.
It's just a reminder of what exactly is up for grabs over here for Tyloo as far as their players are concerned. This is just, it's the super team that we thought might have been assembled last year, but actually it's Attacker who's completed it completely, right? With this veteran presence that is very often missing, right? A veteran who can frag, a veteran who will make decisions to get aggressive rather than tell everyone to turtle up and play defensive. That seems to be most of the veterans in the Chinese scene, but Attacker is the seemingly one exception.
He kind of comes across like almost like a Rain type character, where it's like he's agreeable, he's like a little bit cool-headed, but then also can perform quite well as well.
Yeah, exactly. that. Well, let's take a look at our playoff bracket. It is nearly concluded here as well. Tyloo will take on Lin Vision for that spot at EWC, and of course the lion's share of $300,000, which would be pretty spicy indeed. And it means third place will be between GG How and FlyQuest. Insanity, right, as well. 100K for first place, 60 for second, 40 for third, and 30 for fourth as well. So there's still decent money to go around, but my oh my, these will be our games. We keep turning things, of course, with that third place playoff match between FlyQuest and GG How. You'd like to still be in the podium positions at the very least, but it's got to be a real gut punch for both of them, who actually, I think, had, you know, FlyQuest in their opening game against Tyloo, probably even thought to themselves, we should have won that, right? And GG How did win in the first encounter, and actually quite easily at times too. And I've got to be thinking, how do we not do it back to back? So revenge was good in one case, but we've got an all-Chinese final as well, which is going to be incredible in the SPD arena in Shanghai. Yeah, I cannot wait as well. It's going to be incredible.
The fans are going to be very happy as well, I'm sure. Lin Vision versus Tyloo. Lin Vision might be getting the short end of that stick as far as the crowd is concerned. I'm going to be real with you.
They're going to have to do a lot to try and win him over.
I mean,
the Amelia stare downs, they wear out quick.
Yeah. You know, on one end, G is just getting loud and say, yes, come on, and music.
Yeah, the aura farming, it's not there yet. G aura farms
They're working on it.
Yeah, exactly. My God, though, what a game. We've got quite a few days until that. That's on the 16th as well.
Yeah.
That will be, so it's what, Sunday today? That'll be on
Coming
Friday. So you've got a bit of time, but what a showing, right? What a show. We're also going to have a show match as well on that one. So it's going to be pretty spicy. A lot of streamers as well from out here.
Are you playing?
Hell no. Not again.
Nobody wants to see that.
Yeah, nobody gets down about me. There'll be a variety of streamers as well. But yeah, fellas, what a day. Some results in some ways maybe expected, but others maybe not as well. And the way in which Tyloo closed that, that's a memorable one. What a way to close out Yancheng as well. This is our final day here. We now tomorrow head on to Shanghai and get ready for the final day. But yeah, what a way to close it.
Yeah, I mean, I'm really glad we get to see what it is. Unfortunately for FlyQuest, I do think it is a bit of a disappointing one for them. Yes, obviously all of us are in celebrations in Yancheng over here for Tyloo. I know the audience over there is all lining up with joy as well. But at the end of the day, at the very least, we're still going to get to see FlyQuest in the SPD arena as well. So, you know, if you're one of the English viewers who was in Shanghai at the time, I know there's a couple of expats over there, you know, come over and come check them out as well. Make sure you're there to support the Australian team. You'll be one of 10,000.
Also, literally, like most of the APAC region, we kind of all have to support each other because we have very few teams that actually often make it. So it's a good time to be an Asian CS fan at the very least, because you have the Mongols at the top, but then you have these teams that are clamoring for opportunities and are just within that window where they will have some of those chances as well. So listen, I do think it is disappointment for FlyQuest, but it's a very reassuring sign for these Chinese teams that both of these wins felt fairly dominant. You know, they're both 2-0 victories, and sure, you know, Tyloo 10-2, comeback, whatever. But for them, just knowing that they have that within their capacity and that it didn't fall victim or foul to any of the shenanigans that these teams from abroad brought is a reassuring sign for them, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, having the ability to go into that final and say, no matter the situation, no matter what's happening, no matter how the map is going, we know we can recover, we know we can snowball, we know we can chain rounds together. That's got to be a real kind of reassuring thing, and it does set up this very familiar derby, right? Lin Vision, Tyloo be playing a hell of a lot online recently, and generally speaking, is Lin Vision coming out on top as well. It recently happened at ECL Asia, winning that final 3-1 in the best of 5. So I'm feeling like Tyloo would like a little bit of revenge there as well, and especially on stage in front of a crowd where they would probably be the crowd favorites.
Unless I find out in an interview afterwards that Amelia is playing crowd noises of Tyloo chants, I will not believe that they're ready for the land stage in the same way.
It's going to be pretty interesting. We'll have to see. But for now, that is us done with Yancheng. Next time you see us, we'll be in the SPD Bank Arena in Shanghai, which we cannot wait for. But before that, we're going to throw it over towards the stage. Veracity and Baseline J, I think, are joined by the main man, G himself. So for now, from us three, thank you and goodbye.
Tyloo have only just gone and done it, securing themselves that sweet spot in the grand finals. Joining us in Shanghai, G, The man, the myth, the legend himself. In the final moments of that ancient, communication amongst your team must have been hectic, right?
刚才一季最后的时刻，大家这个团队交流是什么样的？这个队内语音是不是非常混乱了？最后一局。
最后一局其实还好吧，没有混乱，因为我们就是已经进入了那种连续拿分的感觉，就是已经进入了那种不可战胜的那种状态，就是我们每个人都头脑很清晰，然后知道自己该干什么，然后也没有去说马上要拿下这场比赛了而去激动啊，或者是交流很混乱，就是很平稳吧，就是当时情绪。
Oh, actually, our team comms wasn't hectic at all because we were in that flow state after winning so many consecutive rounds, and everybody was cool, calm, collected. Yeah, like we just knew we were going to win.
Gee, it was a 10-2 half. You were 10-2 down, and then consecutively, round after round, you guys were on top form. Pulling off that 2v5 round was incredible. You had some pretty clutch rounds yourself as well. What is it that ultimately brought all of those puzzle pieces together? It seemed like every single thing you boys were doing was working out perfectly.
上半场2比10，2比10落后，然后后来你们连拿了那么多分，然后你们包括有很多残局，包括你们的2打5残局，就感觉你们就下半场就不管做什么事情都是对的，是不是？发生什么了？
我觉得最主要的原因就是我们每个人都没有放弃吧，就算上半场只拿了2分，但是就是我们坚信，我们只要拿下首场局，我们就能翻盘。然后nothing impossible 吧，就是不管拿几分，就算是0比12，我们也有自信去翻盘这场胜利。
The biggest thing was nobody on our team gave up. I knew that even if we were 2-10 down, if we win pistol, we have a chance to come back. Even if we were down 0-12, it doesn't matter. No one gave up.
What on earth took place in your discussions at halftime, though? Because the Tyloo that we saw that second half was lights out, completely different.
那你们就上半场之后，上半场结束之后，你们在这个休息时间，大家就聊了什么了？
就是相互鼓励吧，就是说没事，就是只需要拿下首场，我们都每个人都很坚信，只要赢下首场局，我们就能翻盘，就是互相鼓励，然后去给予对方就是精神上层面的支持，然后就聊聊天、开个玩笑这种。因为就算图2输了，我们对我们的图3也很有自信。
Yeah, so we mostly just joked around, really, just supported each other emotionally, because we knew that, even if we lost map 2, we were very confident in our map 3. And then, and again, like, we knew that if we won pistol, we could have won, yeah.
Now, G, I hope you don't mind, but I spoke to Zaka earlier, and I told him that you wanted to face Lin Vision Gaming in the grand finals, and he said, well, he's going to have to beat FlyQuest before we even get to that. So now that you've done it, now that you've taken down FlyQuest, what do you have to say, not only to me, not only to the crowd here, but all of the Tyloo fans at home? Why is now the time that Tyloo is going to come out on top and finally claim their revenge over Lin Vision Gaming?
跟你说个事儿，高一，就刚才 LVG 赢了之后，我们采访张思科，然后我问他有什么想跟天路说的，是吧？然后他说这个你们因为我们跟他说就是就是你说过你在决赛就是想面对到 LVG， 然后刚才3叶说跟天路说你先进了决赛再说吧。那你们现在进了决赛了，你有什么想跟3叶说的？有什么想跟天路的粉丝们说的？
我觉得最主要的目标已经完成了，就是我们已经把冠军留在中国了嘛。然后现在就是决赛，大家玩得开心吧，就是各自尽力就好。就最主要的是把冠军留在中国。
Well, I think that we already finished the most important thing, and that is to keep the championship in China. And so now that it's going to be for a Chinese team, we'll just have fun. We'll just have fun and do our best in the grand finals.
My final thing I want to say to you, G, you have this fantastic crowd that have been cheering your name non-stop, queuing up, waiting to see you. What do you have to say to all of them?
现场这些观众一直待在这里，给你很多的支持，有什么想跟观众们说的？
感谢爹们的对我们的支持啊！感谢我的爹们。
Thank you to all my daddies for supporting me.
valid, I guess. Nicely done, nicely said, G. Congratulations to you and Tai Lu once more. There we have it. Jay, we're going to be joined alongside 2 Chinese teams in the grand finals on the 16th of May, live from Shanghai, and I simply can't wait.
恭喜恭喜，咱们5月16号啊，5月16号上海啊，浦发银行东方体育中心啊，我们不见不散。